Click a stronghold.
Chat, mă aud? Pup chat-ul, pup. Am întârziat, știu. Am zis că fac, nu mai fac. Chat. Mă aud? Mă, cred că da.
It is really something, you know? Yeah, the French audience is
Da, bă,
incredible.
ce?
You guys are amazing, but of course, we also have audience from all over the world.
Yeah.
Audience from like Asia,
Yeah.
South America.
Yeah.
And speaking of South America,
Cred că a fost, da, a fost primul
it is
meci.
this incredible region. It's Leviathan.
They have this?
Oh, they're incredible dragon here. Lucas, let's have a very quick chat, my friend.
Haideți să ne uităm la
Look,
primul
what's the
meci.
experience?
Până începe.
On Malibuca looking for another, won't be able to take a piece out of salvage just yet. Off the reboot touchdown, but Malibuca Vico, you know they're never going to be content with somebody else outshining them.
Yeah, I think if Malibuca had just a little bit of a better loadout, he might have tried to push in and try to get that elimination. Now might be the case. They might not have enough information. Is he a solo? Does his teammate lurking around here somewhere? We know that to be true on the mini-map, but may not have that information. As we continue to look around, a lot of the teams that have shined here this weekend, Sky and Skrull, AGAL, they're one of two teams playing for more than just themselves this weekend. They're playing for that club championship.
But the question that still remains, after everything that Sky and Skrull had to go through in order to even represent AGAL in these finals, it was just the beginning of the real uphill battle here, because they still have to try and confirm a top 8 position if they want to factor in with those club championship points.
Continue to see Swizzy and Pixie in another exchange, but Swizzy by himself, he gets kind of 2v1. by Goofy and Z-Dog. And that's what I love about today's competition. Every single region that we have in Fortnite is represented by at least one
Gata
team.
întârzia,
And
știu.
Goofy and
Bine, dar
Z-Dog's
nici n-am
journey
zis
here,
că fac
it
eu live.
definitely wasn't easy, but they made sure to let the world know that we deserve to be here.
Yeah, and it's also a little bit unfortunate even from Z-Dog and Goofy's perspective because the game that they did win in yesterday's competition slightly overshadowed by that crazy clutch performance out of Izzy, but the message has been sent. Goofy and Z-Dog are clearly capable of winning a match, and that is going to be one
That's
of
like
the
chess.
most important metrics for today's competition. Lewa and Romero, though, starting to apply a little bit of pressure. They saw some of the action that was starting to brew and decided they wanted to maybe play a little bit of third-party interception here, so Swizzy, Pixie might have a little bit more space. Doesn't look like Goofy and Z-Dog are all that insistent now on trying to re-aggress when there's other bodies in the area.
But fights are just taken around all across the map. We got Acorn Bolts going against Darm, and Deem is here. There is some good damage on Acorn. Luckily for him, Bolts is going ahead and alleviating some of that pressure. Both of them getting full HP and shield, relatively so, and now trying to angle out Darm is by himself with the 360. He turns and burns to take down Bolts.
Darm and Teamage clearly never stopped after yesterday's competition. What a way to make a debut on the final stage, and Darm definitely feeling very confident after that pickup play because
That's like
he looked like he was certain that was going to go entirely in his favor. So for it to 180 just like that in a flash, and now putting them on the back foot, putting them in a position to where Bolt and Acorn are going to have to reconsider where they actually want to try and stack up a fight. But Acorn, this might be an ambush.
Yeah, he's just kind of stuck underneath by himself. They may not know necessarily the exact location of Acorn, but with Bolts respawning back in, they know he's floating around somewhere. Sky's going to go down. Muzz and Sphinx kind of sticking to their strategy that got them this far. They go ahead and hold the backside of Elite Armory for that launch pad. But now we jump in. Peterbot is down. A situation that we saw to start the group stages. A lackluster performance out of Team Falcons, but luckily for them, they were able to pick it up as the day went on.
Hey, that walkout might have said everything there for Momsy. He's clearly cooking something, and it looks like chicken might be on the menu tonight. Pollo, never one, though, to give any breaks or leniency, so still a bit complicated here for Momsy to actually try and break into the box, but Frenchie's making their best effort to go for the full collapse, but Pollo still somehow just managing to scramble on out of here.
Yeah, even though Peterbot did spawn once, you see in the feed, he was taken down right
Cine a
away
câștigat
by
cea primul
Josh.
meci?
So another 12-second clock has been reset for Pollo. Luckily for
știi
him,
ceva?
he did hit a launch pad. He is starting to create distance, but Momsy and Skyjump, they don't want to let him out of their sight. They're just quickly on the chase. And again, you see Peterbot back in the game, but he's having some
Început
struggles on
meciul
his
2.
own. So Pollo, again,
Ia cine a câștigat?
The soul of a Shxrk waiting to come crashing down. Swizzy going to be able to block him off temporarily, and Shxrk not to be distracted in the slightest. He'll go straight towards height, but no, just that moment's notice, that lapse in time. Pixie will be able to overthrow, chasing down Teeny, just needs the shots to connect. These two are all falling side by side, but Shxrk and Teeny manage to hold on for just a moment longer.
the second chop comes in. The Flowberry Fizz just in the nick of time to keep themselves elevated up above most. Top 8 situation, at least 3 players down below are feeling the pressure as a short. 0 build, 0 chance.
Cred că e pe
Shxrk
5,
now, the
Shxrk.
ultimate agent of chaos. He's gonna go ahead, pick up the body loot of a Romero, but it's his last steps forward. Pixie and Swizzy hidden underneath everything. They've managed to overtake the front side of this ultimate low ground. Looking back, Goofy's eventually gonna have to get one step closer to
Can down go one down onto him to get the elimination. Swizzy, Pixie, they're now just putting full pressure down onto him.
Pixie. They'll have to wait and
Na,
see
că au
what
murit acum.
happens next.
The nature of the beast that is the Fortnite Reload Championship. Chisel Cube just getting more and more
That's
active.
like
Mini
Pix.
Pio and Fukun kind of taking the bottom part, forcing everybody down below. A little bit of distraction definitely helps the case. On the other side of the map, this is still Elite Armory. Sky and Scroll from AGAL trying to go up against Muzz and Sphinx. Again, Muzz and Sphinx, I think they got a top 3 in that last game, and with Muzz by himself, Sphinx has just got eliminated. He needs to buy at least 12 seconds of time.
Sky, even popping up for a moment there, trying to see whether or not he was actually going to be able to successfully cut off Muzz, but it looks like Muzz will survive just long enough. But is it really a win after all? Spinx might have just touched down, but they are just so far and away from being able to escape the clutches of the lobby, essentially. Every time that reboot signal is just going to be a honing beacon for everyone else to start aiming their sights towards looking for those freebie eliminations against a weakened player.
Seeing how they kind of bounce back from this. This was what did it, and Peterpot actually dropped up from above, distracting Goofy for a moment, and they still ended up getting those elimination onto Swizzy and Pixie. Team from Leviathan just trying to base up, get the drop. Muzz just trying to get back in the game. Doesn't really have much for a loadout, especially when you're going up against Sky and Skrull. Third elimination of the game. And this is just one thing to note. Even though they failed to make it out of their group stage, and they kind of cut it close in their survival stage, this now, when it comes to this week of action, is one of the most practiced teams that we have in this lobby.
It's just so difficult to actually find that consistency metric, and you wouldn't expect that from a team like Sky and Skrull, who scream consistency when it comes to the standard Battle Royale game mode. But here in Reload, because of how stacked a lot of these endgame lobbies tend to be, because of the fact that we're not seeing elimination or placement points actually factor in until right around that 10th, 11th zone time frame, it is so volatile trying to control that frontside low position that they are notorious for holding down. And it doesn't help when you've got teams like Shxrk and Teeny, Sky and Skrull also just constantly putting pressure from the high ground.
Yeah, and you can kind of see in the mini-map there, Elite Armory down low towards the bottom. That lone little gray arrow, well, that's Spinx. You look a bit lower towards the northeast, right kind of next to that green arrow, that's Muzz. They're just so far separated as of now. There's going to be almost no chance, or at least relatively soon, for them to get back together. But near
Castiga.
them as well is Izzy and Nosif.
Meciul ăsta. Câștigă ei.
Really heavy into the Flowberry Fizz. They do have some launch pads towards the back, so they want to make sure they dodge one of the most chaotic portions of the game, so that when they finally make it in towards the zone, it's a little bit safer than what it is right now.
But when everyone's looking up, probably one of the only positives currently is knowing that Swizzy and Pixie are already fully eliminated. So in terms of high ground teams that are going to be prioritized in that position, you're largely just looking at Shxrk and Teeny and whoever else might decide to throw their names into the hat. Pete and Pollo, though, definitely not off to the hot start that probably most would have expected them to have already come across, and even a little reminiscent of past tournament series, right? Where we see Pete going in all out aggression and then
dați like, chat, subscribe, facem și noi 50.
There's a big mental game behind that.
Yeah, especially when
și
you
face
kind of
review.
add in this weekend 2 games that they played to start off their group stages. I believe 19th and 18th with a singular elimination. A very slow start before they started to look like themselves. Game 1, very, very similar here. Game 2, hopefully they can come back for it. Acorn and Bolts as well. You would think they would have a lot more momentum during their qualification process just to make it to the group stages of EWC. They weren't the most high elimination duo that we did have around. They played more towards consistency. They played more towards strategy, and I hope that they're going to pick that up here.
Just after everything that we witnessed, Bolts especially getting up to inside of that Major 2 finals here in Reload, you have to imagine that all of that fragger potential, he really starts to come alive when it matters most. And anytime you have players that seemingly get more and more locked in as competitive stakes become even crazier, I just think that they're always going to be dangerous. It's always going to be problematic because you never know when they might just go absolutely crazy with it and just run away with a big placement, big elimination round.
You're kind of seeing more and more teams on the
Pe dar
outskirts
noi
of
am
the
văzut
map,
pe ăștia.
kind of holding down those launch pads with eliminations, without eliminations.
Unde-s?
See
Unde e
Pablo
Shxrk?
Lemieux take that launch pad, just scouting, getting that eagle eye, seeing what teams
Nu cred că au
are
murit.
nearby, what players, what positions even that we might have to watch out for. Probably spotting out not too much. They're going to go ahead and reassess the situation. 5th zone as of now, and this is exactly why they're doing that. Reboots are going to turn off in that 7th zone, so they don't want to put themselves into too risky of a situation too early on.
And hey, even for Vitality's Pablo and Chino just drawing things back towards those club championship points, Jacob. Vitality is currently sitting in third place position overall. To ensure that they remain there, a big performance out of Pablo and Chino to really solidify their position and not lose a good chunk of the prize pool money that's at stake here this weekend. There's definitely tons of pressure on their shoulders, and it's a very similar fashion too for Cold and Rapid, because Twisted Minds, if they witness Cold and Rapid come up big time in this tournament series today, that could be a crazy jump up the leaderboard for the EWC standings.
Huge chance to give back just by winning a tournament. Everyone wins in that situation. Vico, Malabuka, we saw a couple struggles early on in this game going down, but they picked themselves up, dust themselves off, got right back into position. And that's the thing about the Elite Strongholds map in general, Tacos. There's so many different mountain ranges, so many different edges, so many different elevation changes that you have to be very, very cognizant of where the zone is pulling at any given time. Because if you're finding yourself without a build, getting caught off guard, the elevation changes, I kind of wish you good luck.
Vico and Malabuka, though, seemingly able to avoid good chunk of those problems. They are rather safe in their current position, but it's all about the next move. Everyone else kind of waiting to see who these last couple of straggler teams are going to be, but it is just never easy to actually cut across and find any kind of distance. Everyone just eventually going to have to get up close and personal, but we do just have the majority of the lobby still standing, even with that 7th zone approaching. And by that point, reboots will turn off, and we'll see whether or not Pete and Pollo are going to be able to start coming online.
Yeah, I'm looking at that mini map right now, and I'm crossing my fingers for the entirety of the lobby that we do not go west into chiseled cubes. That elevation change will be drastic, almost a roller coaster of emotions these teams will be going into. But less than 15 seconds, reboots will turn off, and any chance to respawn back into this game goes right out the window. Kind of seeing where teams are positioned.
Подожди, сюда, те să te joci finala pe reload.
Where the zone actually is going to be telling all the way towards the north. So Taco, a good chunk of the team's getting a max pool.
Bă, pe reload.
Kun and Minipio, though, could be in a slightly more favorable spot.
Cam ciudat dacă mă întrebați. Uite ce stă Shxrk.
Sky and Scroll, 3 eliminations still on the board. So they managed to rack up just a little bit to work with here. But in comparison to a duo like Lewa and Romero, who have realistically got a very strong loadout for taking out teams that might cross their path. Pete Pollo, a little bit injured, getting very focused right now by Chino and Pablo. Pollo just narrowly escapes them, but then runs straight into where Mini Pia's focus lines are setting up, and just like that, Pete's all by himself.
Yeah, not sure how they got separated in the first place. We saw Pete trying to look over the top, cover fire, but there's just too many players in this lobby to watch them all. You're seeing him try to reconnect, make sure a chop doesn't come through. He's already inside of the zone, so that's not necessarily one of his worries about picking up those eliminations, trying to catch up to the point total, just like Sky and Scroll, 3 eliminations, 9 points up until this stage in the game so far. Definitely a good jump from what they needed. We're talking about Pete, Pollo, Cold, Rapid all going down early. They were another one of the teams that fell relatively early in that last game, and they got a huge points to make up.
Oh, ce bine stau ăștia aici.
Shxrk and Teeny currently are from the rest of the lobby. They've managed to avoid practically all of the congestion. They haven't fully committed to all the way going up on elevation, but the way that they're just so tucked and hidden, Jacob, once they utilize this Flowberry Fizz and Launchpad, they're going to continue to be able to preserve most of their material, but they do need to make sure that they don't get taken out before they actually make that move.
Yeah, the position looking a little too good. Darm Demas said, hey, we'll take it. Josh Yamzo said, we'll take it as well. Zone is opening up. But you got to be careful not to go too far down. It goes right back up the side of the mountain. So if you don't have builds, if you don't have mobility, you might want to second guess positioning yourself there. Shxrk and Teeny looking out, Cold and Rapid as well. Just trying to get that bird's eye view, figuring out where teams are rotating to before they themselves are forced to shockwave out.
Nothing worse than seeing Muzz get flipped the moment that he tries to head towards that front side of zone. Cold and Rapid, though, Goofy, Z-Dog, other teams that are managing to continue to keep it rolling, but even on this ultimate frontside position, Goofy and Z-Dog know that they're eventually going to have to tango with some other contenders here, but Peterbot might be their best opportunity for a little bit of a refresh. He just only has himself to work with, and poor overdrive, Janae, that's just not going to be enough. You're going to run out of that so fast as a solo.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the lack of materials. 500 might seem like a lot, but as a solo, in a reload, it definitely is not Kanata.
Mamă, dar toți se joacă cu
So
gliderul.
many players using their launch pads as Peterbot actually does find a key elimination on the con. It's only going to be him by himself, so Faded still in this one, trying to keep themselves alive as he shockwaves out, tries to reposition on the front side of the zone. Taco, 2 medkits, big pots. He has everything he needs to get up to fighting shape.
Hey, as long as he has a chance to actually utilize one of
That's
those
like
medkits, we might be looking at a whole different ball game here.
Hai mă, luați
Right
haiul.
now, Shxrk and Teeny, similar fashion to the last lobby, they're gonna head straight
Da, mă,
towards
da.
the high ground.
Da, mă,
Teeny
da.
already making sure to overtake that top end layer. A good connection here is gonna help them hold strong, and the RPGs too. Teeny is just causing
Mamă, ce
so
dă
many
cu raghete.
issues for everybody stuck underneath.
Yeah, making sure to reconnect, fortify their position up above. Zone is pulling far, so all it takes is one team to look up and start to create some havoc. But Vico and Malibuca have their hands full in that mid layer. Looking to the head side of zone, see Sky, see Scroll. You see so many teams, but they're just trying to formulate the strategy. How do we want to play this? Crash Pad or Shockwave? They choose the first of the two, make their way to the front and reposition themselves again. But look at the distance that Shxrk and Teeny have built so high in the sky.
And that's the problem for Vico and Malibuca. The moment that they try to navigate towards that front side, they're immediately getting pieced up by
Mamă,
ice.
s-au urcat
Teeny,
ăștia.
though, losing a
Îl
good
bați.
chunk of his HP
Nu.
because Z-Dog's decided he wants to try and take it for himself. The land down under no longer headed straight for the high ground. Yasin and Salvatore
Dă-i.
going to fall. Vico
Nice.
now
Au hai,
his
l-au
entire
bătut, l-au
strength
bătut.
here. Malibuca trying to see what he can collect, but Shxrk and Teeny have managed to push
Bravo.
back against Oceania.
Everybody down below is being
Mamă,
ripped
câte
apart
rachete au.
from their duos. We're barely into the top 15. Make it 13 as they're dropping like
De
flies
ce n-a
as
jucat
of
medkit-ul?
now. 12 teams still in the game. Peterbot being one of them. We talked about yesterday the 2 group stages. A slow start to their race, but they are definitely picking up the pace as of now. But he is out of builds, almost hoping for a miracle to keep
No.
himself alive, and it's not going to be
Mamă, ce
granted.
dau ăștia cu
And all
rachete.
he's going to get is Shxrk delivering rocket after rocket from the high ground. Malibuca also trying to see if he could conceal his position
Meciul lor,
just a
chat.
couple seconds longer. But cold and rapid,
Chat, meciul
4
lor.
eliminations already. We know exactly what they're capable of. Now it's just time to deliver. Malibuca needs to connect a shot. Gets one onto Victor B, but it's not the knock, it's not the elimination he needs.
Uitați-vă și nu se uită
Somebody
nimeni
else
după
steals
el.
it away instead, and
Ah,
that's gonna
gata.
be AGAL, Sky and Scroll.
Even Momsy getting elimination here, but 6 here for Sky and Scroll. AGAL, a slow start to their day. 0 points in game number 1, and they are putting on a show
Nice.
here.
Ăsta a murit, ăsta e mort, e gata.
HP. We know what this man is capable of in
What?
some of the biggest moments in his career, but he's still going up against duo after duo. In fact, he's the only
Bă, dar ce
solo
fac
left
ăștia de pe
alive.
hai, Shxrk?
Sky and Scroll are not making it easy. They find cold, and just
Oh,
like
ce
that,
joacă
the
și
end
ăștia.
of the run here for Twisted Minds. But Sky, Scroll, they're not finished. They're continuing to clash. Cami Hari might just be next, but it's the front side
Bravo, mă.
position.
Tot pe hai.
Shxrk and TD
Aia
know
zic.
it. That's going to be their next plan of attack. Shxrk's
No,
gonna begin to
nu cred că
descend.
trebuia.
He's ready to drop down. Sky has no idea.
Bravo.
And just
Bravo.
like that, Shxrk finds his first onto Sky. Scroll, what are you gonna do?
Stay out of these waters. This is
Chat.
Shxrk's territory. Now it's a 2v1.
Bravo, mă.
He goes down. The aura is real from Team Aurora Gaming.
Easy.
Teeny steal game 2.
Shxrk and Teeny just are so collected
Da,
every
mă, da.
step of the way. It looked like Z-Dog and Goofy were going to be able to strip away that high ground advantage, but then they
Ma.
just lose out on the battle entirely. And Shxrk and Teeny, they just fully understand Elite Stronghold. If we can maintain this elevated position while everyone else is forced to burn through all of their
Încă nu
materials
s-a-
underneath us because of these elevation shifts, that just makes it all too easy to finish the job.
Yep, 4 victory royales in the group stages for them. They took high ground more times than that. Game 1, they went for it. It didn't
Bravo.
work out. Game 2, they go for it again, and they
Doamne,
have
istorie
secured
să facă
the
copilul
victory
ăsta.
royale. taking out some tough competition all along the way, eventually getting that final elimination onto Momsy, shooting themselves up that leaderboard for sure.
I'm just thinking about those club championship points right now, too, for Team Aurora, because I believe that they are right around in that top 10. Actually, might be even in
Mamă,
that
ce
10th
plâng
place
ăștia.
position. And if they were to secure, say, the first place on the weekend overall, Jacob, it's 1,000 club championship points. That would be a huge game changer for Team Aurora
That's like
standing. And it would ultimately mean that their prize pool money is then allotted into the millions versus the few hundred thousands.
Yeah, we also saw Romero and Leiwa make it deep into that game again. Back-to-back solid performances for them. Skyjump and Momsy staying true to their kind of journey up into this point, kind of surprising a lot of teams and continuing to put on a show for the French crowd out here. Still anyone's game, Taco.
It's a little bit of give and take right now for so many of these teams, though, Jacob. We saw Goofy and Zedon
Yo,
being very
Palmer.
aggressive super early on, and they continue to stay ambitious, even in that endgame, challenging Shxrk and Teeny, fully understanding that that could have been the difference maker between the victory royale for themselves or for somebody else. But we've got Game 3 soon to come, so make sure that you guys don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
Da, mă. Hai să facem ăștia ceva acum. Până când începem meciul.
Pe oameni pe live.
N-avei.
Here's how I keep track of all my tasks.
Și
I
el
start by
face.
brain dumping everything I need to get done.
Bro, pe TikTok suntem 424, bro. Mă, ce? W pe cea, bro. Mă, 440 de oameni cu 516, aproape 1000 de suflete pe live, bro. N-am avut în viața mea 1000 de oameni pe live, bro. Vă mulțumesc din suflet, chat. Ce pot să zic mai mult de atât? Respectele mele, bro. Mă înclin în fața voastră. Vă iubesc, bro. Respect. Uite ce a pățit, are vechi 900 pe live. Cipi ceapa, bro. Pe celor Shxrk, locul 1 ar trebui. Locul 1. A avut amicul pe 2 live-uri într-o zi când a avut pe tot anul. Pe bune, bă, Ruso. Pe bune, bro. Vechi back. Chat, e un simplu turneu, bro. Bro, doar dacă toată lumea de pe live-ul ăsta se abonează și o să intre pe live-urile mele, poate așa să zică-s back, bro, da? Eu mă țin de treabă, bro, eu mă țin de treabă, chat. Țin. Toată lumea e conștientă de starea actuală a jocului, bro, și că nu se mai uită atât de multă lume la. Da, țin. Eu am continuat, chat, eu am continuat să fac live-uri și cu 30 de oameni pe live, și cu 100, și cu 200 și uite-ne acum cu 900 de oameni pe live, chat. Eu continui în continuare, bro. Eu am același vibe, chit că suntem o mână de oameni de un sintetic pe live, chit că suntem mai mulți. Ok, bro. Bro, joacă foarte bine, Shxrk. WVH te pup, Andrei. Nu merită Isla că e placebo. Nu mai funcționează. 45 ca abonați? Am făcut, Udox. Avem 45.074 de abonați în momentul de față. Vă mulțumesc din suflet. Mulțumesc din suflet, bro. Și e la placebo, adică nu e real, bă, nu funcționează. Ne dă safe Shxrk. Mie nu mi s-a updatat nici mie pe telefon.
Da, mă, chat, e pe 1.
Shxrk top 3 cel mai bun jucător de Fortnite? Da, clar.
Da și voi un subscribe, chat, să facem 50 de abonați. Frumos. De vară. Chat, la ce ne uităm? Ce am făcut?
And it all comes down to this. The final day. When will it end? Who will take it? At the end of the day, Swizzy and Pixie, the guys just broke down. Not the greatest start to that last match from those guys. Nice to see Cold and Rapid actually making it into that end game there as well. And they needed a little bit of solo clutch from Peterbot to get some points on the board as well after a very slow start. Mini Miner and now finally Monster D-Face here casting the next two games for you guys. I wanted to mention Monster with NA. Not really looking too hot right now. I'm looking on down the leaderboard. Josh and Iomzo, the highest place in NA team, in 10th right now. What's going on?
Well, I appreciate you giving me a second to run up here. I'm slightly out of breath. I need you to give our NA teams a second as well, because they have been off to the slowest of starts. I mean, I was just on the stage with the interview. I was able to look over to my right and see Peter and Julio, and they are looking pretty down.
Guys,
really?
Their energy right now, you can tell they are frustrated with that game 1 performance. I think game 2 was a little bit better, but Peterbot had the solo clutch.
Yeah, Poyo
not how you want to play it out.
No, and 11 swung about at the beginning of the day where it was like he wanted to see Peterbot actually stepping up to the plate before the summit. Poyo getting so many of those solo clutches. You need to see more from that duo. A lot of people would have said that is the other team to beat. Of course, one of them, Sky and Shxrk and Teeny, fighting up against Rapid right now. This is a big battle up here, and unfortunately here Shxrk does go down for them, so Rapid and Cold win out this fight. Nicer game from them, that last one. They actually made it into that end game. Much more of a solid performance, and I think we expect big things based on their group's domination. Yeah, that last game was a full circle moment as well, because in game 1 it was Muzz and Sphinx that took them down, but they repaid them back in that end game there. So back and forth action happening. Ultimately though, you can see Teeny and Shxrk's gameplay continuing to just be a sound, almost foolproof strategy. Even here, not opting in to take a fight unnecessarily unless they have the advantage, that SMG not being the best to engage with at range. But it's just popping a few times, just let them know, hey, I'm here, you go that way, I got this. Yeah, not a problem there. And the thing about Shxrk and Teeny is, even if one of them does go down early, they have that ability just to recover their game really, really effectively. Liwa Romero, what a start that these guys have, particularly in that very first game. Expecting big things from them. What a performance in groups. Unfortunately for them here, they are going to go down. But that's a team that have shown they can win as well. So, again, match point format. If you don't know how it works, 350 points you have to reach, and then the very next game you can win, or have to win, and then the tournament will end. So I think it almost makes it important for the teams that maybe you don't expect to win the whole thing to actually have a strong start as well. Because if you're one of the teams that maybe you be happy with the top 10, yeah, you've got to have a good start, because you don't know where the tournament's going to end. You can't grow into the tournament like we've seen some other teams doing. So getting a strong start is super important here. Yeah, I think Cold and Rapid kind of labeled it best. We already knew that they were a team that can play very aggressively to earn their way to the 350-point range. However, playing for a win is not typical in their play style, going for high ground. But what they had mentioned was they're going to stick to their normal stuff, stay consistent, play well, then go all in for high ground. We're seeing a much different kind of approach here, though, for Shxrk and Team. It's almost like, hey, we want to win everything, which I think is really important, too, because it almost makes it feel demoralizing to the rest of the lobby, because as you know, clearly, winning is going to give you the most points anyways, just in general, right? So there's no reason to kind of beat around the opportunity. You kind of just want to go for it. Yeah, I mean, if I was one of the players in the lobby, I'd be sick and tired of seeing these guys' faces and the big screens at the back there. They keep winning games non-stop. Oh, look at how close this was right here. So Kanata just rebooted in. Victor V was up top, but Shxrk comes, catches Kanata off the fresh reboot. That could have went absolutely south for Victor and Kanata, who earned 0 points game number 1, 30 in the last round. So sort of closing the gap, but nearly getting left behind. Again, they need to wake up. They need to pick things up here. For the beginning, as you set to see the leaderboard on the right-hand side of the screen, lots of teams that still need to have a bit more of a comeback in this game. Bolts and Acorn there, Poyo, Peterbot, Salvatore, Yassin, Pablo Chino, Victor V, Canada, the bottom 5 currently. It's not down and out yet, of course, but you want to make the most of all the games that you can here. Peter Bottom Pollo. Want to see them in this end game, want to see them as a duo as well. They're a team that we know can win. We saw it in the groups, and the sort of team that can just run away with it. But remember, even in the groups, it took them a little while to get going. They won that last game of Elite Stronghold, then they went into Slurp Rush, won the first game of that, and then they finally got into second, third, and fourth gear as they got towards the midpoint of the tournament. We might only have 7, 8 games today, so you can't take that long.
Yeah, it's a great observation. Peterbot and Pollo definitely performed much, much better on the next map. They didn't actually start the tournament hot off either during their group stage. They had, in fact, a fairly bad performance for the first 2 or 3 games, sort of figuring it out towards the later half of the Elite Stronghold map, but it was the Slurp Rush that they really began to take off. Now, let's be honest though, so did Shxrk and Teeny. That was their back half of the tournament. In fact, they outpaced them by a fair amount. Sky and Scroll have a lot to prove though. They were sent down to that survival stage, really just barely inching their way out. It was quite the nail biter at the end though. Sky and Scroll did in fact turn up all the way. Look at this, Shxrk and Teeny versus Kanata and Victor V. This is a big fight here. It's always a problem when it's a 2-on-2 because you can see yourself potentially sent back to the lobby permanently. Victor, a huge shot from Kanata. Okay, both sides exchange here. It's Shxrk who gets the siphon though. That's going to be a changer for this entire engagement. Had it been the other way, this probably wouldn't have actually been a good thing for Teeny to push, but Teeny's feeling confident. He pushes out. Victor gets out of there. That could have gone south. Yeah, definitely could have. It's the last team you want to be fighting here early game, particularly when you're in the bottom half of the leaderboard like Victor and Kanada are. Important to see what that team can do. We saw some really nice solo clutching from Victor V the other day, so I want to see that again. I want to see that reflected here in the finals because it is just that different level of pressure. And I think it's a newfound confidence as well. Yep. You need to have those moments. Players like Victor V and Kanata need those clutch moments on land just to change their mentality, just to prove to themselves, hey, what we're doing over on NA Online in those types of lobbies is working, but translating it into in-person is definitely a whole different skill set. We've seen a whole newfound confidence even from players like Faded and Khan. Yep. They have had a relatively great overall consistent week so far. Here today, already at 0 though, not quite having the fast start, and you know, it is a little bit of a surprise to me. I thought we would see more teams doing that kind of just drop immediately, take that initial whatever bus path it is, fight, but it's not exactly going that way. Well, that's the thing, it's finals, you know, and this is what I was saying at the beginning of the show when we were sort of outside, that I feel like the pace of the lobby will play differently. We saw a lot of eliminations early game, we saw lots of action, but this is a whole new level of risk, and like I mentioned earlier, you need to have a good start, and if you're taking those risks early on, you're not setting yourself up to even have a good performance, let alone actually win the whole thing, because yeah, maybe Shxrk and Teeny run away with it now. They win in Game 7. If you had a slow start, it's an absolute disaster. Big full elimination for Goofy and Z-Dog. OCE was in 5th place coming into this one. They were holding kind of strong and steady, but they are going to be the first team to get fully eliminated now. Goofy and Z-Dog, the singular representation here on the finals lobby. Almost had the Oakley Spooks arrival, survival, call it what you will. They played very well. They came so close, but now it's all up to Goofy and Z-Dog. This is the best we've ever seen actually OCE off as far as a start to a tournament. I think they've ever held 5th place this kind of early, so you really got to respect their ability to perform right now. Unfortunately, they're out of this game, so everyone else is going to be catching up, overtaking. So that's really where they get to test their mettle, test the wits about them, see what they've got whilst they're watching on from the sidelines. Peter Bottom Pollo, though, set in a nice position right here. Top-tier training towards the north side of the zone right here. The only POI, at least half of it, is going to be in this next zone, as they're just looking to wreak havoc with that Mammoth. We saw Peter Bot doing it so much in the group that he was playing in, of course, group number 1. And with that mythic shotgun as well, that is one of those shotguns that you can just get right in the face. And it's so good from close range. He's almost got the perfect loadout right there, especially for his playstyle. I mean, Romero and Liwa. Lots of expectations based on how well they did in the actual groups. But surely coming into the event, the pressure must have been off. So it's nice to see them stepping up to the plate here. Yeah, I think if anything, they performed so well. They might have actually shook all the nerves off.
Yeah.
Because they have continued to remain consistent. Mini Pio also, talk about pressure for all of these teams here. Salvatore Yasin has Middle Eastern obviously on their back. You have the Japan region on Mini Pollo's kind of side there. So really fun to see Fukun and Mini Pio continue to kind of step up here. So far so good. The zone now pulling far towards the east here, and it's going to continue to go that way. See how things are looking.
There's a lot more teams playing Storm than we saw in that previous game, particularly. Seems like teams are wanting to have a solid start, stay inside of the zone, not take too many risks. But now we're sort of getting a bit more risky. Lovely from Romero and Liwa, showing that chemistry right there. They're closing in on Yasin as well. They're going to take this duo out if they can, as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Yasin is inside of the box. Salvatore and Yasin are out. That's Liwa and Romero that do it. And for a team that had such a good qualification into this final, unfortunately, it's not been the dream start to finals that they could have wanted.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. You know, we're just talking about teams playing the Storm. Yeah, you play the Storm because it's safe, because normally you don't get into these types of all-in clashes like you just saw there. But when you get 3-2-1 and you're kind of greeting on the HP pool, right? You're running around all weekend like that.
Yeah.
That can be a big problem, as you can see right there. Same thing, Lua might get a taste of his own medicine now. Chino and Pablo Wingu. Fortunately for Lua, didn't have Mammoth, but there's another team down there. It's Momsy and Skyjump. They have been playing so aggressively. It has been working out very well. Romero somehow manages to escape the grips of that duo there, so he'll be alive. His teammate will be able to get in here. Only 30 seconds remaining, but obviously it's enough for Lua to get back in again.
Yep, more than happy with that. For that team, Momsy Skyjump though, they're a team that have the French fans on their side. Really happy to see actually both of our French teams qualifying through into the finals. Lots of fans of both of these teams, and whenever they're on the screen, whenever they're picking up on a limb, there's always that hype, there's always that energy that you can feel in the crowd right here. There goes Dom though, down and out. Demus just have to solo clutch for now. As reboots are about to end, that's a horrible time for Dom to go down. Shxrk and Tini are going to be licking their lips at all of this loot. Unfortunately for them, the zone does pull quite far, so they're not able just to sit on that loot and enjoy it and reinvest a lot of those materials that they could build up into a massive base. But again, I like this position from them. I like where they're at. They're not on the same side of zone as the majority of everyone else. Shows they have brains as well as skill.
Yeah, they have an incredible setup there. A huge metal ramp just to look over, not even protecting their backside because the way the zone played out, and then they go into that fight and end up obviously being successful with it. That's a great way to kind of start the end game to your tournament. Oh, Darm did get to just slip back into the game though there, so he's not completely out. I was curious to see if the timer was going to be enough, so he does manage to get back into the game, rebooted. Shxrk and Tini use their extra shockwaves though to make it on over now. And they're already starting to position up for some eyes in the sky here. But first they're gonna have to get through Peterbot and Boya, who's holding the opposite side. Sky and Skrull on the other side. How are they faring here? Plenty of duels all around them, but it's looking pretty decent.
Big moments here for Sky and Skrull. We've talked about it all week. AGAL watching on, the club championship at stake. Huge, huge moments for them. And Shxrk and Tini, could they be setting up for another victory royale right here? You cannot put it past them. They're the sort of team that can take this tournament and have an early dinner because they're just that good. But who's going to play spoiler? Which is going to be the team that's really going to take the whole event and really surprise us? There's always one. Swizzy and Pixie, great start to the day. Unfortunately, the second game was an absolute disaster. Nice to see them in this end game, though. Still no placement points, only one elimination point for this team. As Khan looking to try and continue a lot of that momentum they got as well from yesterday. Taking down Ionze, taking down Josh as well, so that's that duo completely out.
Big setback for NA's Elite Ionze and Josh there as they get eliminated just under Swizzy and Pixie's sights there. The pressure was too much to deal with. Shxrk and Tini have effectively taken the high ground. Muzz is playing second height off to the side there. Salvatore Yasin, Goofy Z-Dog, Josh Ionze, the first three duos now out of the tournament here. Placement points will start being rewarded here after the next team start to fall now. So this is the critical part of the end game. Mini Pio RPG into a catch, almost gets full box there by Vico. Gotta love that play. Legendary RPG with 8 rockets is nothing to scoff at. That is quite the loadout.
That is definitely, and it's a nice opportunity for them just to clear out a lot of those low ground layers. We've seen these guys playing in this sort of section of the lobby as well. They can play high, they can take high. Vico down though, there in the feed to none other than Dimush, and Malabuka's in trouble as well, trying to escape, only 49 HP, having to invest a lot of those materials to try and stay alive. Tries to find an opportunity to pop the big pop, but not going to get one for the time being. Now has the Storm to deal with as well. It's not just other players, it's the Storm, and now he's dwindling in terms of that white HP as well. Plenty of bills for Malabuka to actually make his way into the zone, but he needs to try and find some of that Cypher. No white HP effectively on Malabuka. Just needs to try and find one big shot, one opportunity to stay in this game, because remember, no placement points, no points at all for that team yet.
Yeah, definitely. The mechs, though, on Malabuka to move right there. Definitely impressive to say the least. Meanwhile, Romero is trying to stay alive here and earn as much more than he can by himself. Izzy and Nosif, though. Francis on their back. A big pop from the crowd as they see their favorites going for height. The Izzy buff is real. Meanwhile, Sky and Skrull, AGAL, a lot riding on the line here. Millions of dollars separate them on the club championship leaderboard. This can go any way. Sky Skrull, though, still 0 elims. Nothing earned just yet. Finally, 16 positioning points starting to come in here. Peterbot, Pollo, what's the loadout looking like? Still plenty to work with. Good amount of mats. They're at second layer as well. They're thinking about it.
And crucially here, they're together as a duo in the end game, hoping that they can keep that going throughout the rest of this game as well. Lots of chance for Izzy and Nosif in the crowd right here. Peterbot gets surprised, left his wall open for a little bit too long right there, as Malabuka is the one that goes down there in the feed as well. So Vico Malabuka, I don't think got any points out of that game. Shxrk and Tini, though, had to get relegated down towards that low ground. Izzy and Nosif took it off them, but these are the guys that can really make those high ground plays at the most efficient times. They're waiting in the wings, they're waiting for their opportunity to pounce. And for Shxrk and Tini, they know when to do it.
Yeah, definitely, but you can't make any mistakes now. You see, you're gonna get punished if you drop the ball here and now. Team still alive. Shxrk, Tini, Skyjump, Mumsy, Izzy and Nosif on high ground. Swizzy and Pixie are still in this game too, so the points are adding up here. Sky and Skrull working their way through the layers now. Bolts is gonna fall to Pablo Wingu there. Sky and Skrull, still no eliminations here this late in the game. Pollo takes down Pixie. That's a big elim as well. Now, big scrappy fight though. Sky gets caught there by Acorn, caught in between the crossfire. Cold and Rapid 2 are at 4 eliminations now.
Cold and Rapid need a huge game. That's how it's done. Catching Sky off guard right there on the low ground. Cold and Rapid, they're looking to prove that they can win games, to silence the doubters, and to keep plowing through this lobby. Peterbot drops in the box as well, trying to find a shot. Doesn't quite get the elimination. Still full HP though, gets back towards Pollo, who does actually pick up Fukun, and now these guys are keeping on going.
That's the biggest and most important elimination they could have gotten. That's the refresh that Peterbot and Pollo needed to get back in the game, but now you have a problem. The problem is Shxrk and Tini are comfortable. Skyjump and Mumsy also have their refresher, and Peterbot and Pollo didn't get enough material from that, so they're going to be likely forced into the low ground. Pollo kind of leading the charge here. Peterbot playing Fragger right now. Izzy and Nosif playing the you cannot take my high ground strategy. Victor V, Kanata in the low ground. Rapids down to a single shot. Victor goes in for it. A huge elimination now for Victor and Kanata. This is going to end up being a clash now for Mumsy. Skyjump into Peterbot and Pollo.
It's Peterbot and Pollo trying to play those mid-ground layers as well, trying to get as many of those elims as possible, make the most of this game. Shxrk and Tini still in this lobby as well, a little bit timid compared to everyone else. And Shxrk takes down Peterbot. 2 Titans going head-to-head, and Shxrk comes out on top right there. They just can't get that refresh. Material starting to dwindle. Players coming on down. Mumsy crashing into the top of the box of Tini and Shxrk, but look who's still up on high. It is Izzy, it is Nosif. They're miles above the rest of the lobby, not even giving Tini and Shxrk an opportunity to look up. But Shxrk and Tini, they're looking, they're assessing, they're looking to see what they can do next. They're dropping on down, tumbling on through. Huge shot right there. Nosif goes down though. Izzy has to stay alive.
This is crazy. Shxrk is still in it though. He ends up falling. It's up to Tini. Tini's on the siphon, but it's not going to be enough. Izzy is even surprised himself. He couldn't believe he managed to stay alive there. In the end,
top 2.
What a fight and what a well played play from these guys. They played it so much higher up than the rest of the lobby. Nobody else had launch pads at the same game. Nobody else could have the time to actually overdrive grenade up with the fizz. And the crowd are incredibly happy about that one. We've seen them in these end games. We haven't seen them win yet today. We've seen what they can overall.
Vamos, merge.
Has what it takes. He didn't have to do much in that end game. He was just healing off, which was a nice strategy. Nosif went down, trying to cause chaos, and Izzy closed it out.
I gotta say, Shxrk and Teeny refused to go down. They were just trying to inch their way across, literally baiting out Izzy and Nosif, saying, hey, we know you're gonna run out of materials soon. Come down here, take this fight. And in the end, they actually win the clash, even with the high ground team starting to run out of material there. It could have really gone either way. Peterbot, unfortunately, does fall there a little bit early, and Victor V and Kanata could have had that low ground wind as well. But either way, that's a huge jump up, even for Kanata and Victor V. They started that game with 30 points. You want these end games. If you're Peterbot, you also need these end games too.
Yeah, you can see that momentum as well. It's just even about the confidence, the momentum mentally as well. As we take a look at some of the highlights from that game, what I really liked and what I think is really impressive here from Teeny and Shxrk in particular is that they didn't necessarily force the height. You see Izzy actually shockwave or overdrive all the way over to that POI. No doubt he's looking for some white heels at some point there. But Shxrk and Teeny, they understand they don't need to win every single game. They don't need to risk playing high every single game. They saw that Izzy and Nosif playing it so high up. And these guys just want to get to 350 points and get that win at that point.
It's kind of an interesting strategy. You see that Izzy and Nosif just showed us that if you get high ground early, but you secure yourself in such a way that you go for ultimate height like that, you can actually just walk away with a full free end game if no one launch pads up. So that was very interesting overall. Love the reactions that we're getting right now. Crowds on their feet. People are just cheering for what's going on here first. Nosif, of course, and Izzy there. Still excited, still kind of living off of
Cataceați sunt aici. Am luat o înghețățică.
Once again, continuing to perform here. What is it? What is it about when it's hosted on your home territory? You know, something just clicks.
Yeah, it's great. And I want to hear from the winners myself. The fans do, the crowd do. So it's Izzy and Nosif standing by with Zeke and Luton.
Guys, first off, EWC make some noise!
Bă, dar pe ei de ce nu l-au luat? Când a câștigat.
We're going crazy. Izzy, Nosif, how does it feel in this moment to get a victory royale?
Ça fait quoi de recevoir d'avoir une victoire aussitôt dans la grande finale aujourd'hui?
Bah franchement ça nous met bien dans le classement, plus que motivé et puis bah on est
Of course, it put us so up on the ranking, so it's just motivates us more and more. It's a good way to start.
How does it feel like in that moment when you get that win and you can just hear the crowd, all the French fans going crazy? Are you using that as fuel, as motivation?
Toujours un peu la même chose, c'est quoi le ressenti? Parce que quand tu gagnes une game d'habitude aussi importante, ça crée quelque chose, mais le fait d'entendre que l'intégralité du public est avec vous, c'est quoi comme comment tu le vis à ce moment-là?
Bah franchement ça fait plaisir, hein. Je suis content quoi.
I mean, I'm really happy about it. It makes me feel really good, but still focus.
How do you stay focused in this? Because man, I can't lie to you. The lights are bright, the crowd is loud. There's so many incredible other duos you're fighting against, but you guys seem so unaffected. You're so locked in.
Comment est-ce que vous arrivez à rester aussi locked in, à rester aussi focus alors qu'il y a les lights, il y a la stage, il y a les gens, et puis surtout, il y a 19 duos contre vous, c'est pas n'importe qui.
Bah on a un objectif et on garde la tête haute et puis on essaie de jouer le mieux possible comme on avance.
Every game we are like one objective.
Niciodată în viața voastră, niciodată.
We just keep it like we keep our confidence for us. We stay straight. We don't care who is in front of us. We just try to play our best games.
Easy.
And now, finally, what would you both say to the fans? Because, I mean, you can see there's a group literally just right here that's going crazy for you. You've got all these fans out here that are going crazy for you. What would you each say to them?
Bah, merci d'être là et continuez de vous encourager. Hein.
He says thank you for being there and continue to cheer for us. Do you think, guys, you can do it? Vous pensez que vous pouvez y arriver?
Vous pensez que vous pouvez y arriver?
Tu penses que tu peux y arriver?
Bah oui.
I ask him, you think you can do it? He's like, bah yes, I think so.
I love that. Well, one more time, EWC, make some noise for Izzy and Nosif!
Du bruit pour la team Arcade. Good luck, guys, on the next games. we've got Frantic here, a legend of the scene. Frantic, first and foremost, you've been to events before. You've been, you know, obviously in the stands as spectator. You've been on the stage yourself before too. Give me a little read on, you know, kind of how the vibes here are at EWC.
I mean, the atmosphere here is crazy. It's super fun to be here. I love seeing everyone compete and everyone cheer on their favorite teams.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to talk about favorite teams? You know, listen, we know that you've got a favorite. You know, Cold, listen, I need Coach Fran here to help out Cold and Rapid. What have you been seeing so far that they need to improve on, or what do you think they need to keep doing?
I mean, we're having a little bit of a slow start right now, but I'm not worried at all. I think they have great chemistry, as we saw in Group B. They played amazing, super consistent. Cold's the best fragger, so as soon as he gets warmed up, I have no worries about it.
Okay, love that. And listen, Cold is always super stoic. We can never get a read on that guy. But surely you've got a read on him, right? You see him behind the scenes and everything like that. Leading up to an event like this, what's Cold kind of like? What's the preparation look like?
I would say he's still a little bit stoic, but a little bit more energy than you guys maybe see on stage, but he's passionate for sure. He's very competitive.
Okay, good to hear. Well, friend, listen, I want to go ahead and give you the floor. Obviously, you have a ton of supporters at home. You've got some friends watching as well, like Fax. Go ahead, give a shout out to anybody that you want.
Yeah, just want to say shout out Faxity. Maybe one day you'll make it on the broadcast. I did it before you, but other than that, yeah, Team Cold, he's the best to ever do it, and I'm super happy to be here and watch.
Frantic, rooting for Twisted Minds. I'm rooting for Twisted Minds. Good luck, guys.
The human body was...
Gata, am zis că câștigăm. Am zis. Pe ce loc sunt? Pe 1. Pe 1, bă. 1. Oh, tucu, tucu, tu, 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 tu. Și-am dat un șan deja. Am anătare, deja. Para pa pa pa, para pa 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 pa. Ma, piciun. Ma, piciun unde găsesc, bă? Thumbnail-ul ăsta. Image. Ah. What? Nu mai am. Stai așa un pic chat. Așa. Așa. Și acum ar trebui să meargă. Deci dacă mergem aici. Așa. Duc aici, aici. Live. Da. Când începe meciul, bă, nu știu. Ar trebui în curând.
Getting the first victory royale, but after that it has been a bit of a slow turn. We've been talking about consistency, and I think today is going to be especially that day that we want to see that consistency.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, when we did see Swizzy and Pixie get that first win of the day, I was like, listen, if Swizzy and Pixie actually go on to win this tournament, I don't really think anybody would be disappointed there. I mean, Swizzy and Pixie are so good. They can have a very, very good run.
But unfortunately, with a good run, that means that there's the possibility of bad runs as well. Even if you get a win, you could easily get 20th place the next game. But the biggest thing that you cannot do is to let those mentalities get down. You have to stay up. You have to be positive. You have to make sure that you are in this for the win. So to all the teams that might not be at the top of our leaderboard right now, I do not think that they're going to be giving up love. And I think that this is just the start.
A lot of this duo is just wanting to see if they can get to that match point threshold. 350 points, Shxrk and Tini, the consistency is there. Let's see if this is going to continue on to match 4.
350 de puncte ca să se oprește accelerea. Gata, mă, încep. Da, beluceat.
this is usually a little bit more dominant, less RNG favored towards the end game because all that verticality goes out the window.
We played 3 games. We played 3 games, and they've already got over halfway. This is really a spectacle so far. Can they keep it up? That's the big storyline. Who's going to play spoiler, if anyone, at this point? Skyjump, Momsy, Nosif, Izzy. Nice to see the French representation up there in the top 3 as well. And who's going to actually have a bit of a comeback? You know, we've seen Bolts and Acorn all the way down at the bottom of the leaderboard. They need to have something happening right now. And I do expect to see a little bit more of this early game of spawn congestion as teams need to get those eliminations on the board. As Peterbot finds one, gets another as well. That's Momsy that he takes out early game here. Looking to try and take down another one. Salvatore. Nice. There we go. That's 3. Keep it
actually super
going.
Super important for Peterbot. We need these fast elims. He recognizes he's got to turn online. And you know what? More teams should have been doing this. More teams should have been taking those hot drops. We mentioned that in game 1 and 2 that everyone was kind of playing it like a regular BR. Like, oh, this is our drop. We're going to land here together. And it actually caused even some players to get eliminated a little bit early. Pablo Wengu gets Yabzo there. It's a nice little kind of turn and burn, but he's got Chino to back him up.
He's got to be careful though, Peterbot. Oh, he takes down Pablo. Chino's now a solo. Uh-oh, Peterbot's making his way over. What's going to happen? Is he going to take him out? There goes Chino. Can he take him down? So weak. Peterbot looking for an angle. 4 eliminations. We're looking at Peterbot on form right now. Trying to find angles confidently. Inside the box, gets his way out as well, but it looks as though Pablo is going to have his way back in right there. They nearly got 1v2'd by Peterbot.
That's the thing. Peterbot is so dangerous right now. He's going to finish this elimination here because he has to earn these points. That's a really cheeky spot, though. He's thinking to himself, hey, where'd you go? I know you're here. You can't really be that far. He's thinking you're under the ramp or something there. Meanwhile, Malibuka just listening to the action happen here. He sees the builds. He's curious as to what's going on. Peterbot might be walking into a trap. Still not trusting it. I mean, you're right to believe someone's here. He just doesn't exactly know where.
Uh-oh. Another team coming on in. Is this the UFNCS plus Peterbot right now? Dimash and Dom making their presence known. Malibuka inside of the box. No Vico anywhere nearby. Dom looking for an angle on the other side. Gets Malibuka inside of the box. Hits the shots as well. Down to 18 HP, but that's not going to matter. Siphon comes in.
This could be a big problem. Peterbot's probably thinking to himself, oh, hey, that's the guy I was looking for. Let me go out there. No. It's a whole different duo in alert player. So he's going to have to really make a move at this point and be fast about it. The more time he takes away, there it is, finally gets Chino. I was going to say, the less time he gets to reunite with Pollo. Where is Pollo? Has he started making his way in? I think I see a matching arrow there, kind of on the hill. So maybe Pollo's now gotten a little bit close, kind of curious, right, as to what's going on in this area.
I'm loving this right now, though. This is like Chapter 5 Peterbot, just running at teams, even as a solo. Was not afraid of Chino. You can't. I mean, it's, you know, he's still got it in him. He's still got that fire within. I think maybe it's a bit of a wake-up call, these first 3 games not going their way. You know, maybe they thought they would have had a little bit of an easier time than they actually have. Of course, they did well in the first group. Not amazingly when you compare it to Shxrk and Teeny. I mean, that's almost unattainable standards, but I think Peterbot just needs to lock in a little bit here, which is what he's trying to do.
Yeah, he started off at 6-12 in this game. Now he's knocking on the door of 12. What a huge mammoth shot right there. And then the hunt, he's going after Demis. Here it is, misses that one, but the crash pads are coming through. He is just going all in right now. I love how he wears his competitive spirit on his sleeves, just like that. 6 eliminations, all by himself, taking on duos. This is the Peterbot that Faxity loves to root for. This is the we in Peterbot right here. I love this.
Come on, let's see if he can continue it. 6 eliminations so far. No idea where Pollo even is. Is he just the one outside? Difficulty right now, though. Peterbot's in a bit of a sandwich. Couple of teams, couple of players in the surrounding area. Dom and Dimash back to a duo there as well. Pablo and Chino in the area as well. Peterbot needed to hit that shot because now he's getting keyed by Dimash. Gets him inside the box, and yeah, it's the third party. It's Pablo and Chino. Big cheer here from the crowd. From the Vitality fans, you have to imagine, as Dom and Dimash now have to deal with Pablo and Chino as well. 2 very good fighting duos here from the European region going head-to-head, giving each other a little bit of respect as well. But that was electric there from Peterbot at the beginning. That's what you want to see from the team chaser.
I wouldn't be surprised he comes back. He's like, yo, I got free over here, bro. We need to play the north side. This is the strat. you know, it's little things like that that give you information on, you know, where teams are landing, which teams you're clearly better than in certain scenarios. Take advantage of it. Peterbot deserves all the praise here. That's the highlight reel that we have been expecting. Took a couple of games to get there, but again, we're just starting this tournament, right? Everyone needs to chill out.
This was it right here. There was actually a moment where Pablo actually went down to another team. So Peterbot took down Pablo, went for Chino. Chino managed to hide away, but then Pablo went down to someone else. And I don't think Peterbot would have known that. So if he'd have gone for Chino right there, he would have actually been able to take him out. Swizzy and Pixie, though, getting off to a hot start in this game. First elimination for them.
On Goofy.
No.
Yeah, that's a big one for them because Goofy
Ce
is
fac ăștia?
slipping down that leaderboard after a solid start. Teeny and Shxrk also a little bit more calm at the beginning of the game, and Sky and Scroll far from it. That's their second of the game so far.
Yeah, getting Sphinx right there. Sphinx kind of falling down behind with Muzz. You know, game one was pretty well, going in 5th place. Now jumping kind of forward here to match number 4. They found themselves more closer to 15th instead. So still much more to be desired. Sky and Scroll have seemed to have caught their mark, though. This is a tough spot to be in. Like, you want to get to your duo to have that backup, but you don't want to expose yourself to a well-positioned fighting European team like Sky and Scroll.
Yeah, the last team you want to fight. 9th place right now for Sky and Scroll. They've been lackluster, really, throughout the entire of this competition. They've had their moments, they've had their glimpses of brilliance, but I think we expect more consistency from them. It's hard in Reload because, you know, it's such a smaller map, there's less teams. It is harder to be consistent, especially when the loot pool is so different as well. But,
you know, I think, though, for Sky and Scroll, they got their 2 bad days out the way, which is uncharacteristic of them anyways.
Yeah.
So, you know, realistically, that was probably the best case scenario. It's like, you know what, we had our tough days. Now they can just kind of get to grooving here. They kind of clawed their way out of that slum that they were in. Because they're not doing too bad right now. They're at 90 points here.
Yeah,
they're very much in the competition.
What I will say is they're one of the greatest teams at adapting to the lobby as well. They're the
Bro, de ce n-are viață?
Sort of looking back at some of those VODs,
Așa, mă,
looking back
ia-ți
at what they did wrong. And they're very humble. They're one of those teams that works with a coach, of course. They have that support behind them. And you can honestly see it every single time they go into a season, every single time they have a strategy. It's so well thought out. But it was almost quite surprising we didn't see something similar in Reload for the first 2 days for their performances. But they're here, and that's all that matters. Shxrk and Teeny as well playing the Storm. 0 eliminations for them right now. We'll just see how they play out the rest of today.
Yeah, definitely a different pacing here. I was under the assumption maybe they would have been trying to position themselves to actually full kind of crash on another duo, but nothing just yet. Swizzy Pixie seem to have continued to kind of pick on Goofy here. Goofy hasn't caught a break at all in the back half of this early game.
Nah, Goofy.
He just keeps getting farmed over and over. If it's not this duo, it's another.
Yeah.
Saw Cammy kind of getting their wax in on this. It's pretty tough for OC right now.
Cammy and Hari as well, 6th place right now. We haven't seen a major amount of those guys, but that is exactly what they're like, right? You know, they're kind of flying under the radar. Consistency is the name of their game. Leon Romero as well, currently sat in 5th place at the moment. I think they're a team that have surprised so many people with the ability that's on display. The team from Argentina have really put on a show for us.
Yeah, most definitely. Got to clear the air too. Argentina, huh? 'Cause, you know, 11 over here trying to create a regional battle over there.
You don't want to do that. Not with those two.
Okay, Mom's jumping in, looking pretty solid. Shxrk and Teeny setting up here. Got a couple tags in on Demis, but not enough to want to stay around. They're still in the storm, mind you. So they have been kind of lurking, hunting for action. Now they're gonna go for a quick heal, hit the super jump, and they'll be off to positioning for the end game. This is the same exact strategy they employed last round, by the way. It was an eastern zone. They went far south all the way around and then wrapped their way into a strong southern position. But look at that, the zone's gonna start pulling towards the top tier training, so it's not gonna be exactly favorable for the way that they're entering in this time.
Yeah, I think knowing the map is really important. Knowing where those static launch pads are, it's going to be crucial. Has been crucial as part of their strategy. Izzy and Nosif as well made that rotation look really simple. We've spoken about it. Landing in the right spot is really important. Shxrk and Teeny looking like they're trying to get towards that dead side of zone. They're flying way above everyone else. That white HP is my only concern. Interested to see how they actually approach that. You see Shxrk with 2 of those Fizz. Wonder if Teeny has any med kits. I think we did see them buy some on the vending machine earlier. Shxrk, no, down to 1 HP, completely down as well to the Storm. Are any teams going to see that? You see Teeny right next to him. Disastrous there for Shxrk, who has now gone down. Was it Storm? Was it full damage? I'm not too sure. But Teeny's now having to expand out on his own. And what was looking like a really smart play from those guys turned out to not be the case whatsoever. It looked as though they might have just got looked at by one of the teams that they were trying to glide over. Maybe took it a little bit too risky towards the end of that rotation. Good news for Shxrk, though, is he will be able to get back into it. Reboots are not ending for another 40 seconds.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, though. Bad news for Teeny, getting looked at from so many different angles. Could this be the end for Teeny? Well, Shxrk is back in the game right now, but the first time we've seen them wobble today.
Might not be the end, but it's definitely going to be much harder now, given that they've expended so much resources here. So, yes, Shxrk is back in, but look, 40 mats here. What are you going to do? Split that with your teammate? So they're going to really have to put it all on the line and crash into another duo. You know, I don't know whether or not to, like, celebrate the downfall here because it means that we have a longer tournament life or what, but, yeah, we'll just have to see.
I think that's the thing, though. Shxrk and Teeny are that sort of team that can and will get a refresh earlier on. They're a team that can just roll through anybody. So even though they find themselves in this position, you cannot count themselves, or you cannot count them out. All of our duos still alive at this point. Lots more passive. RPG from Peterbot into the Mammoth Pistol. Nice connection there onto the team down below. Peterbot with 6 limbs. Didn't really get too much more active after that first bout of eliminations that he was managing to get. It's a difficult rotation for so many of our teams right now, rotating right the way through top tier training, all the way down towards that southeast.
Skyscroll are going to get the first jump here on the zone as it kind of pulls relatively favorable for them. Havoc, Swizzy, and Pixie are already there as well. Cold and Rapid, some of the earlier teams to start positioning in the new Storm. Skyscroll thinking about whether or not it's time to go ahead and make their rotate. Meanwhile, Shxrk and Teeny are off here. We knew that they were going to have to crash in. It's Osif or Nizzy. Here it is. They end up getting Nosif there, and that's going to be an unfortunate turn of events. Shxrk and Teeny, Aura versus Orchid, already starting to go down.
Let's take a look at the club championship on the right side of the screen. 300 points separates Team Falcons from AGAL. Reminder, our AGL team is Sky and Scroll. Our Team Falcons team is Peterbot and Poya, who have had a very slow start by their standards. Peterbot turning up to 11 though this game, getting so many of those eliminations. Those guys want to hold on to that first place, but for Sky and Scroll, they need to chase.
Peterbot and Boyo, had they not just got third party right there, would have taken out Shxrk and Teeny. Rocket launcher in hand, Mammoth Pistol when Shxrk was flying by, Peterbot connected with them, and they were about to push for the elims there. It just shows you how one small situation can change the entire story. And just like that, Shxrk and Teeny get to push on. Izzy has to play this out solo though. One of the only players as a solo right now. Acorn has also been found himself as a solo.
Ce-a făcut ăștia, bă?
Chase. Had a very those guys want to hold on to that first place, but for Sky and Scroll, they need to chase.
Peterbot and Boyo, had they not just got third party right there, would have taken out Shxrk and Teeny. Rocket launcher in hand, Mammoth Pistol. Shxrk. Rotate. Meanwhile, Shxrk and Teeny are off here. We knew that they were going to have to crash in. It's Osif or Nizzy. Here it is.
No placement points for Shxrk and Teeny. Every single team is still in this game, at least as a solo. That's the first team to go down. It's Izzy and Nosif. Disastrous return to the lobby for these guys after such a good finish to the last game. Shxrk though needs it all to do and unfortunately cannot do it. They are the third team to fall in this game, so that is our first place team out.
Not before landing the shot, though, so the damage has been done there. Peterbot, Pollo have a chance now to start closing this gap here on the rest of the lobby. Into the box, though. Peterbot scrambling here, almost loses track of the enemy. The enemy loses track of him. It is just a messy and scrappy fight, but looks like Peterbot gets it all back under control. Switches to the hard meds now. He got the layer. Pollo's here to back him up. There's a team there. Pollo makes the call for Peterbot to come. It's Khan. It's faded. The shots land through. Peter's got the RPG. It's left or right. Which way they're going to go, we're just going to have to see. Meanwhile, Momsy sky jump back to high ground here. Trying to go for a win. They just can't get enough.
Harris gets excited about that, but Momsy gets beamed by Pollo. That's got to be the green light for Peterbot and Pollo to go up for height. As our French team are whittled down to just a solo. Scroll now also a solo on these mid-ground layers, looking for an opportunity to find a refresh. Peterbot causing absolute havoc with that RPG, looking for the shot as well, not going to be able to be found. But Pollo is all the way up top. Finally, could this be the game? From the very offset of this game, we saw a different side of Peterbot that we haven't seen in a while. Prime Peterbot could be back. Could they be setting themselves up for the ultimate comeback after such a shaky start? To do it for them, to do it for Falcons, and to do it for their legacy.
I like that too. He just drops the RPG so he doesn't even accidentally put it out at this point. We've already seen 2 small misplays earlier in the day, so Peter's looking fully locked in. We have not seen him better here on the evening. Jump into the low ground though. Look at Scroll still clutching as a solo right now, really pushing his way through this lobby. Cold is also solo clutching here as well. Victor B, Kanata. Kanata's gonna be the first to fall. Victor's got his backside open though, and Scroll finds another elimination there. It's Muzz who takes down Kanata. It's Cold who exchanges onto Darm. It is still firing off here on the low ground.
Only Siphon builds though for Scroll. He's going to have to pop that med kit as Sky Jump. Of course, down to a solo right here. Demon Gendarme completely out. Peterbot gets into the box of George and finds the elimination as well. That's a huge refresh for him. 0 bills going into that. Now they can reclaim that high ground positioning and wreak havoc onto the rest of the lobby downstairs. Peterbot and Pollo ensuring that they're not going to take full damage, using that fizz, looking on down at everyone else. And they're looking to climb that leaderboard right now. Skyjump still alive as a solo. Remember, they were looking really good up on height until Pollo had something to say about it.
This is the wildest part. All that work, and they're still not in top 10, by the way. They are just beginning to get to that positioning area. Meanwhile, Skyjump gets another elimination onto Iamzo down low. The points are adding up. A big missed shot there. We are going to see Peterbot have to go down and take the fight here shortly. Match is starting to run out. There's the Flowberry Fizz. Malabuka Vico get crashed on. This can go either way. It's a scrappy fight down low. Everyone's going to have to get their hands dirty. Salvatore cranking around the side, loses Yasin. It's a 2v1v1. Peterbot, Pollo have to make a move. When is it going to be?
Low on builds though, Peterbot only got 1, he's going to have to drop on through. Salvatore all the way back in the storm, manages to make his way back in. It's a 2v1. Peterbot and Pollo have announced themselves at last in the finals. This is what this duo are about.
This is it. Look at Peterbot really trying to live in the moment. Gets up from his seat, looks around, tries to absorb in this moment right now. He needs that. He lives and thrives off the energy. I know for certain the fans online are feeling good about this one. We are Peterbot and Pollo. Look at the fan right there holding this sign up. We love that. They love them. That was a good game. That's what they needed. And again, I said it. They were so far down though. That's, I think, barely going to nudge them into like top 10. Maybe a little further now though. A win does give you an exceptional amount of extra points.
Well, you know what the great news for them was as well is that Shxrk and Teeny went down so early. They didn't get any placement points in that game. I think they only got 1 elim, Shxrk and Teeny. So if there's any sort of game to really have that big comeback and that big win for Peterbot and Pollo, it was that one.
Well, oh, wait, now that I think about it, though, you got to think about it. They're representing Team Falcon, don't forget. Sky and Scroll are their other, arguably even bigger, team to deal with. They have to outperform them for the club championship points. So this is a really good showing right now. There's the signs once again. I don't think Peter can actually see them from where he's seated, but it's definitely cool.
Yeah, he definitely feels the love, and that's a really important point. We're going to see the leaderboard, so when you do see the leaderboard, have a look out for where AGAL, Sky, and Scroll are. Luckily for them, they did have a nice solo clutch with Scroll, managed to pick up a few eliminations, and managed to carry the team forward in that endgame. And course, for Falcons, they just got to outperform it. So keep an eye out on that stage of the leaderboard because you never know when this is going to actually end. Plenty more action to come as well, and the first 4 games have been fantastic.
Just looking at the reactions here. Peterbot trying not to get too worked up right now, but definitely looking better than from comparatively when I was down there doing that interview with Zeke. We're catching up on the tournament standings. I mean, Boyo was looking sick. He was looking so serious, but hey, after that one, I'm sure they're feeling pretty good. Well, if you're at home, you're probably feeling good too for our international fans. So take the moment, catch a breather, and we'll be right back.
Mano. Jetopia. Doi, bă. Coai, păi dar se merită să te duci doar acolo, să faci 21 de puncte. Am ăștia n-au făcut bine deloc. Mă.
Here. It's all about Team Falcons. We got to keep the show on the road. Thank you, and shout out to the Falcons!
This is it, our last time around the map for Elite Stronghold. And so far, it's been the show we have all been expecting. Shxrk and Teeny at top of the leaderboard at one point. Peterbot and Poyo getting their victory royale. And even Izzy and Nosif continuing the run from the survival stage to get a victory royale as well. This is match point finals, Taco. 350 points. That is step one, where teams are looking to get on that match point and then eventually get a victory royale.
But it's just not going to come easy, because right now everyone is just managing to break out and keep the leaderboard close. You never really get to see too clear of a breakaway just yet, but it might be cooking. Shxrk and Teeny obviously on the hunt for it, and after that impressive performance out of Peterbot and Pollo, I think we might just be starting to see the rivalry really heat things up here, but you can't count anybody out.
No, you definitely can, because honestly, if you were watching the first two games, you might have counted out Peterbot and Pollo, and you would have been wrong. And if you kind of looked at that leaderboard, though, Peterbot and Pollo kind of high up, a relatively good position, but it's AGAL Sky and Scroll in terms of the club championship that needs to start to pick up the pace. Only 108 points so far, sitting in 11th place.
Really just waiting to see who touches down first in some of these teams. Peterbot, Pollo, Momsy in their sights. Meanwhile, other players continuing to drop across the map, but Momsy, he might get the opening shot. Peterbot is just so incredible. Peterbot is out of here. Momsy's gonna send him packing. Fearless Fear will not be infiltrated by NAC that easily.
Already that hot run coming to a slow start here, but in comes Chino, Pablo, they hear the noise and they want to take part in it. Rocket launcher in hand, that's going to drop him down to relatively low ground, burning through his materials as well. Momsy needs a miracle to stay alive, and he's not going to get it here. That knock's going to come in, and Chino and Pablo are going to get that first elimination for themselves.
Momsy just wasn't even sure which direction to check, and I can't blame him with the way that Chino and Pablo just collapsed. But Khan, now waiting, strike back, gets the opening shot, but it doesn't even matter. Chino and Pablo clearly ready to finish whatever they've started off here in Game 5, because just like that, Khan also sent to detour elsewhere.
Yeah, but it's not over just yet. The lurks keep on coming, but Malibuca gets found out at the last second. Chino, Pablo immediately turn around and take him down as well. The late entry over towards Fearless Fear has been working out, netting them 4 eliminations right out of the gates.
Might have to come to a little bit of a pause, though. Just drifting elsewhere on the map. Shxrk, Teeny. Might have to clash soon enough here at Elite Experiments, but as of right now, a little bit more fixated on just establishing themselves in the lobby overall. They're going to take some time to properly loot things up, make sure they get a decent material count online before they really start to get involved with some of these fights. And Shxrk, Teeny, their presence is just going to constantly keep Momsy and Skyjump really on. I think it's just a little bit on edge if you're Momsy and Skyjump, because you've got a slight lead, but how do you hold on to that?
Especially against Shxrk and Teeny. It's going to be something that's very, very hard to plan for. Especially this team here, Goofy, Z-Dog from OCE. If you don't pay attention to the region, you might not necessarily know what type of skill they're capable of. And so far this weekend, they are surprising almost everybody. But now they're on the back foot, forced to run away from Swizzy and Pixie, who at one point were the first place team as well. This is over towards Chisel Cubes. They don't want to fall too deep into that crater. There's so many nooks and crannies, places to hide, and they want to be the team that gets caught off guard because of it.
That's the problem for Swizzy and Pixie. You miss one lobby with an early elimination exit, and suddenly the rest of the leaderboard is already on your throat. And Z-Dog, Goofy, they have not made things easy. Every single time, these guys have been looking for a lot of early game brawling, and most of the time, it's been going pretty heavily in their favor. So yeah, Oceania can definitely get behind watching these guys try to carry a big message to the rest of the world of what they're capable of. But for Cold and Rapid, don't have any time to think. Pablo and Chino are just immediately looking to pounce.
Yeah, and it's a scary situation because both of them are lacking some shields. That rocket launch with the pre-fire came in perfectly. Rapid gets boxed up. He gets knocked down. 12-second timer for Cold has officially been started here. But I do believe Cold was able to kind of make his distance, but he's getting chased off. Cold is now under the hunt of Shxrk and Teeny. Remember that 12-second timer. I do think he bought more than enough time to get Rapid back, but Rapid still has to figure out a strategy of his own of how he's going to be able to get back down. Cole doing a good job of buying him more than enough time, but he himself realizes there's two players. It's Shxrk, it's Teeny. This might be too hot to handle.
And Cold, even he might be looking to take Shxrk down with him, but it's just not enough. Bolts instead, from a separate angle entirely, is going to deal the dirty work for Shxrk and Teeny here. Now Acorn and Bolts, though, recognizing the fact Teeny, Shxrk, maybe a little bit too much time expended on the hunt there for Cold. Shxrk, Teeny, they're not ones to stray from a fight. Acorn and Bolts maybe reconsidering at the same time, though, Jacob. Acorn, Bolts, they kind of need this one.
Yeah, and because of that, getting sandwiched between Acorn, Bolts, Shxrk and Teeny, Cold and Rapid will be our first team eliminated out of this match. They hold that 10th place spot for now, but obviously, as the game continues, everybody will have a chance to overtake them. And I do like this decision. Shxrk and Teeny disengaging one way, Acorn, Bolts going the other. They just finished a fight. They just cleaned up a whole nother team, so they don't want to take too many big risks too early.
Con and Faded, they were already starting to make their move. It's because of what they were able to clear up just before, finding that elimination onto Rapid, definitely giving them some pretty big motivation. Anytime these players sniff even the slightest bit of weakness from a duo, from a player, where they see that reboot popping off after the elimination feed lights up, they're all ready and just too eager to try and wipe each other out. Shxrk and Teeny, from having once been on the prowl, they're gonna find themselves just forfeiting that aggressive front. Shxrk knows he's got to wait. Teeny will manage to make it back into this lobby, but now he's at the mercy of what everyone else decides to do. And Sky, Scroll, they don't seem like they're done with him just yet.
Yeah, they heard the noise. It's about, are you going to go ahead and make the trip on over? And that one's answered instantly, but it's not just them. It's Chino and Pablo also rotating on over. Sky gets dropped down to just a sliver of HP. They do clean up the elimination onto Teeny just in time, because it's Sky who gets the siphon. Thanks to Scroll, he's staying alive that much longer here, and much needed because of Pablo and Chino were looking to take the fight, but as the dust settles, both teams looking to go their separate ways.
The way that Pablo and Chino are just going all out aggressive right now, Jacob, obviously they're sorely missing out on playing catch-up time after these first few lobbies just did not go in a more favorable direction for them, but you're looking at them going so crazy as if they're on the line of getting eliminated from the entire finals if this game isn't a win for them. Love to see them start to be much more proactive, though.
Seeing everybody else rotating in from the northeastern side of the map, trying to hold on to a little bit of elevation. Most of the zone is over open water, so we know we might have a cutback in our future, but Sky and Scroll still willing to get their hands dirty. Teeny respawning back in, and this is where the farm is looking to begin, but Teeny doing a good job. Great damage on the Sky, literally fighting for his life. Chance to stay alive, but Scroll reunites. They're both positioned well together against Teeny here. I don't see Shxrk anywhere in sight, so I'm not sure how much Teeny help he's going to get.
Hey, but if you're going to try and match up with Teeny, you best step correctly. Teeny, though, realizing might have taken a little bit too much time there trying to bail out. He'll be eliminated. Shxrk still lurking overhead, though. He has managed to close some space, at least away from where that action was taking place. But the problem is, out of the frying pan, straight into the fire, potentially, dealing with the likes of Kanata and Victor V now, who seemingly might have a little bit of an inkling that there is a player nearby, but don't know just how direct that notion is. And in fact, Victor V still watching his back, but they're not going to pursue it right now.
Yeah, at least not onto Shxrk, but right in front of them is Teeny as well, trying to hold down that launch pad. Hopefully the communication comes through, and you see in the minimap right there, above them is Chino and Pablo as well. The zone does cut back from Peerless Pier. Remember, I mentioned most of the zone over open water, but I don't think it gets that much easier. You see on the north side of that zone, relatively even, flat land, but on the south side, that's when we got those mountain ranges coming into play.
Look, most players, when they get eliminated back-to-back sequences, you think that they'd want to just sit inside of the storm and take it easy, find those opportunities to loop back up and recover. But for Shxrk and Teeny, there's a method to the madness. They're still willing to go as aggressively as they can. and it's actually going to push Victor V and Kanata further away from them. Whether this is an intended outcome by Shxrk and Tini, we'll have to wait and see. I really do think that they were hustling to get some eliminations for a refresh there, but the opportunity might have slipped them by.
Yeah, needed the resources, the materials, everything there, not just the points itself. Izzy and No-Sip, on the other hand, looking much better off. You see them find a med kit. They're stalling for time. They know the zone is opening up, and that's going to be a blessing in disguise. On the other side, Sky Jump, Momsy, our first place team so far in this competition. They're just going ahead and staggering back. They're buying all the time in the world, especially with the zone continuing to pull in their favor. Another north side zone.
Momsy and Skyjump might even be smiling every time they look at that elimination feed early on, but you can't get too excited just yet. Even if a team is having these early game woes, that doesn't mean that they won't be able to turn things around, because how many times, Jacob, have we seen a team go through it, everything working against them in the early phases, and then one good refresh in that mid to end game, and all of a sudden they're right back in the action and potentially even able to take the victory royale.
I feel like this game right now is kind of slowing down. I think they realize reboots are about to turn off in about 1 minute and 10 seconds. We're already in the 6th zone. Even the ones that are outside trying to go ahead and out-heal it, it is 2 tick of damage per second that you spend out there. So timing is definitely of the essence. But a north side zone pool, relatively flat ground outside of the hostile hold, of course. So if we continue kind of moving towards the west, this will be a good game, or at least a good chance for everybody here, no matter what they have in their inventory.
It makes sense, though, for these teams to want to play a bit more reserved. No one's really trying to be the first one out in the open, because nobody wants to be at the mercy of the lobby focus, and they can just position on these little elevation shifts, the halfway points of the cliff faces, using some of that natural coverage to instead preserve a lot of their build material. But Skrull won't be able to get out of the line of sight. Cammy's gonna get the credit for it, but Peterbot and Ployo were definitely looking his way. It's a pretty tough blow for Sky and Skrull to suffer at this stage, but Sky, he's just gotta muster up the willpower to stay on his own 2 feet here, because Skrull might be back in the action, but that doesn't mean that he's out of the clear just yet.
Yeah,
Castiga
drop in from above. Tini is down as well. No chance for him to reboot back into this game. They have officially turned off. So now all the pressure is going to be on to Shxrk. He only has 26 builds, 1 med kit, no extra shields, and then 1 shockwave on top of that.
Just thinking back to that one opportunity that they had briefly against Kanata and Victor V that they weren't able to truly capitalize on, but faded. Yoinkin bolts his elimination credit. Shxrk now realizing that lobby is headed straight for him, but fortunately he'll still be able to put up the facade that he's strong enough to push back against this lobby pressure. Hari and Cammy, though, actually are standing tall as a duo currently. I'm just waiting to see where their next play is going to
Bă. Bă. Ce-a fost asta? Bă. Și de ce nu s-a văzut? Cred că a donat cineva. Bă. Scrie pe cea, bă, cine ești. Bă, nu s-a văzut. Bă. Gol, donații. Uite că e... Bă, mersi mult. Alerte. De ce n-a mers? Denis. Cred. Donation. Bă, mersi mult. Ia relaunch. Bă, nu s-a văzut. Bă, chat. Bă, mersi mult. Chat, cum dau... Hai, bă, vere. Bă, scrie ceva pe chat. Alert. Bă, stați așa. Nu că trebuie rezolvată treaba asta. Doamne, ce m-a speriat. Donația. Simulate event, așa. Deci nu e asta. Nu, chat, nu mai înțeleg nimic, nu știu ce se întâmplă. Chat. Bă, dar nu scrie nimic pe chat, bă. Ce ne dă asta aici, așa? Așa. Da, e așa. Te pup, frate, ești top? Bro, cine ești? Cică stop. Fără web, fără nimic, eu stop. Am înțeles. Ok, chat. Doamne, ce m-am speriat, vere. Gold donații. Refresh. Ok, stai să-ți dau un moderator și să rezolvi asta. Așa. Mamă, Denise, mâncați așa. Cum dau, bă, moderator? Ades moderator, așa. Easy. Gata. Chiar apreciez. Te pup, te pup. Ma, te pup, bă. Mama, am transpirat tot, ești prost. Ia mă să pun așa. Și de acum un launch de ăsta. Da, bine. Cine a mai dat? Mamă, nu mai pot. De unde veniți? Mersi, mersi de... Nu știu ce a fost aia. Ce dracu s-a întâmplat, mă? Ferește. Easy, 50 de followeri. Mă duc deschid șampania. 50. Easy. Deci gold donații. Și de ce se vede așa? What? Ce? Mamă, cealaltă nu mă place. Continuă tot așa? Bă, cine ești, primul rând? Cum dau pe tine? Deci, go to channel. Bro, cine ești? Am înțeles. Am înțeles. Bă, chiar mersi mult. Mamă, continuă tot așa, top. Doamne, chat. N-aveți idee ce mă bucur. Sincer, chiar mă ajută. Mi-au și un PC mai bun. Doamne, nu știu cine a câștigat, ce se întâmplă aici. Cine a câștigat chat? Da, să fie sănătos. Păi, ce... Las, nu-mi trebuie mie cine a câștigat. Am înțeles. De ce se vede acolo așa? Alerte. Browse ăsta. Așa. Și dacă eu deschid ăsta, se vede pe ecran, nu? Clasic. Da, uite. Deci chat, eu vreau să știu băiatul ăsta de unde a venit, cum a intrat pe live, de ce a intrat pe live și ea e prea mare acum, dacă se vede și altceva. Nu, că nu mai știu să umblu pe aici. Ia, dau relaunch la ăsta. Așa. Hai că până mă... Nu. Bă, cred că se vede bine acum, nu? Da, ar trebui să se vadă bine. Bă, băiatul. Da, nici, mai a ieșit de pe live, gata. A băgat aici 2 euro și gata. Rename. Am dat. Stai așa. Nu știu de ce s-a auzit acum. Am dat de live-ul tău mai devreme și mi s-a părut fain. Ies acum, dar mersi frumos de moderator. Bă, mersi frumos de donații, sincer. Chiar mă bucur. Te pup. W în chat. W. Mersi mult. Mamă, ce băiat. Am luat cu transpirație. Și acum să rezolv eu ăsta. De relaunch. Dar de ce nu se aude gen... piesa aia. Ce am eu pusă? Subscribers. 2 days. Ce dracu? What the Da, se aude cu delay. Da, băiat, bă. Da, bă.
Half of his wife.
We need this. We need this bad. I can hear Levin in the back of my mind. Just a devil on my shoulder. Just he's waiting. He's like, nah, it's not gonna happen. Who do you think, if NA has to win, could win? Who do we? Is it Cold and Rapid? Is it Josh and Iamzo? Like, who could stand for us right now? If it's not you.
If it's not me, we're gonna need my duo in Cold and Rapid to bring it home. And I think they could. They're 8th. They're in a nice area. We're gonna need a couple more good games to get there, but I'll be happy if NA wins this land.
But the problem is Cold and Rapid, they're gonna hit 350. But can they win a game though? You're gonna be biased. Sav, you think they can hit match point?
Yeah, I think they need to pray that the teams that hit it before them, because I think it's, you see the leaderboard, it's most likely they're not gonna hit it first, So I think they gotta pray Shxrk and Teeny don't put on a crazy show. What do you mean bias? I hear you, bro.
Oh my gosh. Okay, finally, obviously, you guys got chat going. You got fans here. You got fans back home. What would you say to them? You got to give them their moment.
Give the fans at home their moment. I mean, shout out to EWC for hosting this whole event and putting us all together to be able to just watch and celebrate. And either way, whoever, if NA wins, if French wins, or America, it's a good tournament, and we're here to have a good time.
Sav.
Exactly what he said. Thank you to EWC. This is my first time having a booth, so hopefully we'll be on the stage next time. But yeah, it's it's second best option.
I love it, guys. Thank you so much. We'll toss it back to you guys for more EWC. Man, Fortnite fam, what an incredible time to be at EWC when the action is heating up. We had to have Falcons, Peterbot, and Poyo join us here because you guys everyone's got eyes on you guys. First off, let's start real simple. How's the competition going for you?
It's going all right so far. Like, we've had our one win, but other than that, like, the game's been pretty mid.
Pete, what do you think?
Yeah, after game 3, I was super mad. and then I just had to take over. You know
Chat,
what I
am
mean?
revenit.
I was so mad.
Well, listen, you
Aici.
guys obviously picked it up in the last two
Hai
games.
să
You
ne
guys are
uităm
doing
la
great. I did notice there was
ultimul
a
meci. Cine a câștigat? Ăștia.
Now we are doing good, and it's kind of.
Da. Yeah.
Rotating in from the northeastern
Ia
side
să
of the
văd.
map. Trying to hold on to a little bit of elevation. Most of the zone is over open water, so we know we might have a cutback in our future with Sky and...
Stați așa un pic, chat. Stați un pic. Mamă, băiatul ăsta. Respect maxim. Respect. Chat, aveți link de donații în chat? Bă. Doamne ferește. Continuă tot așa. Atât mi-a zis băiatul. Continuă tot așa. Atât mi-a zis băiatul. Cea, dacă tot aveți link în... Așa.
Scroll still willing to get their hands dirty. Teeny respawning back in, and this is where the farm is looking to begin. But Teeny doing a good job. Great damage on the Sky.
Opa, mai. Am văzut aici. Cine e băiatul? Nu știu.
Encouraging him, and Faxity himself even constantly wanting to remind Pete, you just need to play like you're at home. You don't have anything to prove. You're already the greatest Fortnite player of all time, so you just need to fly out there. And it's those kinds of encouraging moments that I think can really make the difference for these teams.
Two solos running around this lobby inside of the top 18. This is one of them. And you can see so many players cutting off the path. Speederbot and Pollo get ready for their next rotation. They don't want to be too quick to the punch, make a mistake that they will regret throughout the course of this game. A Shxrk looks towards his left. Weak ball. Vico Malibuca not really ready to take that action just yet. Sky and Scroll as well, looking for any opportunity. Zone is pushing players further towards the north, but it's not up the mountain just yet.
The minigame battle for height is about to kick off here, though, knowing that Shxrk and Teeny are just not going to really be too big of a participant, because Shxrk by his lonesome challenging Swizzy and Pixie is going to be a problem here. But Momsy and Skyjump, an issue entirely of themselves in the low ground. Pete and Pollo, all these differing layers, Jacob, just starting to get very messy.
Yeah, especially if you don't really have a sense of what's going down on each one of those layers. So Shxrk finally runs out of his material. Zone actually opens up in his favor. A blessing in disguise for Shxrk as he goes right back to the cone. It is going to be wood. Relatively easy to see through, but let's see what tricks Shxrk has up his sleeve.
When everybody is just scrambling over each other, though, that's where the opportunity to strike could really present itself here. Shxrk even feeling like he might be able to play through a little bit of healing methods here, but Pete, Pollo, they've decided to make their way up. It's all about whether or not Peterbot can actually take down Pixie instead. He'll opt to just prioritize high ground control, but they know it's only a matter of seconds before Swizzy and Pixie potentially look to chop him out and re-challenge, but Pixie paying the ultimate price on his way down.
Shots from above. They make sure to hit every single point of damage, even without the actual knock, to make sure they see some sort of success. Hari and Cammy underneath, but they're on a mid layer, trying to make sure to clear it out. Peterbot, Pollo finally get their high ground overtaken. They are burning through material. They're burning through their resources as well. Sky and Scroll have officially been eliminated out of this game. 16th place, Taco, no placement for them.
But how far can Falcons, Peterbot, and Pollo truly fly? Aurora Shxrk also trying to make sure that he can build as many placement points. Is he nearly falling? But Shxrk won't be able to finish it off. He's still got to keep trying to find different opportunities, and they are just running ever so thin here because Pete and Pollo are just forcing everybody to hide.
And while they're taking names and crossing them off the list, Izzy and Nosip are going to get that elimination onto Shxrk, but it's not without sacrifice. Izzy has gone down. A few solos left in this game, and Nosip is feeling the pressure of being one of those few, but luckily for him, he spots a bit of loot outside of the zone, sacrificing a little bit more HP to make sure he grabs it for himself, but Peterbot and Poyo, or I say just Peterbot now, still battling out for the high ground, but he doesn't have material. He has to concede.
And the drop down, he might be able to snag an elimination on his exit, but Vico Malabuka, that's exactly who he might have to fare with next. They've actually done a great job at holding on to that low side control. Granted, they fully understand they're going to need to start making their way up. They're going to need to start finding more eliminations, but Faded and Khan cutting Peach short in his tracks.
Oh my, Momsy! Fourth elimination, and when he needs it most, getting the siphon, getting the shield, able to use the medkit to buy him that much more time, but Yassine is up above. Malabuka, Vico, they did not get the memo, and they send them right back to where they came.
And Vico's trying to take out Pixie all the while. Yasin just taking out chunks of Vico's HP. He will be able to play the medkit temporarily. Mini Pio also still kicking, but look at what Momsy's been able to accomplish. 4 eliminations, Cammy and Hari sitting on 5, but they're still not done. They're hunting down these last couple of opponents here in this ultimate low ground, looking back, just waiting for the moment to strike.
And this is that moment. They're the only duo left in this game, but what
realizes where he Hari be able to connect. Vico hoping, but it's a dodge. And
finally pick it.
Da, nu știu cine sunt ăștia, să vedem ce top e acum. Nice, și sunt aici și ei. Pe 4. Mamă, ce-au urcat ăștia, bă. Trebuie un win la ăștia, bă. Da.
Like we went outside, now we're inside.
I feel like I'm just collecting it as I'm doing a bit of casting and being with you guys as well. It's been fun. I'm enjoying it, and yeah, excited for the rest of the games. It's been so good so far.
How are we feeling today so far?
Feeling good. I don't know about you though, man. I don't know if you know, Mini likes to host, so you might be coming for your role.
You know what? You've been killing it, brother. I've been enjoying doing the segments with you. But as we take a look at here at the overall Sky Jump and Momsy currently in first place, as we have seen Aurora with Shxrk and Teeny slow down, Levin.
I mean, a bit of a surprise, to be honest. They didn't look like a team that had any intentions of slowing down. You have to remember, this is Shxrk's second LAN event, right? This is the second time he's been on this stage. This is the first time he's been on a stage like this and been in the lead and looked so dominant. You know, again, a lot of pressure that comes with that. I feel like they're feeling that right now, Mini.
Yeah, I definitely think so. They're the sort of team, though, that can have that big pop-off game when required. Skyjump and Momsy, though, I want to give those guys their flowers because they have been excellent in all of their games so far. The one downside is that they haven't actually been able to pick up a victory royale so far. Yep. That's going to be obviously the deciding factor here to get this match point finished as soon as possible. And on the lower end of the leaderboard, not quite as good. Lots of NA on there, notice in 11 as well.
Yeah, that bottom 3 is not looking the best, unfortunately. Look, I don't want to dunk on anyone too hard, right? We're at the halfway point. There's still many games left. If Skyjump and Momsy keep playing how they're playing.
Ia să văd dacă merge acum. Asta de donații. Așa. Nu se vede. Asta ce e, mă? Alertă bună. Gen așa. Donații. Nu, că o să fie cu delay ăsta. Da.
Club championship ranking right now. Falcons right now with a healthy lead, and I say healthy when it's just only 300 points, considering that if AJL does end up turning it around, they could end up catching up, but right now it's just not looking like it. When we see what's going on so far today, right? What's one thing that has just stuck out with you? Obviously, we've seen Peter, Bot, and Pollo being able to bounce back. Whether it's good or bad, what's like that one thing you're like, oh, okay, I was not expecting that.
I think the amount of really solid NA fighters who just sort of been getting put down quite a bit. Look, one thing that I've always said, even with the whole regional guys to be doing a lot better than you, but there's been a lot of mid-game fights where brothers are just getting put down that I'm not used to seeing get put down.
Yassine and Salvatore as well. I think that's a big surprise from me. We spoke about how these sort of small and region teams are really stepping up to the plate. Those guys managed to win a game today. I think that's probably my biggest surprise from today. It's like, what realistically would we expect from those guys? Because I don't know what to expect from them, especially in the
Are you guys looking that way at all? Because we...
Well, can we look that way?
Just close your eyes real quick.
Okay.
Just act... Yeah, Levin, close your eyes. Okay. Act like you didn't see it.
We can't look that way. We can't look that way.
No. Just close them. Just close them. Here we go. I'm going to scramble them really fast. Ready?
Are we good?
All right. You may... Oh, wait. You had your eyes open the whole time. You did too.
Oh, look up there.
Okay. Hold this one.
What do I have to do? Hold it.
Hold this one.
Right.
We're going to be playing Guess Who I Am.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So you guys have 2 cards.
Yep.
I want you guys to
put it on my
here.
phone.
You know what? I'm actually gonna move over here.
Okay.
So I make sure you guys
Block.
actually don't see the screen.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Face each other.
Okay. But they want to see it, so I need to.
No, I mean, they should be able to. Here, like, we'll get a quick one. We'll get a quick one. There you go. This is the one that 11's gonna be using.
Okay.
That's the one that you're gonna be using.
Okay.
All right. Now face each other.
Okay.
Make sure
And
you
the
guys
card
see
as
each
well.
other. Yeah, in the card
Got
as well.
that.
I can see your card. Do you know my person is?
I recognize your person, yeah.
Okay.
I recognize your
And
person.
give each other some clues, and you're gonna have to guess who that person in the card is.
Okay, is my person a professional Fortnite player?
Yes, he is.
Wow.
How
okay.
did you know?
Okay.
Is what? Do I get a question?
Yeah. You
Yeah.
get it.
One and one.
Is my player here today?
Yeah, they're here today. They're in the building.
They're in the building. Right.
They're in the building.
That's like
a European player.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
he
Got a
is.
chance to see it, just to verify.
Yeah,
All right, just making sure.
Yeah, well,
okay.
All right, Meanie, question.
Is my player from one of the quote-unquote smaller regions, so i.e. not EU or NA Central?
Ooh, hold on. Technically,
they are NA Central.
They are
I
NA
believe.
Central.
Originally, from that.
You didn't ask anything else.
Okay, you get your own card if you want to play, man.
All right,
You want to play,
go
get
on
your
the
own
floor.
card.
No, we good. Okay, all right. Go on.
Ridiculous.
Is my player playing on a club championship organization?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Has my player won an FNCS before?
No, they've not an FNCS chump.
Not a chump.
They might be a chump, but not a champ. Does my player look like Zikamus Prime?
Ooh. No.
Okay.
All right, Minnie.
Is my player the IGL in the duo?
Yeah, they're the leader.
They're the leader?
Okay. Yeah, they're the leader.
Good to know.
They're always IGL it. Always IGL it. Yeah. Okay, is my player a fragger?
No.
Or not a fragger?
Not a fragger.
Okay. All right.
You're narrowing it down. I'm gonna give you guys.
One
Let's
more
say
question each, and then we start guessing, or we just got to start guessing?
Two more questions each, and then you have to guess.
Okay. What's the question?
I get a question.
I'm still trying to block the screen. Don't be looking this way.
Is my player playing with his current duo in this event?
No. They're not playing with their usual. They're not playing with the people we're used to seeing them play with.
Right.
Not whatsoever. Did my duo win an FNCS this year? Did my player win an FNCS this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wait. You ready to lock in your answer or not yet? You still have one more question.
One more question? Okay.
So I have one more, right?
Čak, češte?
If you answer it before he does, then guess who wins?
Okay. No,
So you want to win?
I'm going to use my extra question.
All right. You can use your lifeline too.
Okay. What's your question, man? Come on.
What is my question? My question is... Is this player... Does he have blonde hair?
No.
Ay,
I can't
the
even imagine
couple.
him with blonde hair. No, absolutely not.
Don't look that way.
Absolutely not. No cheating.
I'm not cheating, mate. I'm not cheating. I don't cheat.
My final question is... okay. Let me be tactical here.
This is the last one.
Okay. I know. Can I just guess my play, actually?
Oh, he wants to go for the win. No, you can guess it.
Is my player Acorn?
No.
No. What?
I can answer that one.
Yeah.
You want to ask a question or you want to try to take a guess?
Not an FNCS winner. IGL in the duo. Not playing with his usual teammate. The blonde threw me off. I was going to say, I'm going to guess Rapid, but he's blonde, isn't he?
No, definitely not blonde.
Rapid is wrong.
Trust me.
Rapid is wrong?
Your player is not Rapid.
Yeah, your player is not blonde.
Your player is not blonde.
No. Sometimes some people would say he's not a player.
Yeah.
Not a player whatsoever. You just didn't ask, and I'm giving you a hint.
Yeah. Where's my hint? I don't get it.
Your hint?
What's my hint?
I'm gonna let you look that way really quick. All right, wait, hold on. Do this. I'm gonna let you face it to the camera.
Okay.
Face the card to the camera.
Yeah, face the card to the camera.
You get less than a second to turn. That's the biggest hint. Yeah, look at the monitor and then come back to us.
Well, he just looked at the answer.
Or did he? Or did he? How good is his eyesight? That's the big question.
Didn't you say my player was an IGL?
Yeah.
Okay. My player's an IGL?
Yeah.
I didn't see the person.
That's completely useless.
That's why I said 1 second, bro. That's why I said 1 second.
Okay. All right.
Wait, do you have a guess? Because you haven't guessed yet.
I guessed right. Yeah, you gave me a hint.
Give you a big hint.
Well, not a player.
Not a player.
The one.
Wait, let's go.
Ma da Nugic is...
Would IGL
definitely not blonde.
Would lead his team. But
Definitely an IGL.
In the building.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Everyone knows we're laughing at me right now.
Definitely an IGL.
I don't know. Bliss?
Nope. All right, last one.
You said my player was NA?
No.
Oh, they're not? No. Is my player Lewa? Or Romero, sorry. Or Lewa?
No. Boys. We tried.
Oh, man.
But sometimes
we see.
Can I look at my answer now?
Y'all can see.
Oh, bugger off.
What?
Oh.
You're not an IGL?
Brother, I was trying to help you.
That was
7.
That was bad by me. I'm actually really disappointed. I should have won that.
You should have. I thought you would have. I've been trying to give you more hints. 11, you know what? I did only. I think the hint I gave you, I should have gave you at least 2 seconds because that was a quick turn. That was a quick turn.
It's a small screen.
You can keep that one if you want me to give you a signature for it. I got you too.
You never asked if it was a player. You just assumed it was a player.
Yeah, true. That's
you never
so
asked.
Did I say is he playing or did I say is he in the building?
You said, are they in the building today?
Oh my goodness.
Are they here today? Like, yeah, they're in our presence, but
well, boys, it's time. It's time for us to stop guessing, and it's time for this teams to start clutching up because we're about to go to the stage.
Taco, I think maybe was set up there just a little bit. In a tie, I have to give that one to Mini, but he was asking all the wrong questions.
Izzy and IGL is crazy
Just subscribe,
work.
please.
You know what, though? Seven has been a fearless leader for all of us at some point throughout this weekend, but we'll have to wait and see what kind of Fortnite abilities he'll be able to sort of lead the charge with. But we're back, Jacob. Game number 6, and every single one of these players had a chance to review, calm the nerves, whatever there might have been left over from the starting point, and just get everything going if they haven't already. And Malabuka got one piece out of Khan. Not healthy enough to try and deal with Chino, though. Chino might have to go for the reload, but Malabuka's gonna side leap too far. Chino able to get away with that one, but man, not what you would expect to see.
Not something you see every day either. Knew he was getting rushed, tried to make something happen, but splat straight down and right back to the reboot.
Mamă, dar stai să duci pe el.
Wow. Over to Josh, lands the shot, but Iamzo's there to back him up. This is their actual drop spot. They're not doing any sort of antics here to try to get early game eliminations. They're just trying to defend what is theirs, but there is still not only one team, but a few players towards the outskirts that they have to watch out for. Z-Dog, Goofy, that's going to be the other ones. Faded going ahead and landing some shots onto Goofy, making sure that Josh and Iamzo might have a little bit of an easier shot. On the other side of the map, though, Shxrk and Teeny continuing the ball rolling, getting a nice knock onto Sphinx, and already having their line of sight onto Muzz.
Poor Muzz, he'll be forced to sit and wait. He knows the most important part right now is just ensuring that Sphinx can at least become a participant to this lobby again. Still, it's not like he really has much of a choice.
Bă, dar e în casă, bă.
They've timed it perfectly. They know that Muzz is just going to be a sitting duck here. Shxrk already going to get a decent exchange, and Teeny just to close the gap even further. Nosif and Izzy nearly caught Shxrk off guard there, but good responsive fire, head on a swivel type beat, and well, Shxrk's not going to be one that Nosif and Izzy want to try and contend with just yet.
Yeah, even if they have no intention on moving on over towards Shxrk and Teeny anymore, you have to be very, very careful that Shxrk and Teeny don't take the fight to them. With Muzz rebooting back in, that gives him at least one target to go after, but Izzy, the audio visuals reveals himself,
Apoi trebuie să pușeze
the focus, but he trades that first shot onto Teeny,
să facă win.
back down, but Shxrk is there as well, trying to make sure they have a good 1-2 punch combo in this fight, and there goes the persistence coming out of Nosif, seeing that his teammate did take a bit of damage. He's just continuously trying to close the gap, but it's Izzy who actually continues to take the fight to Teeny. They get the elimination and force Shxrk to run away.
Shxrk and Teeny ran into that building like they meant business, but it was Izzy and Nosif who immediately said, I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me. Problems already starting to compile, though, because Momzy and Skyjump, they're only about 100 points off, 99 to be exact, at the starting stage here before they hit that match point. All they would need after that is a victory royale, Jacob, but we've yet to see them even get one on the day, and so it's going to be very problematic because it is just not easy to deal with everyone who's had these opportunities to come up with a new strategy.
Yeah, I'm just hoping in their case they're not showing their hand too early, but in this early game going against Muzz and Sphinx, Sphinx especially fresh off the reboot, but he's not able to stay alive long enough to reunite with Muzz, so he's going to go down and kind of be stuck by himself as a solo, and he has to be careful. A full team on the outskirts still nearby, but again, constant action all around the map here. And reload is faded, gets that elimination onto Goofy. And you can see Sky Jump making sure to attack the freshly respawned players. Even with Muzz getting
Bă,
control
dau
of
prea
that
multe
slurp
puncte
truck, he's
ăștia.
still gonna go down. So Sky Jump, Momsy get their first elimination of this game.
Shxrk and Teeny, they'll continue to just shut Muzz down. Every single attempt from Muzz and Spinks just to try and stabilize for even a couple of moments. Just not even being the slightest bit factored in here.
That's like
everyone around the area just chasing them. And Pete Pollo right now, our analyst did a great job of breaking it down. That top 10. Jacob, this is a tough one for you. I mean, I feel pretty good from what I've been seeing here today, but Pete Pollo, looking like NA's last hope right now.
Yeah, for all of the region really relying on them to perform. And honestly, so is the entire Falcons organization for that club championship, putting a lot of pressure on them to perform for a multitude of reasons. Sky Jump Momsy closing the gap. Less than 100 points to go before they're officially on that match point. And then all they would need to do is get that victory royale. And they're staying around this spot. This is where
Bă, da,
they got
bă,
that
ca se
elimination
termină
onto
ăsta dacă
Muzz,
fac
forced it
ăștia
out.
350 de
Sphinx here.
puncte.
And because Sphinx has been stuck here for so long, he only has 4 builds. Look at Muzz. He's been hunted around. Only 11. These guys are going through it this game.
And the even bigger issue still is knowing that they're not even that close to each other. It's going to take them so much time before they're even going to have a real opportunity to try and reunite. They're both stuck, huddled away in corners. Shxrk, one more time, we get another review of just how he's able to chase Muzz out for yet another elimination. And it feels like if it's not Shxrk and Teeny, if it's not Izzy and Nosif, it's going to be just another team entirely. Minifio, though, also getting active across the map. The Mammoth Pistol still proving to be very problematic. You can get that first shot accuracy in, but for Sky and Scroll, you're talking about the club championship points. And AGAL definitely going to be rooting these guys on in the secondary half here because they've got a long ways to go before they hit that match point threshold.
Yep, and so far another team has
Bravo,
fallen.
bravo.
Goofy and Z-Dog out, Yassine and Salvatore out. Sphinx just gets dropped yet again. You can kind of see in the mini-map, right? Shxrk and Teeny are one of the only teams over here other than Muzz and Sphinx. And because they're still in the zone, Muzz is going to continuously respawn right above Sphinx. Or I should say Sphinx is going to respawn above Muzz over and over and over. And because they're inside of the zone, there's almost nowhere for Sphinx to land. So he's definitely going to have a tough one this game.
Going
to need to really figure out how they're going to get back. Muzz might have to start thinking about how he's going to play the rest of this one as a solo.
That last slide overshot though, Teeny and Shxrk, they've diverted their attention towards Cammy and Hari, who are actually a leaderboard threat currently. Shxrk, Teeny, they'll have none of it. At least getting one half of the duo. Hari gonna be forced to retreat, but it's not going to be easy. Teeny sizing him up. Knows that he's got Ari a bit locked down here. Because even if Ari manages to scramble out of this one, he still has to remember there are so many other teams close by that could potentially look to pick him off on the escape route. So Shxrk and Teeny watching their angles also, not trying to get caught off guard. Teeny will take over that front while Shxrk contends with Ari, and that's just going to be 4 eliminations already.
I really don't even know how Shxrk and Teeny have 2 teams trapped in this position, but in comes a third. Sky Jump and Momsy probably hearing all the noise. They want to have a little bit of fun. Big shots onto Shxrk. Unfortunately enough, teammates aren't there to finish it up, but they switch their focus on over to Teeny, dropping him down to 50 HP or less, and they're looking to continue that chase, and it looks like almost for a second, Teeny might have created enough distance, but Momsy just keeping that bird's eye view over above. Muzz is there as well, so it could be a chance for him to get that elim and get back in the game.
The crowd is so real, though. Momsy and Skyjump are just playing with a whole different sort of confidence here today. And the fact that they were able to send Teeny packing, that might be the one benefit that Muzz might manage to actually survive. Shxrk is going to be forced to just sit tight with this duo, doesn't want to allow for any kind of hiccups. They know that they've got a decent amount of elimination points already. They need to start prioritizing, making sure that they have enough materials and they have enough builds and loadout to actually play the rest of the game with.
Yeah, especially since now the zone is forcing them away from Dirty Dogs. All these eliminations they got early on, finally they're able to reap the reward, kind of maxing out their materials, gaining some extra resources. Sky Jump Momsy, I'm not sure if they know Sky and Scroll has lurked their way all over here, and not even just over in this direction, but with a little bit of elevation. But the fight continues. Shxrk, Muzz, and Spinks, and it was looking good for Muzz for a moment. Full shield, full HP, a chance at a loadout, but Shxrk turned that one right back around.
Da, mă, da isso.
Poor Spinks,
S-au
man.
activat.
Just, what do you even do? You've got to spend so much time just delayed from any semblance of your original game plan strategy to open things up in Game 6. And also a friendly reminder, Jacob, we are switching things over. No more Elite Stronghold. We are on Slurp Rush. And that is clearly shifting a lot of these aggressive patterns. We know that once we cross that halfway point,
Trebuie să moară Vero ăștia după primul loc. Al doilea. Da, Mamsi ăsta și... să nu moară cei de pe locul 2. N-am zis nimic.
What happens to the rest of the lobby? You're just sitting and watching and waiting and hoping that they don't actually hit that victory royale after the fact.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough, and it's going to be daunting. We always talk about the physical. The mental is just as important. 6 zone, so that's why you see not pressed for time. Sky Jump Moms, even Sky and Scroll, slow to rotate on over. They know they have the extra med kits, though. The timing is, for the most part, on their side. They just got to figure out a way to kind of position themselves inside of the zone so that when it opens up, they're definitely A-okay, but they don't want to make too much noise. They want to go ahead and see if anybody else around them makes a mistake on their rotation.
A little bit of chaos between Pete, Poyo, Darm, Deemish. Darm, Deemish made sure, though, to distance themselves. Not really all too interested in a full commit here just yet, but Pete and Poyo, this is definitely their backyard over at Slurpy Swamp. Hari and Cammy kind of lingering the outskirts of it. Shxrk also going to start making their way towards that more central position. There are just so many slurp barrels, so many different ways, though, for teams to essentially heal up as they cross over. But Shxrk, gotta watch your back. Nothing's ever for free, nothing's ever safe. But Jacob, the question I want to pose to you is, what's been the biggest problem for so many of NA's heavy hitters here today?
I just think it's just so much chaos. It's not necessarily what they would use to in an NA lobby, and then obviously EU, the players on average are just much better at fighting and being able to hold their own other than the competition. But you see the club championship leaderboard, Team Falcons on top, 4,600 points. AGAL in second, 4,300 points. It's only a 300-point difference, Taco, and that puts the importance on the performance of Peter Button, Poyo, and Sky and Scroll in this competition.
And we know that there is millions of dollars on the line between that club championship series. We know that there's $1 million on the line just for this finals performance, but also have to remember there are other orgs participating in this club championship too at EWC weekend, and being down to the wire here, week number 7, there is opportunity for teams inside of that top 10 to overtake each other depending on how everything actually shakes up here. Rocky Sports even looking at Cammy and Hari and how they've actually been able to perform on the day, and these guys are sneaky. They are sly about it because they're not necessarily going to hog the spotlight by any means with their gameplay, but they are consistent, if anything.
Yeah, they're a team that you don't necessarily expect to see at the top of the leaderboard, but come game time, they usually always are. Shxrk, though, using the water to try to gain as many shields as possible. They just got to make sure to stick deep in those waters. Teeny already full health, so it's really going to be up to Shxrk. The audio visuals is definitely going to let them know, but you can see he's just trying to spread out the loot, making sure Teeny has enough. He is going to be the guy leading the charge, tarping and building the path for them a good portion of the time.
Splitting builds between each other, and Sky, Scroll, they're going to need a refresh, and they're going to need it ASAP. They do not have a whole lot left to work with, and with the whole lobby kind of looking their way, it's only a matter of time before they get fully pinpointed and collapsed on. And when the entire lobby is looking at you with these combat rifles and whatnot, and the SMGs, Jacob, it is just so difficult to actually hold your walls. You just lose all of your material counts, especially the hard mats, in seconds.
Mamă, fac schemă, bă.
Typically, you kind of seen Shxrk and Teeny play for the high ground, dodging this portion of the game. You see the launch pad coming out as well, and they want to continue that to be the case. Sky and Scroll, a little bit of a mess up on their Shockwave, but they go ahead and solo Shockwave their way on out, and that's what's going to cost them. They separate for a second, and that mere second costs everything, and they both actually fall. Rapid gets one, Josh gets the other, and they end the run of AGAL in this game.
It's like vultures in this lobby. The moment that you're just a little bit too late to the party, there's no such thing as fashionably late when it comes to these endgame moments. Pari and Cammy, though, not really getting much, if any, time to try and pause it and wait in just like that. I mean, Iamso able to pick off Cammy clean outright. Josh and Iamso really sending it on this last-ditch effort here in Game 6. They're really trying to make up for some lost time.
All right, we know they can frag out with the best of them. They can dominate the low ground. They just got to show it. As Peterbot and Pollo are now starting to elevate themselves on the high ground. We have seen this song. We have danced this dance. And now Teeny is becoming the pure focus of Peterbot and Pollo, trying to take them down. And the knock is going to come through. The elimination is what they're looking for.
And Peterbot knows now he's safe to actually take over that next front side. Romero and Leiwa gonna get stuck. The moment that they try to head forward, and just only moments left between Mumsy and Skyjump, our leaderboard champions currently. And yet Mumsy praying that this mech is going to buy him enough time. He has managed to just claw his way into the placement period, but Jacob still, it's nowhere near enough. They're going to need so much more to keep a good hold on this lead.
Yeah, the win definitely is not going to be enough, especially for Pollo. You got to get elims like that, and now they turn their attention. Teeny did get revive back on up. Well played by Shxrk to make sure his duo is by his side every step of the way, and even when they separated there again, he finds his way back, knowing that there's so much pressure. One person can't handle it alone, but Teeny's gonna fall. Shxrk's gonna be by himself, no materials, and a dream right now that he hopes to make become a reality. But Izzy and Nosif, they displace him, force him down low into the Lion's Den.
Shxrk took that opportunity, though, knew that there wasn't a weapon drawn, so at least be able to escape. But everyone is just dropping. They can't afford to try and challenge Pete and Pollo on the high ground. Pete and Pollo are just causing so much pressure, so much suppressive fire. Shxrk and Teeny are going to be fully eliminated. It looks like Vico and Malabuka are now going to try to play catch-up to where the zone is pulling. They are relatively healthy, but Vico is lost in the mess of it all, and Malabuka will be forced to try and look like a fragger.
And they're just way too high up in the name of Peterbot and Pollo. I'm not sure too many teams could actually go up there and try to contest them for the high, and it's even that much harder as Izzy is to dominate the low ground yet again. Down goes Cold, down goes Rapid, making it that much easier for them to go into flow state down below. But Peterbot and Pollo, they're dropping down. You can see they don't have a lot of materials. They have to go ahead and reach some of this reward, but Izzy's gonna fall. No more miracles for him. It's all up to Nosif.
That might be the best case scenario too for Peterbot and Pollo, because Izzy and Nosif getting shut down this early. Malabuka cleaned up also. Peterbot and Pollo find exactly what they were looking for. Demish and Darm now trying to stand tall, but they're still stuck underneath. Kanata and Victor V trying to see if they could be the cutoff point. Pollo even doing himself a favor here with that first knock onto Demish. Nosif still a solo left kicking underneath, but Kanata and Victor V, they've got the distraction factor right now for Pete and Pollo.
Yeah, persistence is key for Pete and Pollo, and they're unlocking opportunity after opportunity here, but Darm's by himself. He's the only solo left between two duos, and big shot from each of them gonna take him down. Peterbot and Pollo get both of them eliminations, but find themselves in a 2v2 situation. Central versus West, North America versus North America, and it's Victor V and Kanata that find that first elimination onto Pollo, bringing it down to a 2v1 situation. Victor V against Peterbot. He finds the elimination, and he does it big for Dignitas.
Not the first time that we've seen Victor V is the counter for Peterbot, but still a great effort out of Pete and Pollo. The million-dollar question before Game 6 even started off is, where's NA been so far today? And I think we just got our answer, Jacob. They have started to finally come online here in Game 6.
I like the way you said that. Major tournament after major tournament. It's that kid right there, Victor V, that takes out some of the biggest stars of them all. And he's one of those players qualifying from the North American West region. He go ahead and teams with Kanata coming from Central, and he took it upon himself to go ahead and switch regions. He said, hey,
Da,
if
sunt
I
pe
want to take myself to the
3.
next level, I have to play with and against some of the best players in the world.
Nice.
Gotta be appreciative
34
though,
de
of Victor V
peste.
and Kanata
Da
just
subscribe chat.
pulling themselves
Ce
one
ziceți?
step closer to trying to stay in challenging range of that match point threshold. With so many other duos already that much further ahead of them, they know just how crucial every single one of these secondary half matches have actually become.
Yeah, and you kind of look at some of the teams that fell throughout the course of that one. We had Skyjump Momsy go down. We had Hardy Cammy go down. Peterbot and Poyo didn't get their win. So you got to look at that leaderboard, and still no one is on match point. So it's still anyone's game. Hopefully everybody at home is ready for the long haul.
Can't help but think what things might have looked like, though, if Malibuca and Vika have been able to actually see things through as a duo. But that's part of the chaos that starts to break out, especially when you have a team that's able to so strongly hold onto height for as long as Pete and Poyo did. It really left no other options but for the teams underneath them to keep trying to siphon off as many refreshes as they could string together, because you're not going to make your way back up top anytime soon. Not with Pete and Poyo looking you down.
Yeah, just kind of look at their faces. They win. They celebrate and realize, hey, it's time to get right back to work. Job's not done just yet. And now it kind of looked locked, loaded, ready to go. Almost like that didn't happen, but obviously a huge confidence boost for them. Not only winning the game, but like I said, taking out the players that they did throughout the course of that one. Just going ahead and turning that momentum around. We just got to see them continue it here. We're not going to be switching maps, so we will stay on the slurp rush, but I do think with players realizing they're running out of time, things might continue to switch up.
Just don't hold your breath. But Victor V, you gotta also love the fact he's probably given Pop so many heart attacks this weekend. But hey, that's part of the fun of Fortnite competitive after all. But listen, guys, Game 6 just concluded. We'll have Game 7 coming up shortly. But for right now, we'll be right back.
Da. Opa. Da, dăm și noi subscribe. Zic eu. Bro, cine a votat nu la ăsta? Vai. Pam, pam, pam. Pam, 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 pam. Păi eu așa știu că 10 meciuri, apoi nu știu. Poate sunt 11 sau eu știu. Sincer nu știu cum e. Dar aia e până la urmă. Chat, nu uitați că am programat un live pe mâine. Cine vrea să dea un like. Mă ajută mult. Ți-a operat mireasa, nașule. Da-da-da-da-da, pe buzunar. Da-da-da-da-da. Bă, ce-a dat... La cât începe următorul meci? Am mor, dar știu. Sincer. O să vedem topul. Sunt în top și vor vrea să mă atace. Sunt în top să ofte că nu le place. Da, sunt pe 4 acum. Vai, ai, ai. Nu e bine.
When you have players like this, right, that are expecting to be at the top and they're not there, it might start getting to them. Even if they continue with those great performances, they want to be at the top.
But that's the weird thing, though, Seven, is that they were at the top over the course of the first 3 games. I mean, me and you had a conversation. It was like, dude, are they just going to, like, run away with it? It's going to be immediate for Shxrk, but last 3 games have been a little bit rough.
Hey, listen, at the end of the day, what I'm seeing is a
Mama,
lot of
600 de like
averages. You know, you can't continue to win it all and dominate. You're going to have your ups, you're going to have your downs. Peterbot and Boyo, Victor, Canada, NA finally starting to show us a little life, and it's about time.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's nice to see. It's nice to see the competition going the distance here as well. A little bit longer than maybe some people were expecting. I think a lot of people were expecting a lot more dominance from Shxrk and Teeny. It's just not been the last few games that they would have liked to remember.
The subscribe page.
Place right now, but they can pull it back, and I think that's the thing about this team and Shxrk and Teeny. Yes, the analysts broke down. They maybe a little bit of their chemistry is just shaken up a little bit. But they're so good individually and as a team. Remember, they won 3 of the qualifiers here to get to this event entirely. So they just need to reignite that, like what we've seen from Peterbot and Boyo.
Well, looking at Peterbot and Boyo do very well right now. If you're AGAL fan, and you're looking at those club championship points right now, Sky and Skrull have slipped their way down to 16th place, entering into match number 7. So we'll be keeping close tabs on them. Bolts is going to be the first to get eliminated here. Again, just a massive upsetting performance so far from Acorn and Bolts, as they've been trying to find their bearings here in the tournament. Garmin Demis staying as consistent as ever. They're right in the middle of the tournament here.
I think this sort of goes to show as well how little the actual Battle Royale experience actually plays a part in Reload. You know, we're looking at back-to-back major champions of Major 1 and Major 2 in Sky and Skrull down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Bolts and Acorn down at the bottom of the leaderboard. It's like, it is a completely different game, and it's a completely different way of playing. And I think if you'd asked anyone at the beginning of the day, would you expect Skyjump and Momsy to make a big splash today and end up in first place after 6 games? I think they would have just laughed in your face.
Yeah, it's definitely a level of play style that seems to be rewarded pretty heavily, definitely here on the tournament. Well, so far, so good. A couple Elims going back and forth. Malibu is going to fall. Nosif is going to fall as well. Darm firing up right now, earning points. Khan and Faded have had their moments here on the evening where they've shined last game. Kind of coming up now, off to another hot start here. Quick Elims here. These points rack up. We have seen it time and time again for Goofy. They were doing so good, and again, also just finding their moments where they've kind of slipped behind, so they need to find their bearings. They're in 18th right now when they started in 5th representing for OCE.
It's not great. It's not great for them. And it's really tough because, like I mentioned earlier, you don't know when the tournament's going to end, so you can't think, oh, maybe we have another 8 games, you know, maybe we can go the distance. Because you never know, with Skyjump Momsy get a big game here, push them over that threshold, 350 points. Then get the win in the next game after that. It's like everything's over, and where you're at on the leaderboard gets frozen.
Yeah, definitely starts to put things into perspective. Or in general, once they're 350 plus, you know, their entire strategy can just shift. They can go straight to playing high ground every game. That's going to be a disruptor type duo in the lobby. Just never really know. Sky Skrull getting active here. Slua Romero, shots from the third party though, but Sky's here to clean up the job. Nicely done for him. That's going to secure 2. 6 points already earned here. Not bad to at least get their cars and wheels turning here. Let's see it.
Oh, Skyjump. Let's hit the beams here. So let's see what the replay's about. Yeah, look at that. It's really hard to hit shots like that with the burst because it does have quite a lot of recoil. And that scope is quite magnified as well, so quite difficult to actually hit those. Vico.
Mamă, să joacă cu peștele.
Hit him with it.
Please. Malabuka as well. We're going to try and win this fight. Izzy and Nosif onto their neighbors in Sky Jump and Momsy. Looking to try and close on in here. They want to start to continue to perform. As we saw them get that incredible win earlier on in the day from High.
It's a nice little shield crack right there from Izzy. Momsy Sky Jump kind of put in a bad situation here, forced to rotate out and try to put together their loadout. Again, it's always really dangerous when you have your duo fighting side by side against another duo. Boyo's gonna find Lua, so Lua not catching a break at all now. We'll see who's gonna end up being the first team fully finished here. Goofy kind of sitting near death's door, gotta be careful. Spixie and Swizzy find a set of eliminations. Fukun, Z-Dog currently down.
Yeah, that's not ideal for Goofy right there. I thought that might have been the end of this game for them, but Goofy does manage to escape, and that's their Fukun rebooting, respawning into the game. They are pushing, they want more. Remember, Pixie and Swizzy had such an explosive start to the day. They were looking really strong, and it's quite similar to how they sort of played in those group stage as well. They can perform incredibly well, but how much time are they going to have? Peterbot against Sky. In a bit of a battle right now. Nice angle there from Sky to chunk a little bit of Peterbot's HP, forcing him to pop that big pot and take a moment to breathe. As you can see Peterbot all the way back in the storm right here. Boyo's white HP is not going down, so indicating that he's not nearby. Sky looking to piece him up. EU versus NA, no whites on Sky though, so he has to try and make this fight quickly. Peterbot scurrying away for now, getting inside the box to Sky, not quite able to in the end. Peterbot looks for a shot, looks for a return, not going to get it. Sky is going to take him down. And that's AGAL on Falcons. Drama right there. Lots of violence between these two right now. Is that going to play into the hands of Sky and Skrull for the rest of the game?
Champion v champion. Big fights going down right now. You saw for a moment there on the picture-in-picture, you had Peterbot just baffled as to how he missed that shot. He picks his hands in the air, takes him off the keyboard, like, come on. Really feeling the effort there. Well, this is actually really bad. So Skrull, wherever he was hiding, he's found it out because he's down right now. So Sky, it's actually crazy that he won that fight because it could have gone really bad for them at that point.
If Sky lost that one, they could have been out of this game already. So that was well played from Sky. Needed to as well, of course, lack of whites. But we get to see where the storm and the zone ends up closing in. Z-Dog and Goofy against VK right now. Getting close by, but not actually getting too involved as Momsy and Sky Jumper in the vicinity as well, looking to try and take control of the supply drop.
RPG de ăla.
Hopefully give their loot a little bit of a boost as well. And I've been really impressed with these guys so far today. Of course, they haven't actually managed to pick up a win, which of course you need to do to end the competition. But yeah, I mean,
wins don't matter yet. Wins don't matter yet.
Not yet.
Get your points, play consistent, get us the win, and you'll send us all home very, very early. So hopefully it's not going to be too early. And hopefully they're not the only one in the race when that happens, because right now they have a significant lead. But Peterbot Boyo closing that gap. Vico Malabuka starting to close that gap. Vico Malabuka is probably the team we've shown maybe the least as far as their journey, right, as we've kind of focused in on these other teams. But they have been very much right there.
Yeah, they have. They're always in and around that sort of top spot. And I think when they won Summit, that was kind of... Ooh, hang on. Before I mentioned that, Peterbot down again to Sky and Skrull. Not ideal for him. Sky and Skrull recoup a lot of that loot that Skrull would have lost from that down. But as I was saying, Vico Malabuka, they're the sort of team that can go, not missing, but they can just go under the radar a little bit throughout the tournament. At the Summit, they weren't necessarily coined as the team to watch out for even throughout the event. They were just consistent. They were making those end games consistently. Not too flashy about it, and again, they haven't got a win either, but more than capable of doing so. Sky and Skrull looking to make this dead side rotate as well.
Yeah, nicely done for them right there. A little get back as well. Yep. You see Boyo's HP really low right now, so he's been kind of hanging out here inside the zone for quite some time. A lot of duos still lingering about. This is a pretty dangerous spot to be in, but again, they're here just kind of gathering back, this is the problem, right? You get this major setback when you get eliminated like this. Now he's got to take all this time to farm back up this loot.
Bravo.
Shxrk team getting active here onto Khan and Faded, though. This is your 6th place team versus your 4th. Very, very interesting fight going down right now.
Big moments there as well for Khan and Faded. I feel like this is a team that performed incredibly well earlier on in the week and have high expectations of themselves, as we heard from them in the interview.
But
they believe that they are the team to beat, and
but
it's nice to see them doing that here on the finals as well.
That's
Haven't quite seen that level from them throughout the whole year so far. Khan, of course, playing with Reason, unable to qualify for the LAN in the main track, the main circuit, later on this year. But Izzy and Nosif, another team that are no stranger to a clutch right at the end, so they're going to need to have all of that, channel all of that energy as they make their way through this game. Fans still on their side as well. It's the ideal situation for the French fans. You got one of the teams leading the way, and another one chasing down as well.
Yeah, 5th place for Izzy and Nosif. The crowd loves to chant for them when they're up on screen. Falcons definitely go crazy for Peterbot and Poyo on that side of the arena here. 2 elims so far, still, again, just getting comfortable here as the zones are starting to develop. We're getting into the late portion of this round now. Zone's going to pull west. This is where the majority of the player base is. No one's actually inside of Dirty Dock, so it's going to be a good, favorable zone for the most part. But saw how many players were actually playing that Slurpy Swamp. Let's see who ends up making it in and getting settled in first. Hari Kami here. Kind of right in between Vico Malabuka, who is actively tanking Storm right now for key positioning. Faded Khan, fresh off those reboots from Shxrk and Teeny's fight. How did they fare? Not too good, actually, so that's what I'm talking about. Getting eliminated so late in the game. You can see Khan barely has any mats now.
Yeah, and the difficulty is, of course, the area in which you can operate in gets smaller and smaller as the storm closes. So if you go down earlier on, you can re-loot scrap loot some of the other fights, but you can see right there, they just have to sit in their box, sit in that bush, and just enjoy the loot that they currently have, which is not particularly enjoyable, but if they can find an elim, if they can find a knock, that can reignite their game as well. Take a look at another highlight here from Peterbot. You know it's going to be an absolute banger.
Oh, gosh.
He whips out that mammoth that you just know something crazy is about to happen.
He's so good with it, so accurate.
Unbelievable.
Sky ends up falling right behind that, so now it's all up to Scroll. Reboots ending in 30 seconds here. Acorn and Bolts going for high ground, looking to kind of put up a flex of a position. This is just posturing at this point. It's too early to do anything big with it, but you got the extra mats, might as well put it to use. Sky's gonna go ahead and touch down there. You saw that in the distance. What's this little corner looking like? Darm, Demis, Lua Romero, Victor V, Kanata, or inside 10th now. Sky and Scroll in their back next to Peterbot and Poyo. So kind of meeting back up with their duos. All 20 alive now as we're entering into Storm Zone 7, and reboots are now closed.
Southwest zone, favorable for Darm and Demish. Liwa Romero, these guys in the driving seat right now.
Dă-l dracu.
Bit of damage onto Sky right there. Peterbot and Poyo look to use that as an opportunity to go in and actually go in for the fight. Peterbot and Poyo do not want to let them go away, but look at that. Peterbot down in the feed.
Bravo.
Poyo, and that's to Romero. This is a completely different team.
A rămas solo.
Pushing. Absolute disastrous moment for Peterbot and Poyo. They've been on a bit of a roll. Peterbot's still down though.
He rolled into the box.
He's actually rolled back inside. Is Peterbot now going to be able to get revived right
Zee,
now by Poyo? I think he is.
No,
but
not
no, the pressure's coming in from other areas. Poyo investing all of his metal. Trying to hold off all the builds. Yeah, there we go. The revive comes through. That could be huge in the overall standings here.
Oh my gosh, what a save from Poyo right there to pick up Peterbot, and what a play by Peterbot to roll out of the box and not get pieced up. Poyo's so smart. Elevation change right there. Just clever usage to get the pickup.
Am avut de toate, bă.
Surely that's the reason
Shxrk are de
they
tot.
are going to be in match point contention when everyone else is, if not first.
I'd love to see it. I would absolutely love to see it. I mean, that is a skill gap as well. Being able to
No,
actually
Metsu.
not get too disappointed when you get knocked is still in the game. For Khan and Faded, they really need to try and find a refresh and fast. 12 builds you saw on Khan right there. This is getting almost desperate at this point for those guys. Just need to try and turn the game around, which we saw Peterbot and Poyo try and do. Got shut down. So they do need to take some risks. Roll there gets knocked as well by Dimash and fully eliminated there as well as Sky. Dimash and Dom.
Dar nu omoră ăștia, bă.
Violent Sky and Scroll from AGAL are the first team to fall.
Moses Sphinx have high ground right now. Momsy, Skyjump kind of eyeing things up. We keep talking about them not quite securing their victory just yet, but you see they're starting to change their focus. Like, hey, brother, I think it's time we start looking up. Let's start getting ready for what we're gonna have to be performing against later. Shxrk though staying slow and steady here, consistent, just looking to make this end game. Never count them out. They're a team that will for sure go fight for height. A little bit of a tough rotate here as they lose one another. It's going to cost them extra mats for sure. Peterbot, Boyo, thinking about it. Here we go.
Nice little fizz. Goes for the shot. There goes a huge one. Once again, that was onto Sphinx on the front side of zone. Muzz there goes down as well. Malabuka picks up an Elim in the process. Momsy and Skyjump all the way down here as well. Still in this game. Remember, this is our first place team at the very moment. They are looking to cross that threshold. 350 points is the amount that you need in order to then go on and get a win to take this tournament all for yourself. Izzy and Noted yet again find themselves on high. They're looking to replicate what we saw from them earlier on and getting a big victory royale. The French fans erupt here in Paris.
With those Elims right there, Faded and Khan now fall in 6 once again. Izzy, though, gets contested by Peterbot. I was thinking there's no way they're not going to fight for it after taking down Muzz and Sphinx from the high
ground. Că ăsta moare. Peterbot că nu mai are mețuri.
They've only got 6 builds right there. You saw it on Peterbot. Not ideal whatsoever. Who's going to take height? No one's on it right now. Peterbot decides to go on up, trying to look for an opportunity to spray on down to the teams down below. He's looking for a frag. He's looking for a refresh because he's only got 1 build now. As Poyo has to try and get nearby as well. And of course, he's right next to him. This is the danger, though. Peterbot and Poyo. Peterbot, full damage. Disastrous.
Kind of sprints off the edge there and then bolts waste no time in taking him down.
Ce bine îmi pare, bă.
On the heels of too many players ramps there. The storm's too close.
Dar chiar că cum a murit acolo?
It's just an unfortunate turn of events right there. Not even he understands how that happened, but it does occur. No one's perfect. Take a look here. Momsy, though, misses the shot here onto Malabuka. They still have no idea he was there. Just gotta clutch this one up.
Luați haiu. Luați haiu.
Presents itself.
Nu-i nimeni.
Just waste no time. They walk straight up and like taking candy from a baby, it's theirs. They have high ground.
Yeah, no team are playing it this game. It was absolutely free for them. One of the easiest height takes they will ever have. And the favorites coming into the day have finally turned up again after having a really nice start. They've fallen off slightly. They've had a little bit of a rough patch, but now they're looking to recover.
Luați pe ăla.
Pixie Swizzy down there as well.
Hai mă că știi.
Shxrk looking just to try and compress the rest of the lobby down as the zone goes all the way over towards a bridge. It's going to be very awkward for all of our teams down on the low ground. That's why Shxrk and Cammy are just playing a couple more higher layers, actually finding a Elim in the process there onto Mini Poyo. And Momsy understands the situation, needs to try and rack up as many points, even as a solo finds another medkit here as well, squeezing out all those placing points.
Victor V and Kanata are turning up right now as well. They're still inside the top 10. This is 2 games now where they're doing it, but Momsy's got the solo clutch for himself to kind of remain in the lead here. 300 points. The first team now to go ahead and break that threshold. This is a big moment here in the tournament. The crowd is cheering for Momsy. What can he do with the crowd on his back? Pablo Ngu forced out of the layer here. Now, shots coming in from all angles. It's Kanata forced in a scramble.
Da,
He's
mă.
on the run. Vico finds
Sau?
Rapid down
N-a murit.
low, and
Acum, gata.
is coming to a close here.
Look who's on height still. It's Shxrk and Teeny. Cammy looking to heal off back inside of the storm. Zone is actually pulling back over all of these old builds as well. So Shxrk and Teeny, although they don't have builds, they won't need them. Look at that, 5 builds onto Teeny. They're just trying to apply a lot of that pressure now down below. What that also means, all these teams down below are going to be running into each other, into old builds, into other people's edits. That's why Pablo and Chino just fall. And Shxrk and Teeny are looking to ride on out to a successful game here and reignite their belief.
With how many
Trebuie
teams
să
are
facă
down
win.
as well, this is going to close the leaderboards even more. Hari still in the game. Malabuka Vico earning points now. The second team to break 300 points. That's going to be an Elim out to Victor V there. Shxrk, Teeny completely out of material now here up top. Forced to go down. The flow barrier fizzes in. Vico's trying to heal. Malabuka's there. It's a 2v2. Everyone's one shot here. It can go either way.
E zonă, chill.
Crash pads across the side.
E prost, e prost.
Shxrk's
Nu
very
știe.
healthy. Teeny's hurt.
Bravo.
He's hurt as well. Everyone's
Bravo.
but Shxrk hits the shots.
Huge huge game for Shxrk and Teeny. They had a bit of a wobble in the last few games. Maybe that confidence was getting knocked. But Shxrk, there is no reason to look at your teammate with disappointment right now because you've just managed to pick up a huge victory royale to put yourselves back in contention for the lead.
Vico's just letting the energy flow through him at this point. I hope he's got music playing, because if not,
I think that's just what he does.
He could just dance and nothing.
I think he makes his own music.
He's making his own music.
He's coming up with it in himself. He's drumming, he's doing the violin.
Malabuka's trying to figure this out right now. He's like, dude, do I join in? Is this real life right now? Jokes aside, though, love when Vico, of course, is having fun. Just really living in the moment right now. Complete opposite, very stoic from Shxrk and Teeny here. Take a look from their perspective. I mean, just from their perspective after this, but what a win here. Vico, Malabuka, didn't even keep count. I think it was like 10 or 11 meters.
All about Shxrk and
Dar nu sunt pe locul.
They're gonna choke up. I'm choking. I one build. One is in storm. Another. Nice. I have height. 30 right. Dead. I'm on. Nice, I'm dead. Dead. Nice.
Ooh, they're feeling it now. They're feeling it. This is good. This is great. They're confident. They've got the belief back in them. They got smiles.
Pe 2. Nu.
So, you know, they won games and didn't say a word. Not a GG, not a thank you, not a good job. We got a nice. You know, it means something to them now. They become the third team to break into that 300-point threshold. That means after this game here, what's this? So we're approaching match 8 shortly. After match 8, we might have a team or two up there in that 350 range. And then winning a game will mean the tournament could end. So, hey guys, we're gonna have to do some math here. We'll be crunching numbers. When we'll get back, we'll have more action for you.
Dați așa un pic chat.
When they are this close to contention for that match point format. So it's time to be great because with the way that Vico and Malabuka are looking, they want that back-to-back.
I know, and that's the thing, right? In that situation, the pressure was already at a certain level, but now we're at that match point status, right? So can Shxrk and Teeny be that team? Can they step up to the plate
when the pressure is
Let's
at its,
subscribe.
like the stage of the competition is at its most
I think that's what makes it so complicated, though, because you see the likes of Vico off to the side constantly, every single match. It doesn't matter.
Work today is broken.
Da, așa. Avem aici și ăsta, stați să-i...
We're talking about Vico Malabuca. Vico, for a moment there, he was at the very beginning of the day super stoic. Kind of like the Vico I'm not used to seeing. The locked in Vico, quiet, focus. Now we've got super vibes Vico. He's good, he's dancing. He got second place and some might, you know, be upset or be like, man, what a tough.
Bă, chiar nu aveam în plan să fac un astfel de videoclip, pentru că nu am mai făcut de foarte mult timp. N-am mai făcut din ăsta să gustăm, să mâncăm, să testăm.
Nu prea, că nu
și
mai
așa
mâncăm
departe.
decât cu problema cu stomacul și cu dieta și cu alea.
Exact. Doar că poți să le spui tu oamenilor că ieri când am fost la videoclipul pe care l-ai filmat tu, am intrat într-un magazin chinezesc după un anumit produs sau după un bonul respectiv, exact așa. Bă, și nu mi-a venit să cred că nu mai e nevoie să mergi până în Japonia sau în China să testezi tot felul de chestii din astea.
Da, cel puțin la noi în zona aici nu găseai niciodată.
Păi a fost prima oară de când m-am lovit cu ochii de așa ceva, de imaginea asta așa. Avem o grămadă de snacks-uri pe care putem să le testăm.
Snacks-uri, sucuri,
tot, sucuri, absolut tot. Și pe lângă sucuri și prăjituri și așa, sunt tot felul de lucruri ciudate care apăreau acolo la raft și zic, bă, n-are cum să nu mergem să luăm și noi. Și am zis lui Badan, zic, mâine mergem să luăm, băi, câte o guriță mică așa, că nu vreau să mâncăm sau ceva.
Facem o excepție astăzi și gustăm puțin din ele,
exact.
că nu moare nimeni acum dacă guși puțin, dar să nu faci un exces, să mănânci în fiecare zi
sau să mâncăm tot de acolo, că n-ai cum, oricum. Așa că ne întoarcem la magazinul chinezesc, cumpărăm toate produsele care ne se par nouă interesante și revenim aici să vă spunem și vouă părerea despre fiecare produs în parte. Am plecat mega încărcați, nu că încărcați, eu sper să nu fie prea multe de fapt, că sincer n-am mai văzut în fața ochilor când m-am trezit în fața raftului acolo, am băgat și n-am mai ținut cont. Mergem acasă să vedem ce avem noi aici. Nu ne rămâne de făcut decât un singur lucru. Mamă. Stai așa că avem câteva chestii pe care le-am cumpărat pentru aici la hală, pentru noi. Ăsta,
super glue, tot super glue, bag acolo. Super glue și chestii din astea, o să le avem aici.
Ideea este că sunt foarte multe produse, nici nu știu dacă o să reușim să le testăm pe toate astăzi, pentru că sunt extrem de multe. V-am spus, n-am mai văzut în fața ochilor noi când ne-am trezit acolo la magazin. Am zis, bă, ia și de-aia.
Am înțeles.
Good spot to be in. Let's see, Shxrk finds Izzy Nosif as we kind of tee it up here. He's got such a lead on him. Very nicely done. Good finish there. And back to the action here. Tini's on his teammate though. Nosif's got to be careful.
He's be very careful. This is awkward for Izzy and Nosif, getting pushed from two different angles from Shxrk and Tini. Goofy there down in the feed as well. It's just been bad to worse for those guys. At the bottom end of the leaderboard, Muzz actually hitting a huge shot there onto Malabuca. Looks as though Malabuca surely will end up going down in that particular fight. And that's disastrous because look, Vico's just gone down as well. Could this be our second place team out?
A murit. Easy.
Oh my goodness, that's our first place.
Bravo.
Beg your pardon, out now.
Nice.
That is not good at all. Both of them went down individually.
Acum și Peter bă și gata.
Vico Malabuca. Oh, Vico hasn't got much to dance about anymore.
Bravo.
Whoa now, hello. Mammoth pistol from Z-Dog. Downrange will be finishing off Peterbot there. That's how quickly your story can change, by the way. Take a look. Sky Jump takes down Vico simultaneously as Malibu gets hunted down at the Dirty Docks. I mean, you just can't make that up. That's so unfortunate. Muzz under some serious pressure right now. Shxrk's just seeming to be on a heater now. That's their 5th elimination.
Fully down.
Now officially taking the lead here with victory royales and of course the point threshold.
Pe primul loc, dacă număr acum,
they will be at 350, exiting match 8, gearing up to close out the tournament for the evening.
Wow.
Meciul lor și ăsta și gata.
For Shxrk and Tini. It'd be very easy just to start slowly in this game when you only need 30 points.
Just end game?
Yeah, and just play end game, right? But Yeah, they're already getting off to a hot start. Peterbot and Pollo, hot and cold really today. I feel like we've seen what's underneath the Peterbot aura. We've seen them showing what they can do, what he can do individually as well. But also we've seen some of the
Dați like
kicks
chat,
in their
mă
armor,
ajută
some of
mult
the
dacă dați
weaknesses
un
in their
like.
gameplay here on
Nu vă
Reload
costă
as
nimic.
well.
Yeah, I mean, last game they were definitely going for another win. They went for high ground. They were really putting it all out there. Not sure
30 de
how,
puncte chat.
again, Peterbot misjudged, kind of sliding off. That momentum seemed to have carried him straight into fall damage, unfortunately. Even he was obviously taken aback. That calculation wasn't quite accurate, but with that, they lose, I don't know, a good amount of points. They could have otherwise been around the 380 range, right? A little closer.
Yeah.
But it sets them back nonetheless. Shxrk and Teeny just full on offense though.
Cred că și-au dat și ei seama că au murit.
And again, playing it as a duo.
Că au murit Malibuca.
Strats like you see some of these other teams opting to split, but more so saying, hey, let's just land here. Let's push together. And they're taking fights very comfortably,
Mă,
very
joacă la in-game și
confidently, if you
gata.
will, against duos on the map. Acorn's going to be spotted out there, continuing to remain, unfortunately, in 20th place here. Peterbot's back in the game after that
Nu știe, nu știe.
short stint to the side, finds Scroll there. There's a reason he runs Mammoth. There's a reason he's regarded as one of the most well-rounded players in the world.
I'd love to know the stats on how many times Falcons have eliminated AGL today. I feel like they've just been going head-to-head all day. It's like they know. It's like they know it's each other. Well, very similar to the club championship standings as well.
It's more about how far ahead you can come at the end of the day. So right now, Falcons is surely in the lead here. Sky and Scroll have a long way to go. They'll need to get at least 2 big end games to be in contention. But Peterbot back after Scroll here, trying to finish the job. This is really bad. So Scroll's down. We already knew Sky was taken out, which means he's left even worse for wears as well. Another team could potentially just look to hunt them at this point.
Yeah, it's been so strange from Sky and Scroll, but should we be surprised with how they've been playing this entire week? You know, it's sort of resting on our laurels of like, yeah, they'll get good, they'll come good. Unfortunately, not being the case. Peterbot and Pollo.
Hit it, please.
Ce, please, bă.
Been able to dominate in a lot of these fights. As Scroll is just trying to escape. Peterbot investing a lot of those.
Da, caută-l, că e aici, caută.
Trying to seek him out inside of that little hut. Going to be found there though. That's where the game becomes a little bit of hide and seek. For Scroll, it's all about hiding. And unfortunately for him right now, it's all about taking a lot of damage as well. Deep inside of the storm, these guys are fighting it out. Peterbot still trying to hit shots. Hasn't got the means to get over there, so I think that's why he's just sort of turned around and decided against it. Teeny getting into Izzy's box. Nice shot there. Shxrk goes down in the process there. That was too easy, so they're going to be able to get the revive here, you have to imagine. Nobody in the vicinity. That was important there from Teeny to put the team on his back slightly and clutch up in that fight.
Second time I've seen it today. Nicely done. Z-Dog, Goofy, 115 here. 2 eliminations, so having a bit of a better game. See how Pixie Suzy can do here. Still haven't earned any points right now. 2-2-2, the overall threshold. Kind of slipped down on the overall standings here. Golden Rapids slowly starting to get back into things. 201 for them. Looking at the leaderboards, Victor V. Kanata with another back-to-back end game there. Jumps them up to top 7. Swizzy and Pixie are close on their heels in 8th. So just a couple elims and they'll jump right over that team.
Steamy stacks, looking like this is going to be where the zone's going to pull right here. Goofy and Z-Dog. It's just been, mentally it must be really difficult for them. They started strongly, as you mentioned, 5th place at the beginning of the day. And just have been slowly slipping away as the day has gone on. Oh my goodness, look at that zone. It's like 70% of it is in the water. It's absolutely ridiculous. So
I think the worst was our first day though. We had the first zone just off the map completely. Like, it was quite.
Mamă, e pe apă zona? Ce?
I felt like we were about due for some silos in game, so Steamy Stacks is gonna keep things interesting for us. It's kind of cool. Day 1 we did get that Steamy Stack zone, and a lot of like teams actually preferred not to go up for the stacks.
Yeah.
It was only towards the end when folks tried to play for retakes. We'll see if that's going to be different here today. Good amount of duos still deep in the zone. Conan faded, one of the first few to go ahead and get situated here. He's got roughly 4 other teams parked above him. Momsy and Skyjump, one of them. 306 for Skyjump and Momsy. Again, the roadway completely open, given that Vico and Malabuka, who started this game in first, fell very early to some unforeseen circumstances. Salvatore and Yasin, as a quick update, fall, and they are in 10th. So another team falls, this is going to give Cold and Rapid a chance now to basically be in top 10 for the first time of the evening.
Yep, opportunity.
Și eu rezistam mai mult.
I feel like this game is a little bit of a quicker pace than that last. Remember in 7th zone last time, we still had all 20 of our duos, 80 of our players, right? So lots more action early game here. Quite unfortunate for the likes of Vico and Malabuka as well. Difficult situation, same with Muzz and Sphinx. We've seen them in this position before, trying to launch pad in from deep. Hoyo and Peterbot, they're direct rivals, you have to say, right below them.
Look up, look up. Just look up.
Ce look up, mă? Stai acolo.
Right there, Momsy though, and his duo seem to have been pressuring Peterbot and Boya on the outskirts. Look at that, they end up turning back. So they need to find a new angle.
Remember
look
that
up,
earlier on, they went deep inside of the storm. Shxrk went down, it set their game off completely in the wrong direction. This time they don't want to take that big risk. Big change in how they're approaching this, in terms of mentally as well. This is the sort of team you think, yeah, they're just going to go for high. They put themselves in the best position. They put themselves in the safest position right there. They understand and then respect the rest of the lobby. They understand their position as well. What is that, 30, 24 points until that 350 mark. So, you know, it's not a huge amount for a team like Shxrk and Tini. They can do that with eliminations on their own if they want to. What's that, 8 elims? So, more than possible.
A murit și Peterbot. Aia zic.
Mixed reactions from the crowd. Falcons fans are disappointed. I hear some cheers from other areas as well. Peterbot and Poyo. What happened?
I mean, I'm looking at the overall map. There's still 3 duos that were inside the storm. So those couple of shots that came in from
Shxrk.
pretty much Momsy sitting on the edge of storm looking inwards, and Skyjump there forced them to kind of park down. They try to wait it out.
Yeah.
But I think the teams that were coming in late found them there. That's a rough spot to be in. They had every opportunity just now to really get back in and keep that catalyst going, keep that momentum running. But now they're surely behind here. It's looking like a 3-way, pretty much a 3-way race between Shxrk, Tini, Vico, Malabuka, Skyjump, and Momsy now. Everyone else is going to need at least 2 games to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, very unorthodox way that Shxrk and Tini maybe have done it today. But yeah, they look like the most likely team now to break into that 350 point plus mark. And then potentially take it in the very next game. All depends on how well they play right there. We've seen the best of them, we've seen the worst of them. So, which are we going to get in this game? They got to get there first, and of course, the rest as well. As you hear that countdown ticking on down, is the noise that you don't want to hear if you're in a fight, because reboots have now been disabled.
Okay, hear me out though. Shxrk and Tini don't make an end game right now, right? If they fall short, fall shy, this is easily going towards a game 10. But what will happen is anyone from that 5th through 9th place, 5th through 11th even, we go as far as Romero and Lua, can jump up and at least be in contention for closing out game 10, and then everyone kind of being in the same threshold range. So really just depends on how well they play during this game, if whether or not we'll see a breakaway on the standings. Nosif, Izzy have a chance to do it, but Nosif is going to fall first, crashing and crumbling under the pressure of Darman Dennis. And now they're pushing in. Demas has already secured the
Just
lead.
like
Nosif, Izzy
pentru
really
Shxrk.
goes in for the med kits.
Cred că câștigă acum.
We've seen you do it before, Izzy. We saw you do it yesterday.
He's done it too much.
Solo clutch, he's done it, but he's proved that he can do it.
Just
Albeit
so
this is a
long.
lot earlier on. Let's see that magic. Oh.
Nice.
Call it too soon. They get caught out on the move there. I'm looking at
Puneți bă pe Shxrk.
position by the silo.
Pe Tini, așa.
Not too far from
Că ești prea bun.
Acorn Bolt
Îl
trying
iei.
to get their desperate move inside.
Bravo. Mă.
It's a good exchange of blows
Chill,
there.
chill,
That
chill.
could have gone either way had the mammoth shot landed though.
Hai, 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 hai.
Coming to a halt here. Pixie, Swizzy, kind of eyeing up the surrounding areas. Again, this is all around the silo, completely indestructible, mind you.
Yep.
Comes early shockwaves from Shxrk and Tini. They're really trying to position themselves as, again, leaders on the road stakes, leaders on the high ground as well. Even if it's not committing to the ultimate height, they're still kind of off there.
Well, this is big. Shxrk and Tini now find themselves in those placement points. Skygump, Momsy, the team that's just behind them there in third place. Vika, who went down early on in this game. Also, Akel, hello. They're in lobby. They want to show us that they're still here to play. Because remember, even if they're not in the position to win this whole thing, there's still lots of money, lots of prizing on the line for even breaking outside of that bottom of the leaderboard. So, big opportunity here for Bolts and Acorn to show us what they're really about. Momsy and Skyjump, completely different end of the leaderboard, completely different objective for them. That's just to get over that 350-point threshold. Same as Shxrk and Tini, getting themselves to the front side of zone right now. 7 eliminations so far for them. They've been really active earlier on in this game, but also playing safe as it gets towards these later stages of the competition. And of course this particular game.
Yeah, this game they're playing so differently. Instead of going for high ground where before they seem to have been in the race to try to earn as much as possible, they're playing it very, very safe right now, trying to secure placement points first. Saw a little glimpse of Kanata Victor V, Momsy, Skyjump. These are strongly positioned teams right now, kind of in this end game. New zone's gonna reveal itself. It's already on the move here. Josh Niamzo alive, still in the end game. Romero, Goofy barely holding on here. Acorn Bolts are gonna go down. Sky and Scroll fall as well to Momsy and Skyjump. And they are just heating up. These are important points being earned right now. Wow. That's a lot of damage.
Absolutely. Beam right there in the process. Momsy does have med kits in his inventory, but look who's decided to try and take height as well. Hari and Cammy, they're up on top right now. Goofy and Z-Dog down and out. They really do need it. They need to make up a lot of these points. Remember, 4th place right now. So huge opportunity for them to climb up the standings. If it's not going to be this game, maybe the next game they can break into that 350-point mark. Momsy, though, down. Oh, no. Disastrous here for the French guys. Skyjump needs to do it all alone. His objective right now, his main goal is to get into that 350-point plus mark. Tini and Shxrk, 12 points behind. Need to get into it, need to try and take it for themselves. They'll be hoping that Skyjump Momsy go out this game soon.
Just 12 points. 12 points is what they need right now to get into 350 match point range. They are on their way at the moment. Still 12 duos remaining as well. All they need is a couple of elims and a few placement points. It'll just basically happen depending on the next engagement here. Gotta be careful though, these are their builds. Skyjump on the other side knows and recognizes that he needs placement point as well. I love this play to stay in the storm a little bit longer. Cammy and Hari still have high ground. This is going back towards the silo on the outskirts here. Team's alive right now. Swizzy, Pixie, Kanata, Victor V, Cold and Rapid still in this game too.
Che dà un shot. No, a morire. Bravo, bravo.
Points for
3
Tini,
punti.
and then a win in the next game. 3 more points is all you need, my friend. Minimal. 1 placement, really. An elimination. Can he find it? Or are we going to go to yet another game? No. Getting pressure, though, from Victor V and Kanata on the same box. 200 wood. Trying to play out as much as possible. He needs other teams to fall on through. Popping the big pot as well to try and make himself as healthy as possible. Cammy there goes down. Must have been the 4 damage there, which is not ideal for them all the way up on height. They got it.
A team falls. It's Cammy. It's Swizzy who's down. Tini has broken through the threshold, punched his fist through that ceiling, and now the rest will be history. We'll see how it goes. Skyjump high in the box. Skyjump still going for it. He's at 336. He needs 14 points to remain in this race as well, to stay in that point threshold range going into the final games. Kanata Victor V, very hurt but not out just yet. Pablo and Chino have high ground. They exchange blows, and down goes Skyjump there. On high ground, though, is just Hari here. Demis is still in the game. Lua and Romero coming back into the fight. Chino hits Romero, and he is very, very hurt.
Hari now needs a solo clutch his way into contention. Remember, Shxrk and Tini are in that threshold, so it all comes down to this for Shari. 20 HP, can only take 2 ticks of the storm. Really not ideal at all. And Hari goes down. Mini Pollo is down there with Fukun as a duo. Liwa and Romero looking to get themselves back in contention as well. 251 points for them. It's a duo versus a solo. As we see Dom and Demus there down on low ground. Mini Pollo trying to do anything and everything to make it happen. Now it's a 2v2.
Lua Romero, 6 eliminations for Lua. Romero has 1. Who will get the final one? It is going to be Lua, locking things up and putting them away. What a round. They spring into the top 5, as do other teams. So many teams right now are in that 250 to 280 range, roughly a game away from potential point formats, but all eyes are on Shxrk and Teeny, who are moments away potentially. All they need is a victory, and they can end this tournament early.
What I will say, though, is a lot of those teams from sort of 5th to 10th, they've now put themselves in contention as well. Of course, they can't win the tournament from this next game, but maybe all they need is this next game to be good to then put themselves in that 350-point mark. So if it's not game 9, if Shxrk and Teeny don't win game 9, we could be looking at multiple teams.
Kind of in this end game. New zone's going to reveal itself. It's already on the move here. Goofy barely holding on. Sky jump.
C'ho un pick pe aici.
Medkits in it. They're up on top right now, so maybe the next game they can break into that 3.
La Fortnite de ani buni. În ce echipă sunt românii noștri, special sunt. Te pup, Alex, deși atent. Îl avem pe Shxrk și pe Teeny, băieții pe care e camera acum și la care ne uităm în momentul de față. Sunt în eSports-ul Aurora și pe momentul de față sunt locul 1 la turneu, bro. Nu câștigă, Andrei. Da, așa pe ce să mai spamez, bro.
All they need is a couple of Elans and a few placement points. It'll just basically happen depending on the next engagement here. You gotta be careful though, these are their builds. Skyjump on the other side knows and recognizes that he needs placement point as well. I love this play to stay in the storm a little bit longer. Cami and Hari still have
Cami, nu-i Shxrk pe high, bro, dar tot ai șanse. Tot ai șanse, bro. Sper să nu se facă câinele, bro, să le ia contest. Shxrk a căzut, bro. Teeny. Pam. Oh, mă, skip-ul. Faded. 43 de build-uri. Încă 3 puncte, bro. Bă, ce doi să câștige, bro. Hai, încă 3 puncte, chat. Mamă, Teeny, chill.
Trying to play out as much as possible. He needs other teams to fall on through. Popping the big pot as well.
Hai, de încă 3 puncte, bro. Încă 3 puncte, chat.
Which is not ideal for them all the way up on height. They got it.
A team falls. It's Cami, it's
Gata.
who's down. Teeny.
350, chat. Din momentul acesta, dacă o să câștige un meci, au câștigat tot turneul, bro. 6 build-uri, nu, 0 build-uri. Bă! GG, bro. Chat. Meciul următor, dacă câștigă, au câștigat tot turneul, bro. Ok?
Am înțeles acum.
Tea and had a bite to eat instead of playing that game because you would have got the same amount of points. So can they step up to the plate? What will Shxrk and Teeny do? Will they take out their immediate competition off spawn? Will they start to mess around a little bit? Because realistically, the most important thing for them is that Skyjump and Momsy don't get over that threshold.
And Vico and Malabuka.
The Vico Malabuka don't get over that threshold. Doesn't matter about points anymore.
Well, they're really close. I know we got Zeke standing by to give us some more insight, and that's what I want to hear about.
Thank you so much, Monster. You are right. We have Shxrk and Teeny here. They just hit match point in that last game. Guys, here we are, finally on match point. You just need another win, pretty easy. At this point, you guys have so many wins. Is it easy? Is it going to be easy to just go in? Are you going to win this next game right here, right now?
I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
What do you think? Is it going to happen, Shxrk? Are you going to win right here, right now, or is it just a we'll see?
We'll see.
I love that. Farm the aura. Guys, obviously, you know, you've heard a lot from Boop. You guys are pretty tight with him. Shxrk, I'd love you to just look into the camera and just say something very nice to Boop right here.
Thank you for everything, bro.
I love that. Heartwarming. Teeny, to win right here, right now, would that just be like everything? What would you feel if you won it now?
I mean, it would be great, yeah. Amazing.
I love that, guys. And obviously, now that you have hit match point, pressure's going to be on. Do you think teams are going to maybe look to land on you? Are you guys going to maybe do something different to make sure that doesn't happen?
What was the question?
Are you going to do something different?
No.
Keep it all the same. I love that. They're locked in. They are focused on this next win. They are on match point. We'll have to see how it all goes.
Chat credeți că câștigă? Un meci trebuie, chat. Acum am înțeles și eu. Tuk tuk tuk. Wow, mă aud. Ce tare. Te pup, frate, ești top. Am dat de live-ul tău mai devreme și mi s-a părut tare fain. Ies acum, dar mersi frumos de moderator. Asta mi-a zis băiatul. Nu mai am ce să mai zic. Sincer.
Oh no, I'm there with you because of the performance that we have seen from this duo, not just today, but going back to their actual groups. They were able to get so many victory royales. Today they have shown that they can still do it as well. And the one thing that we kind of been keeping track throughout today is that high ground. This is a team that usually excels that. We really haven't seen that much the high ground being contested as much. If we see them in the high ground, it could end up finishing.
Yeah, could of course get crazy. I won't lie though, guys. I feel like Shxrk and Tini have what I like to call a little bit of a freebie in this next game, right? They are the only team that can kind of win the game. And what I mean by a freebie, I mean, it's not going to be a lot of pressure on them, right? They can just kind of go out. They don't have to worry about any other team winning the game to kind of end the competition early. That being said, when we do take a look at the leaderboard, there are plenty of teams that are very, very close to 350 points now. So let's just say that Shxrk and Tini don't win this next game. You got to imagine other teams are going to cross 350 points. And then the next game after this next one, then it's going to be pressure on.
I mean, during that interview, oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, it is a bit of a freebie, but also it kind of leaves a big question mark, right? If they don't end up winning it in this next one, as we can see there on the overall with what you were alluding to, we do have Skyjump, Momsy. Very close by. We have Vico and Malibuka as well, very close by as well.
Man, when I was speaking of Carrie and Cammy, I actually meant Skyjump and Momsy that were so close, 336 points right there. Although it was Carrie and Cammy that were on high ground doing a pretty good job right there. So to see them jump up into 4th place, I think that they're well within contention of breaking into that 1st place spot. But Skyjump, Momsy, Vico, Malibuka, so many of these teams are so close and just need not even a good game, honestly, just a handful of eliminations to break into that point threshold.
Vivid, I'm going to be looking at number 7 there, Falcons, because not just what we have seen today, the bounce back out of this duel, but also with everything that's going on with the club championship, we've seen them today get close to 100 points in just one match, and we see Peter Bot and Pollo being able to clutch it in big moments.
Exactly what I wanted to talk about, right? It feels obvious that if you take a look at 4th place, right, 303 points, 3rd place, 320 points, 2nd place, 336 points. Yeah, they can get to 350 pretty easily, but it is possible. If you go all the way down, I mean, heck, Swizzy and Pixie from 249, I wouldn't put it past them to be able to have such a big game that they could get up to 350 as well. So many other teams that Shxrk and Tini might be counting out could really enter match point in a blink of an eye.
And listen, NA West also representing there, Victor V and Kanata. If we want to talk about a comeback, they have been doing absolutely incredible since we've moved to Slurp Rush, winning 2 games in game number 6, and now also coming out on top. To see them beating out the likes of Peterbot and Pollo, I don't know if that was necessarily going to be on anyone's bingo card right now, but just taking a look at the 2nd page right now, we do still have some big names there. Of course, we're starting to, I mean, we've definitely passed the halfway point now. I don't know necessarily if they're going to be able to do anything to climb up too much leaderboard, but still, we do have a lot of these teams that are still just trying to gain any amount of points for their club.
Yeah, and for Shxrk and Tini, you can see it right there. The threshold was 350 points, which has been met by that duel. The next thing they need to do is just get a victory royale and they'll be able to become champions. It could finish in this next one. Talking back about the club championship, AGL, just Sky and Scroll have not been able to perform. Something that we're also talking about is sometimes when you get to the later stages of the finals here, you tend to see teams that got absolutely nothing to lose do a little bit of BM to those teams that have everything to gain.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, AGAL, that's going to be kind of where my eyes are being peeled towards. And it's kind of crazy because Shxrk and Teeny, by what feels like not winning this next game, kind of keeps Sky and Scroll in it for their club in general, right? Because obviously Sky and Scroll are a little bit further down the leaderboard than Falcons are right now. So Sky and Scroll need as many opportunities as they possibly can to rise up that leaderboard because this...
Pe ce top sunt? Oare pe ce top sunt?
Every day, founders like third match point. It looks like this is just a normal day of Fortnite, and we're all just playing their game.
It looks just like that, too. You were talking about teams that were able to bounce back, too. One team that comes to mind is T1.
La fiecăruia, care cum vrea, sau vrei să facem o ordine, nici nu știu cum să facem videoclipul ăsta.
Da, oricum tăiem, avem aici din ăsta.
Tacâmuri, da, uite, avem tacâm din ăsta așa.
Trebuiască.
Uite, scot două ca să fie aici.
Da, și luăm câte o bucățică din fiecare acum, dar nu ne punem să nebunim aici.
Bă, fii atent, sunt o grămadă de chestii care apar pe TikTok și-s virale, îți dai seama, dacă s-a dus de până afară, uite, ia, moci cu lapte.
Să-mi explici și cineva buretele astea.
Ăsta e burete de vase pe
uitați-vă ăla. Da, burete de vase, să moră. Bine, mă rog, e o prăjitură, dar eu așa am poreclit-o de când am văzut-o la rafting. Zic, da, nu, bă, ăștia, avem bureți de vase să mănânci.
Așa am văzut de ieri, de când l-am văzut, am zis așa. Ia să vedem moci cu lapte cum sunt.
Doamne, ce aici și eu.
Mi se pare incredibil că sunt atâtea. Și mi se pare că atât mai incredibil că îți dai seama că nu sunt de la noi și nu au nicio treabă. Ia.
Și asta?
Muci cu lapte.
Ia, cum e rău, ești
textură. Da, nu știu, e ceva...
Mie nu-mi plac.
Nu știu cu ce se la semăn.
Zic eu. Mi-a fost suficient. Direct, lapte cu... Băi, cu melțișori.
A, da.
Lapte cu melțișori, direct.
El oricum ca aroma asta e cu lapte, ceva cu lapte, dar... Uite dacă... Vezi că arată tare, mă așteptam să arate altfel, mă crezi?
Da, dar nu mă așa, nu. Adică, mai bine prefer lapte cu melțișori decât ce-o fi doamne.
I-am șurubat dar înainte de asta.
Ce facem cu astea acum?
Bă, le aruncăm, îți dai seama că astea oricum nu o să mai fie bune.
Deci aici, da? Și nu mâncăm noi toate astea niciodată, noi gustăm așa, ești nebun.
I-am șurubat dar înainte de videoclip, că la unele o să-mi fie scârbă să mănânc. Uitați, de exemplu, vă dau repede un exemplu. Unde e ăla?
Nu, punga aia, asta.
Nu, mă, aia, da. Uitați-vă un pic aici.
Ce are pe moartea, pe pungă?
Nu știu ce are aici, dar arată oribil. Și s-ar putea să fie scârbă.
Lasă-mă alea cu buretele de vase, că a fost, deci eu cum am intrat în magazin, ăsta a fost nebunia mea.
Mă, când încep?
Hai să vedem.
Bine, eu mai trebuie să mănânc înainte ca să pot să-l desfac.
Ai, n-ai cuțitul la însertar acolo? Sau ți aduc o foarte...
Ce vorbești?
Între timp o să desfac și eu stixurile astea cu ciocolată. Dar astea n-ar trebui să fie rele, gen. Îmi place că vin ambalate separat, adică nu trebuie să arunci neapărat cum a fost mai înainte la ăla. Putem să-l punem deoparte.
N-am cum să-mi zici tu mie că astea genul bune așa de mâncat la sensul că...
Sănătoase,
da,
sănătoase, bine, nici nu vrei să știi ce conțin.
Cum arată, mă, ce ești nebun la cap, ia, mă.
Bă, ăsta e un stix cu ciocolată. N-are ce să nu fie bun ăsta. Vedeți că ăsta chiar îmi place și zice, stixul e sărat și în combinația asta cu ciocolată, e ce trebuie, ești nebun? Ia zi-ne, frate, de buretele de vase.
Păi ce să vă zic că n-are niciun gust de nimica.
Zi-mă, adevărat.
Să mor dacă are vreun gust de ceva.
Dă-ți și-mi iau bucățică mică.
Ia, mă iau gură și restul...
Da. Ce culoare gri.
Lasă-mă mușcă și tu spune ce gustare, că eu nu știu să explic la oameni.
Din primul rând miroase a canapea veche.
Lasă tu mușcă așa. El ca textură e ok, e moale, așa e ce trebuie pentru măselele mele de copil.
Nu știu că e chec.
Hai că chec dacă e.
La textură.
La textură, dar la gust, ce ai mâncat acum? Gust de...
Știi ce mă înșeală pe mine? Că am mâncat asta cu ciocolată și mi-a dat puțin gust de ciocolată.
Mai vrei?
Nu.
Nu mă sparge, zic sincer.
Are gustul ăla că de...
De nu știu ce.
Ceva rânce, dar așa vechi, nu știu cum să explic. Ia ăsta, ia stixul ăsta cu ciocolată și vezi. Mamă, ia vezi și miros banana, ia bagă nasul. Ăsta e bun, ți-am zis, combinații de sărat, stixul e sărat și ciocolata e dulce, ce trebuie. Și aici avem și jeleuri.
Asta chiar e ok, bă.
Cu banană. Sau ce scrie ceam? Da, ceami banana, uite. Și el arată așa.
Dați like, chat și follow.
Ia dă-și mie. Cred că mănânc acum dulci cât n-am mâncat în ultimii 5 ani.
Nu mă sparge. Îmi place mirosul totuși. Dar ca geleu așa nu-i...
Nici că a băgat așa, o găleată de apă și restul era cât de aromă de banana, adică spălăcit așa.
Mă, dar nu începe.
Hai să gustăm și geleu, e același geleu cu căpșuna, adică nimic diferit.
Eu vreau ceva așa, frate, vreau să gust o gură de
Ia
suc.
bagă nasul.
Nu miroase mai nimic așa.
Mă, miroase tare, mă.
Ce ai, mă?
Nu-mi pare că miroase tare. Ia, ca să nu-l doi. N-are gust de căpșună. Nu-mi se pare că are gust de căpșună.
Are gust de cireșă, de vișine.
N-are niciodată gust de căpșună asta să mă bată mama, deci țeacă. De băut, dacă vrei, avem variantele astea. Uitați-vă alea că suc, sparkling mango stain și el e transparent. Ce suc e ăsta, mă, cavaș, gura voastră?
Eu îl vreau pe ăsta, ar trebui să fie de mere sau persică sau ce.
De persică, dar nu scrie pe el în engleză, stai așa alea.
A, nu m-am uitat, zic sincer.
Da,
Taichetoi.
Ca idee, ia fiți atenți aici. Ia, vedeți, cam asta este Fanta și mai avem încă unul. Ăsta aici am putea să ne dăm seama că e mango, cred. Mango, ananas, nu, portocal, ananas, chem, traican, ang, pang. Nu știu ce am zis.
Șterg o leacă ca să înțelegeți, da?
Șterg. Hai, dacă tu le iei pe ăla, le iau și eu pe ăstălalt și să vedem care și cum e.
Da, e bine.
Da, bine, putem să gustăm de n-amândouă.
N-am mai băut de 15 ani. Mă rog, am mai gustat așa.
Și ăsta miroase bine. Dar ce culoare verde are. Cred că are gustul ăsta mai
prea dulciu.
Are gust de jeleu mai tare decât geleurile pe care le-am cam mai înainte.
A, direct.
Dar ce miros
Babi gam din ăla sau cum îi zici, mă? Uba, mă, direct.
Da, nu știu.
Dar ce așa dulci, mă?
Mă bate mama dacă nu.
Dulci tare, direct. Cum îi zici, mă?
Deci că mi-am puturnat zahăr așa.
Bubble gum din ăla.
Aici nu știu ce a luat el.
Dă să văd.
Liches.
Arată că o desfac acum.
Ia fiți atenți. Chiar nu știu ce a cumpărat aici. Ia vedeți.
Pauză, chat, pauză.
O să vedem, o să aflăm imediat despre ce e vorba.
Sunt 2 meci.
Mamă, vezi că ăsta curge.
A, ce făcut.
Miroase a lapte de...
Nici.
De chinez.
Aici o faci undeva, să știi.
Stai așa, să aduc și rețel. Vrei să aduc și rețel? Ce mi rău cum arată.
Tu guși primul, că e la tine pe video.
Stai așa, să vă dau un cadru de aici.
Eu nu pot să gust, fraților, că nu, mai gata, m-am săturat, mi-ajunge.
Ia vedeți un pic cum arată mâncava-și gura voastră. Zic că asta l-a fermentat.
Bă, dacă e ceapă, am vomitat aici, ca să știi.
Dar nu-i ceapă, mă, că ăsta...
Eu mănânc ceapă așa, pe la salată, pe la asta, adică nu prea mult așa să aibă gust din ăla de ceapă.
Este un fruct exotic, dulce și aromat, originar din Asia. Hai că tu ai fost, tu te știi, ar trebui să nu fie problemă.
Da, mă, dacă am fost, înseamnă că am și mâncat acum toate astea.
Arată muci, direct, mirău.
Arată ceva după fundul mării, așa, o plantă de mirău.
Amă, dar nu începe.
Because even if they make it out of the off-spawn position, the likelihood that they don't just get constantly cut off by other teams looking to try and prevent them from having any sort of a spark for this final lobby. Already Dirty Dogs heating up pretty heavily here. Chino, Pablo making their presence known. Khan on the ropes trying to see if he can escape, but there is no out. Chino will get credit for his first here.
Au dat contest, bă, la
And they're still waiting.
Shxrk.
They want more. Mustn't think so. Finally getting
Nu atâția câte au fost.
but there's Chino right after the fact.
He just walked in there, saw both of them. Oh, I may have made a mistake. Just spent one too many feet forward on that one. Mustn't Sphinx gonna do a good job of taking him down. You see Teeny towards the background, unbothered so far. So I don't think there's too much attention being drawn their way. And that's the decision, honestly, a lot of the teams in today's competition will have to make. If Shxrk and Teeny are in a position to win the game, everybody else has to decide, is it worth throwing my game away to take them down just in the hopes of us going to a match 10?
One thing's evident, Hari and Cammy know that they are on the cusp of achieving that match point status. They are banking on being able to attain it in this lobby because you don't have many other options when you already have a duo that's on that match point, period. So for Hari, Cammy, every single elimination, every single
Mamă, dar se duc ăștia pe toți, bă.
further and further up,
Uitați cum
it just
mor
makes it
ăștia.
all the easier to try and prevent Shxrk and
Ia uite-l pe
Tini
Shxrk,
for as
îl
long
bate
as
pe
they
ăsta
can
frumos.
from bringing home that championship trophy.
And you see Shxrk already
Opa.
going for an early game fight onto Z-Dog. A huge advantage already swinging his way. You see the slap splash is trying to come out for Z-Dog. Shockwave as well, but he's going to get caught out either way. But it's Sky Jump and Momsy who steal that elimination away. And even though they still have to wait for this game to finish, they are 11 points away from now being on match point. Taco, that's less than 4 eliminations.
And Sky Jump and Momsy, big part of the reason why they're here
Bravo.
so early. They know
Păi ei.
Shxrk and Tini, but with that shield crack, they're going to immediately look for the follow-up here. If they can secure the eliminations onto Sky Jump, it's going to force Momsy to play further back. Shxrk, Tini get the one. Momsy will be able to escape for right now, but he still has to try and avoid going out anytime soon. Skyjump should realistically be able to bring himself back into this one, but it is a tough blow to make that kind of aggressive front. Respect the vision, but they might need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and at least it was Momsy who was
Bă, dacă
not
fac
able to
acum
stay
meciul
alive, but you
ăsta
see him
bine
find some
rău,
medkits, knowing that's
nu
probably
mai au
going to
treabă.
overstay their welcome deep into the zone,
Ne
but you
stau
can kind of
un pic mai
get a picture of the
liniștiți.
minimap. There's not too many teams on the outskirts just yet. There might be solos floating around, but for Skyjump and Momsy, for now, it should be relatively safe. As we continue to look around the lobby, 2 eliminations to start this game for Vico and Malibuca. They too need a resurgence here outside the leaderboard, but they are only around 24 points away as it stands. So they still need a couple more eliminations, or honestly, just to make it inside of the top 10 or so.
Bit unfortunate right now, though, for Z-Dog and Goopy. Ever since those initial eliminations that Z-Dog has suffered, Momsy Skyjump definitely taking advantage of it. Creeping closer and closer towards that match point threshold. But even if they achieve it, they still have to play at least one more lobby. So it's about making it there and then preventing Shxrk and Tini from having any level of success. And the problem is, Jacob, is that from second all the way down to 8th place, where Demish and Darm entered this match 9 at 260 points, realistically speaking, there is a chance for all of these teams to potentially catapult themselves into that match point threshold. I'm not ignoring the fact that we have seen Demish and Darm throw up 18 match eliminations with a victory royale. That's enough to overcome the distance.
Yeah, it's just the further down that leaderboard you go, it's almost a win-needed scenario. If you wanted to be on match point after this one, join the likes of Shxrk and Tini, the only team to be on pace. Peterbot Pollo needed roughly 87 points throughout the course of this game. From here on out, go ahead and land on match point. It could be through eliminations, it could be through winning the game. Definitely have given themselves options, but they've kind of fell below the curve, or at least where you would think a team like this caliber would stand, especially since they're playing for the Falcons and the club championship as well. You can kind of see a little bit of a different approach to this game. Not as many kind of fights going down, 50-50s, solos just kind of get points. It just kind of seems like it's a little bit more calculated this time around.
Hey, Vico felt very confident that that last lobby was going to be the immediate match point threshold secured. And after they got eliminated so early on, Malibuca probably told them snap back to reality and lock in, because everyone else is catching up at a rapid rate here as Swizzy and Pixie looking to try and bring down Falcons, Peterbot and Pollo, but they will fall that momentarily. They had them a little bit on the run there though, but they're just seemingly more preoccupied with not getting caught out in any other third-party intervention. It's a smart idea to create a little bit of space here. But for Pete and Pollo, kind of readdressing the whole club championship series, that elimination feed already lit up with Sky and Scroll's names. As long as Peterbot and Pollo can maintain staying inside of the top 8 here, they will be able to contribute towards those club championship points and just help Falcons stay nestled inside of that first place position for the weekend overall.
Yeah, just kind of looking at the leaderboard, it does look like Sky and Scroll have been eliminated out of this game as well. HEAL just having a rough day. But we've seen Sky and Skrull have big comes back before, and I would think today could possibly be no different. But you still got a big team standing in your path, Shxrk and Teeny, who have seemed to have let the dust settle. They're not in any desperate situations like you see some others already at this stage of the game. Acorn and Bolts lurking around, top side is Steamy. They're already inside of the zone. They're just waiting for somebody to make a mistake.
Problem right now, though, for a duo like Faded and Khan is they're having to depend pretty heavily on securing some big elimination points. 3 duos having already been eliminated from this match 9 just means that that end game might not be so topsy-turvy after all. We might see it thinning out at a much faster rate here in comparison to a lot of these past matchups, but more specifically, Peterbot and Pollo and everyone else inside of this top 8 period of the leaderboard, they're just going to be looking to shut down. The moment that Shxrk or Teeny light up that elimination feed, it's just going to be the green light for everyone else to try and follow up and collapse.
And I think Shxrk and Teeny as of now still way over in Dirty Docks. We might not see them for a little bit. 5th zone, this is where you typically see teams start to play a little bit safer. They don't want to get knocked. They don't want to get eliminated. Kind of get put in a blender, being forced to figure out how I'm going to make it to the next stage of the game. But for Skyjump and Momsy, rotating through Slurpee Swamp, you know they don't need to go ahead and use too many of their own resources. A lot of barrels that they can go and replenish the HP, the shield, anything that they need. They just need to be very, very aware, careful of how many other players are rotating in and around their current position.
At a bare minimum, 3 eliminations would guarantee that match point. So even if they should stumble here in game 9 and find themselves wiped out of the lobby entirely, so long as they cross 350 points, everything else is kosher. But then they are also depending on somebody else in the lobby to stop Shxrk and Teeny in their tracks and not allow that Victory Royale to break through.
And now we finally get to see where everybody is at. A decent spread for the most part, but the zone forcing players all the way toward the west, just below Steamy stacks. So a lot of time to still get in position. It's like Hari and Cammy,
like
not
Chuck.
too far away, but they are close by.
Basically
Basically rotating parallel to Vico and Malabuka. They got a hint of where another team is at, but I'm not sure Vico and Malabuka felt the same. But with the elevation of that bridge, they might be able to get a bird's eye view onto them slowly rotating into the zone.
Malabuka, Vico, too many whites to play with. They'll be able to full heal before they opt to utilize that launch pad and make their way closer towards that edge of zone. Teeny, Shxrk, recognizing the fact that they were going to need to go cross country for this one based on how this zone is pooling over across that western side of the map. Now it's just about making sure that they don't get snuck up on by another team already kind of lying in the wings here. Salva, Yasin could be the ones to put them down potentially. Shot's not going to connect there onto Teeny just yet, but pressure's on. Everyone else looking up onto these rooftops, but Shxrk and Teeny, they'll be able to hold their own for right now.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows it's them just yet, but that would have been a good shot and a good moment to capitalize. Kind of take the only match point team out of the game, guaranteeing we at least go to a match 10, but they're going to stay alive, so the threat is looming around every one of these corners still. Peterbot and Pollo slowly but surely making it in. Right in the center of the zone so far. Relatively even ground. Outside of the south side of the map where Logjam Lodging is actually at, and that's where Teeny and Shxrk have already positioned at.
Malabuka, Vico,
Câți
also
live-ul
somewhat
până se
local
termină.
to where Shxrk and Teeny are located currently, but
Cred că ne mai
Pete and
jucăm.
Pollo, they need a big moment here in game 9. A Victory Royale would certainly be the cherry on top, of course, but Xane's last hope currently, Jacob. Things are looking a bit dire right now because Cammy, Hari, Vico, Malabuka, Skyjump, Momsy, every single one of them at least being across that 300 points spot to begin with, they're just going to have that much more feasible of a time of actually securing match point in advance.
Tough spot to be in if you're Skyjump.
Mama, are
It's not
doi
over
viață.
just yet. Momsy will at least have a chance to try to get back in the game, but he is definitely being put on the clock. Skyjump just kind of looking for any bit of resources. He's at a decent amount of distance between him and the next closest team, but that position's going to be given away. Momsy rebooting right back on in. You got a couple teams trying to go ahead and fire off in the distance, but not taking the green light just yet. But it does look like Vico and Malibuca, they might be trying to take the bait. They know somebody in there has absolutely nothing to their name. Shxrk and Teeny seeing it all play down as well. They're putting pressure down from above. And this is right after getting these eliminations, getting that knock on to Momsy, just making it tougher and tougher for their closest competition. Vico and Malibuca have just fallen as well.
And Vico Malibuca, they needed this lobby. They know that now their fate is going to rest in the control of what Shxrk and Teeny are able to accomplish. The frustration is obvious, but for Shxrk and Teeny, you can't just go on autopilot. You can't just think that it's a guarantee, it's a lock, because they still need to get the win. And who loves to play spoiler to that more than Peterbot and Pollo?
I'm not sure if they got the clue. If they got a memo, that's them underneath. That is the biggest threat to everybody in this lobby. Peterbot and Pollo. Team Falcons have positioned themselves accordingly, even getting a bit of information on the Skyjump Momsy, Kanata and Victor V. The only other NA team inside of the top 10, thanks to that victory royale, but they just lack a little bit of attention there. Shots coming in from the side. Peterbot shield gets dropped just like that.
That last mana shot had connected onto either Shxrk or Teeny. Maybe we've seen the tide start to shift, a little rocking of the boat here. Cold, Rapid, under a lot of pressure currently, though, but Petey's still not super healthy. Pollo's actually going to end up finding the both of the lobby focus, but Cold and Rapid, just alongside them, cannot avoid all of this oppressive fire. Cold will be claimed for it. And the lobby just continues to victimize some of these teams.
That combat SMG is just so daunting when it's spraying into your box. Yamzo tries to go for a quick play, but he has to abandon
This is your brain when you're
Peterbot doing a good job of just kind of closing the covers, trying to be as rare as possible. Placement points have not even started to set in, and he's one of two solos.
Momsy and Skyjump, Shxrk and Teeny. Momsy and Skyjump, one of the few teams still remaining in this lobby that could potentially be neck and neck with Shxrk, but do they realize just how close their number one opposition actually is? They're not ready to commit just yet to any sort of fight. Peterbot on the other hand, he's just looking for any kind of refresh that he can muster up. Goofy not going to be the first one to go down, though. Pete still trying to chase him out. He knows this is solo v solo right now. My best chance at coming up big time, and yet he'll be forced to depart and just sit and wait for the backside of the zone.
Yeah, it just gets tougher. He has to build there to protect himself, even with only one piece left. Peterbot right now hoping for some sort of blessing as he's lurking right behind. That's Khan, that's faded. There's a whole nother team towards left. He's definitely trying to give himself options. Momsy, Skyjump, finding some extra loot down below. 3 different med kits. That's not only going to allow for Momsy to heal up here, but possibly stagger himself back later in this same game.
Momsy needs every little bit of HP that he can get, though, because single shot, that's all it takes for Disaster to strike. Only 5 points away from hitting that match point threshold, but Peterbot has fallen. That's going to be Falcons duo no longer in the mix-up here, as now Shxrk and Teeny have been isolated, looking down, trying to see if they can get some pressure onto Pixie, but adamant as ever to watch overhead, trying to make sure that nobody else is going to overcross them and overtake. They want the high ground more than anything else.
Yeah, but Skyjump Momsy only 2 points away from being on match point.
But
they also have to bring it to a next game. Shxrk and Teeny are now on high ground. The only match point team are now positioning themselves to end it here in 9 games.
We've seen this so many times already this weekend for Shxrk and Teeny. Momsy and Skyjump, if you're going to get activated, it has to be right now. Shxrk and Teeny cannot afford to be left to their own devices here on height, because we already know just how commanding they are when it's in their control. Fukuun and they are when it's in their control. Fukuun and Minifio starting to be forced even further down into the dirt. All the while, Shxrk and Teeny, the world is their oyster. Finally, they'll get chopped, but they already managed to prevent any sort of fall damage off the Blueberry Fizz.
Shxrk, they were able to catch himself. That's huge. Fizz, Shockwave, they regained their composure up above. Even with Goofy going down, placement point setting in. There's more teams looking to join them on that point, but they have to figure out a way to force another game. Shxrk and Teeny looking up and contested up until now. Another team goes up. Shxrk drops to 37 HP. Teeny's going to fall. Shxrk needs to be the savior here for his team. He has to stay alive. It's Swizzy, it's Pixie. They're the ones that are looking to bring us to another game.
Swizzy and Pixie might have just saved his
39 points. He wants to be one of 3 teams to try to make it there in this next game. Swizzy and Pixie as well. Ton of points left, but Hari's dream of being on match point is cut short by Josh and Iamzo.
These guys have been playing spoiler for the past few matches, it seems like, and they're not intending on slowing down. Yasin also gonna be claimed as now frontside control is purely at their favor, but Swizzy, Pixie, they're ready to drop. They've already gotten the connection. Darm's gonna be pieced apart the moment he tries to go forward, but Swizzy lost so much HP along the way. Iamzo and Josh, they're trying to send it.
They absolutely shred the HP and shields of Team Havoc.
Bă, vere, toți iau da contest, bă, hai.
Resources for both teams are dwindling. Big shot from Swizzy on the side. That's gonna take down Josh. Iamzo with a 1v2. There goes the first knock, and it's him versus the world. Swizzy versus Iamzo. 15 HP, and it's not going to be enough. Iamzo closes it out.
It doesn't matter what's happened in the past because the future is now. Josh and Iamzo desperately needed this. It's not going to put them into that match point threshold, but they might just get a chance. We saw everything crumble for Shxrk and Teeny, and I would anticipate a very similar fashion, Jacob, for everyone else that is currently sitting on match point, aka Skyjump and Momsy, 2 different duos, public enemy number 1.
We haven't seen too many teams go up and actually contest the high ground. We haven't seen too many fights in the last 4 days when it comes to Fortnite on the high ground. But Shxrk and Teeny on match point, the lobby felt the pressure that they were in and they executed to take them out. And now we have 2 teams on match point.
But man, kudos to Pixie and Swizzy. They made it close. For a moment, it looked like that could have gone a different way entirely, but just getting a chance to even break through what Iamzo and Josh are going on.
Then you're back, I'm going up.
No, I died.
200?
He has Siphon, I think.
Nice! Calm, cool, collected. Good information. Say, hey, he might have Siphon, might have more HP than you would think in that situation, but Iamzo, nonetheless, with a huge HP and shield advantage, of course, closes that one out. He's a little bit of a distance away, but not only securing a little bit more prize money if the tournament ends now, but getting that much closer to hopefully being on match point.
Păi un win n-au făcut și ce topă.
Because the Victor Royale points alone are going to really help swing them, have much more favorability in terms of just getting close towards that match point threshold, because at this stage, Hari, Cammy, they're also sitting right at 300.
În Marbella, nu-ți cum...
Ai chat.
În Marbella, nu-ți cum...
Bine. Mara, caram.
L-am înghițit mâncat.
Eu nu mai am înghițit o leacă așa suc din ăla și am schipat. Asta ce e asta, mâncat? Bă, și rău e știți cât am luat? O leacă așa să moră dacă vă mint.
Păi cât am luat, Ana? Mi rău, nu mai putem să ne facem.
Așa fac și alții, mă. Gen dacă ducem noi sarmale din astea, dacă duci până, nu știu, până China,
bă, mi s-a întors stomacul, mâncați-și gura ta, Badan.
A, nu, asta e cea mai rea dintre toate până acum.
O să-l pun aici undeva să se mai vadă. Bomboanele How Flakes. Bă, dar chiar n-avem nimic cu ce ne dregem.
Nu prea.
Să-mi placă de aici, gen să iau. Ăstea ce sunt?
Un fel de mentosane ca la noi?
Oare?
Da,
zi, mă, l-ai nimerit tu?
Da, dar să vezi gust de căcat ce are. Spune eu, ascultă-mă ce zic.
Dar zici că e pastile de câini. Să moară dacă câini. Deci baton de la de-l dai la câini, stai așa că vă arăt imediat. Poate chiar o fi Badane și noi nu știm și mâncăm prostii de astea de râdul lumea.
N-avea cum, că era pus la raftul cu dulciuri, cu oameni. Eu primul, da? Da, că e din aia, mă, de pus la șoare și nu cu șoricioică din aia.
Băi, dar zici bomboane, mă.
Hai, mă, gata, fraților. V-am iubit, ca să știți. Baronat de la YouTube peste 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 YouTube, da?
Deci, fiți atenți, apăsați.
Băi, iau și o leacă, că eu știu că de obicei dacă e în cantitate mare nu mai e salvare. Dacă e o leacă, până la spital te salvează ăștia repede.
Un ceva ca și topești și un caramel, dar... Are bine. M-a speriat puțin de prost, da?
Ce-a făcut?
Înțelegem ce faci. Un ceva ca și topești și un caramel, dar... Are bine. M-a speriat puțin de prost, da? Înțelegem ce faci.
Nu e rea, dar nici bunul nu e și nici nu știu să vă zic cu ce să vă dau așa o idee.
Da, nu-mi place. Deci că mănânc scoarte copac.
Bă, bine mănânc din astea decât să mănânc din alea fructul curului.
Da.
Ești nebun? Gustul ăla.
Sea Waves Flavor, nu știu ce e asta. Ia să vedem.
Asta trebuie să fie chipsuri normale. N-are ce să fie nașpa astea.
Da, n-are ce să fie nașpa.
Lacrimează ochii.
Omul plângând îmi spune asta, că n-are ce să fie nașpa.
Îmi plac. Jur. Nu fac caterincă.
Da, așa. Dar nu-mi dau seama.
Cu algi de mare.
Zi-mă și eu mănânc algi.
Da, mă, astea sunt algi.
Aici seaweed, da. Da, iarbă de mare sau ceva.
Da, mă, ceva, am zis și eu așa. Da, mă, că nu sunt așa nașpa. Bă, nu sunt nici cele mai așa.
Nu, dar sunt comestibile. Adică
dar sunt bune de pus în punga cu gunoi.
Nu, dar real vorbind, chiar sunt comestibile.
Și să mor aici. Dacă vă min, dacă fac bătaie de joc. Nu fac bătaie de joc, dar nu-mi place. Vreți să vă vin?
Ăsta chiar cred că o să ne placă, ba da, ne arată prea bine.
O apă n-am luat. Trebuie să mă duc în casă, aduc apă, 2 sticle de apă.
Suntem proștari, ia.
Că ce credeți, aveam sucuri la frigider și am dat-o doar pe apă de vreo 3 săptămâni, o lună așa, numai apă să află în frigider. Bine, mai sunt sucuri, dar nu se mai bea.
Ia mă, frate, una tu. Îmi place așa când vin ambalate în ambalaj cum ar veni, ca să nu trebuiască să mănânci totodată. Ele cred că arată bine.
Ia mă să vedem.
Ia stai să desfac una. Știi ce mi-aduce ce mi-aduce mie? Din ăla, prăjituri mică de la 7 Days, știi?
Și mai știu cu ce e.
Ia, cred că trebuie
aia mică, rulada aia.
Vedeți, mi-aduce aminte de... Da, mini rulada aia sau 7 Days ăla mic. Ce? Aia că e bun, ești prost. În sfârșit ceva bun.
Aducerea cu aia, nu? Nu e rea.
Și textura și crema și tot, mi se pare că e de acolo, ești nebun, uite.
A mine mă duce cu gândul la un dulce vechi din 2002, nu știu ceva.
Mi-aduc aminte de ceva asemănător din nuclearia.
Era o prăjitură, uite, așa era, mică așa.
Printre topuri.
Cu unul, pentru mine, orice mi spune.
Ăsta ce?
Mam, eu acum vă cred că am luat din ăștia cu macea din ăla, mi-e rău când aud din macea. Nu-mi place deloc.
Nici eu n-am mâncat niciodată, nu știu.
Zici și mănânc pământ, zici că am luat pământ cu hârdețul și am mâncat, am pus o pâine.
N-am testat asta așa aici, că am uitat să fac, nu știu ce a cumpărat omul meu. Alge instant.
Nu mănânc, mi-e rău, ia.
Deci să mor ăsta așa.
Ia, miroase a ocean. Miroase dacă să vezi. Să vezi direct sărat. Trebuie să gustăm cu cele, n-ai ce să faci.
Da, borăsc imediat. Adică vă asumați dacă vreți să moră dacă nu-ți de-alea după... Ia, arată-le tu.
Asta e mătasea broaștei, frate.
Arată-le tu, mâncați-și gura asta.
Uite așa. O vedeți, da?
Alge făcute la barbecue, așa cred că scrie aici.
Să vedem.
Adică uscate
corect. Că barbecue, dacă. Ia. Gata, chat, începe. Hai mă, full focus, chat, că e problema.
Shxrk land all the way in the back towards Dirty Dogs. The zone max pulled far away. That allowed for Shxrk to stay there for so long and trying to dodge dangerous moment after dangerous moment so they didn't have to deal with a lot of these teams.
Yamzo and Josh, though.
A murit Peterbot.
Not gonna worry about it too much, but first elimination highlight. Vico. Tough break, but hey, everyone is trying to make their presence known. I believe it might have even been Vico securing that first elimination, finally moving the needle from 326 total points overall to 329. So a few more of those eliminations, and Vico and Malabuka, they're not looking to wait it out any longer. They want to be inside of that match point threshold. All they need is 18 more points. That's just 6 eliminations.
6 eliminations. If they make it far enough, placement points as well. But Momsy finds himself getting taken down by Sky and Scroll. We're hoping to have a miracle run to end the tournament, keep themselves in contention of that club championship. But our team in first place, the first one to meet match point over at
Bravo,
Dirty Docks. They
Shxrk.
find their first elimination on to Muzz, and this is almost a repeat of what went down in that last game. It was Muzz and Sphinx kind of stuck in the blender, unable to really catch themselves a moment to get out of it.
Feels like I'm in the Twilight Zone, though, watching Muzz just be eliminated in such stylish fashion by Shxrk there. Mammoth pistol shots are just so clean. It's
Easy.
normally Muzz that we're used to seeing have that kind of aim, but Shxrk and Teeny are really giving this entire lobby a run for their money. Skyjump and Mumsy, we know that they suffered an early elimination themselves, but Sky and Scroll, how long can they really keep Skyjump and Mumsy at bay before somebody else decides to intervene?
Muzz just having that hard time we were talking about, goes down yet again. They spotted Sphinx out in the sky as well. Trying to get a rough start. Skyjump and Mumsy, they get their get back, taking down Sky, making sure they get all the loot that was once theirs. And you can kind of see them already making their way on over towards the eastern side of the map. They are hunting to try to figure out where Sky is at, how they're going to get the elimination onto Reboot, but they're also inching themselves closer and closer to the area of Shxrk and Teeny.
Look, they're already on the perimeter of this eastern side of the zone, and sure, while picking up this elimination onto Scroll would be a nice little addition, ultimately, they're just looking to be the cutoff point. They don't want Shxrk and Teeny to get by. They are hoping to shut them down and be the only match point team within capabilities of securing a victory royale. But Scroll, the moment that he goes for the finish, Skyjump there, immediately ready to pick his teammate back up, protect the loot, and hold things strong. But now, another player coming into the mix at a rapid rate. Skyjump, he's in heavy pressure by Shxrk.
These are both our match point teams.
Puxa,
They're
trebuie să-i
going
bați, bă.
head right now. Shxrk and Teeny, they probably saw everything going down in the feed. They want to be the only ones with a chance to win it here. And it's Skyjump on the back foot. No shield, less HP because another shot is going to land. Mumsy for certain has made it back into this game, but Skyjump has now been put on respawn.
And this is where it starts to get really dicey now. While I respect the gall from Skyjump and Mumsy to try and shut down Shxrk and Teeny, instead they find themselves on the receiving end of a lot of aggression here. And Shxrk Teeny, they're already scanning the skies. They're ready to follow exactly where they know Skyjump and Mumsy's honing beacon is taking them to off that fresh reboot.
Big rift in the sky. Well, if you didn't see that, it makes a loud noise, and they immediately are following it. They now know it's him, confirmed with that first elimination, but they hear more than just one player over there. A bit of noise. They don't want to continue rotating on over. Either way, Skyjump is going to go down again. The reason why Shxrk and Teeny didn't rotate is exactly because of that. The squad from Elite Esports was the one holding that mountain.
Very smart pullback there from Shxrk and Teeny. Just no reason to overextend.
Bă, nu l-a văzut pe ăla în zonă.
They're gonna leave it up to the rest of the lobby to continue just applying this steady pressure, and they'll loosely try to follow. Skyjump gonna be forced to head a separate directions, and booming base was clearly not an option, but with Shxrk and Teeny still able to split Mumsy and Skyjump cleanly down the middle, and now also recognizing Faded Khan right next to that supply drop, also going to be the ones just continuing to prevent Mumsy from reuniting with Skyjump.
Luckily for him, though, Khan and Faded don't actually push on over. So they work as a deterrent to stop Shxrk and Teeny from pushing on over, and they don't do it themselves, which is kind of giving Skyjump and Mumsy a breath of fresh air here. And I say that kind of loosely because they are nowhere near each other at all. Skyjump, Mumsy having to work as solos. Meanwhile, Muzz comes back in, trying to get a cheeky advantage onto Shxrk and Teeny, but he gets caught out once more, sent right back on over to the reboot.
Jacob, I don't know if you just watched what's been taking place here, but Shxrk is just not human right now. This kid's aim is just on another level. Every single shot just connecting effortlessly. He is playing so smooth right now, and I think it's all because you've got to wipe that last game fumble out of your mind. You have to start new. You have to act like none of those problems are going to reoccur, and at this rate, if they're able to maintain such a strong footing in this lobby and can carry this momentum into the end game, we're going to have to look at Swizzy and Pixie even more still to see whether or not they're going to be the main ones to challenge for the high ground later on.
just a second inside of that building. This finds Salvatore and immediately take him down. Sky Jump gets found out again. Lewa and Romero get that elimination. They spent so long on two different sides of the map as solos, just trying to go ahead and get as much loot as possible. And now one of them gets put right back to where he started before.
Keyed in Pollo. Playing it safe with the bush. Ready to make their next move. Sky Jump and Momsy. That early game decision to aggress against Scroll. They had to have that time to elimination be at much faster than what it resulted in, because now they're just going through it time and time again. If it's not Shxrk and Teeny, it's somebody else. There are just so many choke points, and they can't find any sort of break. No one is allowing them to touch back down safely. Lewa and Romero also utilizing that opportunity to just get one bit closer towards that match point threshold. Cammy and Hadi only need 2 more eliminations.
And the thing about that Team Falcons roster of Peterbot and Pollo, they will do what it takes to succeed, what it takes to give them a chance to win. If it means chasing down both of the teams on match point, it's something I feel like they do have it in them to do. It's just all about figuring out when and where those players are going to be found out. Momsy on the other side of the map, still trying to survive with the hopes of him and Sky Jump being able to pull themselves back into this game. And so far, he's been doing a good job of making that the case. But Shxrk and Teeny, they run into trouble. Leviathan's duo of Lewa and Ramiro. We saw them already take down Sky Jump, and now they're putting pain onto Teeny.
Teeny will get an opportunity to at least pick a little bit of Blueberry Fizz. Lewa and Romero, they don't want to keep that action rolling. Shxrk, Teeny will be able to create some space, and they might be very thankful currently that Lewa and Romero actually opted not to give chase here, not to go any further. Love the fact that Shxrk and Teeny, they're just playing with a lot of discipline here.
Yeah, and they kind of came from around this spot on the map. This is kind of where they've been kind of floating around since they left that dirty dock. So they know most of this location is uninhabited for the most part. So they're going to go back, double check, make sure they have enough heals, because they are waiting for the zone to open. Another team's kind of closing the gap, trying to get on match point. 323 points. Darm and Demas just 27 points away. 9 eliminations, placement points as well. They have a combination of both. We could see a third team join them on match point.
I feel so bad just seeing Muzz get bullied at this rate. They've really been going through it,
Chat, cred că ăsta e ultimul meci, că prea stacked.
Peterbot and Pollo, though, kind of shifting this direction. Thinking back on the fact that the club championship still very much at stake here. While we know this is $1 million prize pool for the direct Fortnite competition, there is $7 million for a first place position on this club championship leaderboard for EWC finals. And since it's week 7, this is a crucial series right now for Falcons team overall, because if Pete and Pollo can put themselves back into that top 8 position, forget about the match point threshold for a second and everything else. Just think about securing the ultimate W for your org on the weekend.
Deci dacă pică zona pe ei.
Win for yourself, win for the org. Everyone gets to celebrate, but you still have to go up against this team here, Shxrk and Teeny. They are on match point. They're one of the most dangerous teams that we do have in this lobby. They know how to fight their way out of almost every situation, but it's them here as well. Sky Jump and Momsy, match point, hometown favorites. Anytime you kind of see them do anything worth noting, the whole crowd lets you know. And now they're looking back on the Z-Dog and Goofy, trying to pressure them further and further. They have an isolated fight if they do want to take it, but we are in this 6th zone. Going down here would be disastrous, because in 40 or so seconds, Taka reboots will be disabled.
And given how the starting half of this lobby has already been for Skyjump and Momsy, they make the wise decision to just play it a little bit more passive, a little bit more safe. If they can get those shots in, then sure, they'll take them. But they don't need to risk anything else, because placement is the focal point. You can't tunnel vision on what might seem like an easy fight, because that's how the third-party mix-up comes into the play. Peterbot and Pollo, though, one more time. Pete trying to get a shot in on the Pico Malabuca as they rotate on by. All these teams, though, able to benefit from some of the goodies surrounding Slurpy Swamp.
And just like that, reboots have been disabled. Max pull for Vico and Malabuka, but they're going to go ahead and make sure they're full HP and shield. They're going to keep their toes in that slurp water, at least for now. Shxrk see an opportunity for their drop down, trying to get it for themselves, but a whole nother team steals it away. But no harm, no foul. They don't get caught out of position. And that's the interesting thing. Game after game, you see it Shxrk, they're always elevating themselves above all the chaos that goes down below. Hari,
Nice,
they're just trying to survive it. They need 5 points. Hari's gonna go down. Cammy's gonna go down. And again, back-to-back games, they fail to make it to match point.
Those final few points just so elusive right now for Cammy and Hari, and knowing that every single chance that they've had, just constantly like grabbing at smoke, it just keeps slipping right through their fingers. They just have to hope that neither Skyjump and Mumsy or Shxrk are able to win this match 10. But for Teamish and Darm, they are also still looking to try and secure that match point threshold. They've done an excellent job at getting a more isolated position. They're sticking towards that front side of zone. They've got to be wary, though. Vico Malabuka steadily pushing their way up closer and closer to where they're at. Shxrk a bit elevated, not fully committing just yet towards the high ground, but they are in a position where they will have a substantially easier time of rotating forward off one of these overdrive grenades, likely to use that flow berry fizz combo with it. Cold getting taken out. Just too much of a mess right now on the other half of things from where Shxrk and Teeny are at, but hey, when you see a team so injured, why not close in further?
Yeah, just make it harder and harder for them to survive. Teeny actually getting credit for that rapid elimination. Almost even looked like they were going to go over for the loot as well, but the zone pulling back up over towards the north, creeping closer and closer towards Slurpee Swamp, but not quite there just yet. So everybody's going to have to rotate in unison, especially those that do got that max pull from the back. Salvatore just barely hanging on, 50 shield, even less HP, just hoping his teammate builds him a path that he can feel confident following up on. Oh,
and man, that is not good for Malabuka or Vico, because they still only need those 18 points before they hit that match point threshold. And knowing that it's only Malabuka left as a solo here in a sea of duos and just so many stacked teams in this endgame.
Hi Shxrk, hi
This is
Teeny.
a dangerous position to be in, but drawing things back in towards Shxrk and Teeny. Virtus Pro cannot be feeling great if they're watching this right now, Jacob, because they are currently the team in club championship standing in that 4th place position. And if Shxrk and Teeny win this game, the 1,000 points that they would confirm for those standings would take them from 10th place overall into that 4th place position, stealing away millions of dollars.
That's not something I would ever want to be a part of. It's just too nerve-wracking to say the least. Just like Skyjump and Momsy getting to the front side of zone. They're getting pressured on one side, trying to take a whole nother fight on the next. Seeing what they can handle. Shxrk and Teeny are going up. They got met, they got pushed, they got punished, getting sent right back down below. Shxrk with a dream right now. He does get elimination. He does get a chance for the med kit to get the HP back on up. Splash is going through as well. They have survived, but at what cost?
Skyjump alongside Mumsy, just trying to bide their time. They don't want to get overzealous just yet. It's difficult though when you are just functioning with so few builds, playing through that backside of zone, constantly thinking about whether or not a duo is going to open up any kind of singular shot for fire. Skyjump, Mumsy doing everything in their power to try and play evasively, but the movement, will it actually be enough?
Da. Da, m-a murit. Da. Unde-i Shxrk? Hai mă, nu.
For the high ground, Shxrk has figured out a way to find his way back to the zone. Skrull takes a lot of damage. Shxrk is doing everything here and trying to survive until he goes down. Taco, we go, another game.
Fuku and Minifio, they're just trying to see whatever points they can manage to secure here because Skrull, even as a solo, making a little bit of a bounce back here for AGAL, but it was none other than Swizzy and Pixie who ultimately stole away the high ground. They forced Shxrk and Teeny into such awkward positioning, and Fuku Minifio, while they're trying to stand tall against the likes of Swizzy and Pixie,
Cred că sunt atâtea meciuri până când câștigă 1. Sau nu știu.
This is big. This is big, not just for Skrull, but for AGAL as well. Swizzy! Swizzy is down! Swizzy is down! It turns into a 1v1 situation here. Skrull versus Pixie. This is for everything right now to rise up the leaderboard. This is his chance. This is 13 more points. Pixie with one rocket left, waiting for the perfect moment to use it, trying to figure out where he's going to peek from. Crashes it down. No builds left to save himself. He's going to take the fight to Skrull. He wants to fight on his own terms, but Skrull squeaks past. Pixie lands the shot. Back and forth we go with Havoc on top.
If Swizzy and Pixie had just been on match point before this game started, we are looking at our EWC champions. But fortunately for Skyjump and Mumsy, Shxrk and Teeny, that simply wasn't the case. Sky and Skrull, though, definitely got to be feeling pretty happy with themselves because technically speaking, everyone's tourney lives are still on the line. That top 8 positioning for AGAL, it's not over just yet. Falcons still having a sweat watching what's taking place in this competition.
And it was Falcons themselves, Peterbot and Koyo. It was looking so good at one point or another. They were on high ground, but Shxrk and Teeny take them down. It eventually leads to their demise. We had Skyjump and Momsy fall, all our match pack teams out of the game. And then look at Skrull right now. Did you, wait. Was that 21 eliminations? Was that over 20 eliminations for Sky and Skrull?
Hey, better late than never. If that were to be the case, better late than never.
Chat.
Asimii de urmăritori pe Instagram.
Something I would ever want to be a part of. It's just too nerve-wracking to say the least. Just like Skyjump and Momsy getting to the front side of zone. They're getting pressured on one side, trying to take a whole nother fight on the next, looking up, seeing what they can handle. Shxrk and Teeny are going up, but they got met. They got pushed, they got punished, getting sent right back down below. Shxrk with a dream right now. He does get elimination. He does get a chance for the med kit to get the HP back on up. Splash is going through as well.
Bro.
They have survived, but at what cost?
N-atât de imposibil.
Alongside Mumsy, just trying to bide their time. They don't want to get overzealous just yet. It's difficult though when you are just functioning with so few builds, playing through that backside of zone, constantly thinking about whether or not a duo is going to open up any kind of singular shots for fire. Skyjump, Mumsy doing everything in their power to try and play evasively, but the movement, will it actually be enough?
Shxrk!
They need to find a refresh and
Shxrk cu refresh-ul!
Taking down Peterbot
Dau 2 lemn.
And they have turned the tables heavily in their favor. They're on
Chat
high
scriptul.
ground, and they have to be a team to contest them. Otherwise, they could end it here and now. Skyjump has fallen. Another match team has been ripped apart, and it's all up to Momsy if they hope to make it here.
Uite că scap Tony pe high ground, pe low ground.
There's one team left on match point.
But Swizzy and Pixie, they were already in the sky. They opted to drop all the way down. But if there was ever a team
Ia spite, chill. Malibuca e unul Malibuca. Bă, ce grifă ești, bă, rusule, bă. Du-te, bă, de aici, l-a trimis pe... A trimis la Balamuc pe Shxrk.
Using every single rocket
Hai, Malibuca, hai. Davai. Mamă. Tini e unul. Mamă, nu. Mamă, nu, că nu e scriptul, bro, nu e scriptul. Am uit Tini.
Shxrk is left by himself. No extra heals. He has to start his med kit here. I'm not sure it's going to be enough because he has to find a way to shot back in the zone. But nobody sees him back there. Mini Pio, Scroll, both fighting for the high ground. Shxrk has figured out a way to find his way back to the zone. Scroll takes a
Hai, mă, Eze! Hai, mă, Eze! Nu! Nu! Nu pot să cred. N-ai nimeni match point de aici, nu? Nu! Nu, trebuie să moară. Nu! Nu! S-ar putea să n-aibă match point-ul. S-ar putea să n-aibă match point-ul, chat. S-ar putea să n-aibă match point-ul. A făcut punctele meciul ăsta. Mamă, scroll. Mamă, scroll.
This is big, not just for Scroll, but for AGAL as well. Swizzy is down. Swizzy is down. It turns into a 1v1 situation.
1v1, chat.
Scroll versus Pixie. This is for everything right now to rise up
1v1,
the
chat.
leaderboard. This is his chance. This is 13 more points. Pixie with one rocket left, waiting for the perfect moment to use it, trying to figure out where he's going to peak from.
Prost.
Down. No builds left to
Dă un pump în
save
dinți lui
himself.
Pixie
He's gonna
ăsta.
take the fight to Scroll. He wants to fight on his own terms, but Scroll squeaks.
Mamă, o busolă-i trebuie.
Back and forth we go with Havoc on top.
Mamă, chat.
Pixie had just been on match point before this game started. We are looking at our
22
EWC champions.
kill second, mamă.
Fortunately for Skyjump and Mumsy,
incredibly well, but if they're not
Da,
able
uite,
to get that victory royale,
Caos
then it
cu
does
44
not
de
matter.
puncte peste locul 2.
1/4 of the lobby is ready to win this competition right now.
Și au 141 de eliminări. 141 de puncte din eliminări. Bă, sper să câștige, bro.
Rise up the leaderboard in any which way that they
Insane,
can. You
bro.
were talking about rising
Mulțumesc de
up the
follow, Robert, pe
leaderboard.
TikTok.
The
Și mulțumesc de subscribe, Andrei, pe YouTube, bro.
for Peterbot and
Da, și la mine. Mersi. Te pup.
representing Falcon.
Și Vlad, mulțumesc de subscribe.
I'm a little bit worried.
Sky pe controle, nu știu.
And we saw a bit of a bounce back there too from AGAL. They're in competition. They're
Hai să facem o
wanting to
găsire
get
pentru Shxrk și
into that
Teni,
top
Doamne
8
ajută,
spot.
bro.
22
Mamă, ce a
eliminations,
rupt.
Kelly, in that last match.
They went absolutely
Mai sunt 5
insane.
meciuri, chat.
Levin, I thought for finally we were going to see the Sky and Scroll we all expected. The Sky and Scroll we all know. The Sky and
Se aud ok pe live, nu? Se aud ok.
Majors and EU. And finally it might be
Se aud
too
ok.
late, but I'm glad that they showed us
a bit too late, right?
Am înțeles. 5 meciuri.
I mean, if you had the ability to come through and do this, it might be a bit too late, right, as far as pushing things up, but that is just, oh, it's unbelievable. Would have been nice if they could have just lifted it up with the win as well, but that many limbs, my goodness.
You know what's funny, but also not so funny at the same time, especially if you're a Sky and Scroll fan? Yeah, they picked up that 22 elimination game. Where do you think they stand? I don't know if you guys caught a quick glimpse of yeah, they're in 16th right now, even after that game counting, right? That is how far down the leaderboard they are currently before that game. So still a lot of work for them to be done, even after that incredible performance.
The problem is, right, and Sky and Scroll showcases now perfectly. If you're any one of those teams in the match point range, if you're anyone that's even near getting towards match point, there are so many good players lower down in the standings, in that bottom half. If any one of them just has a pop-off game like Sky and Scroll just showed that they can do now, it can have massive effects on who actually has a chance to win one of these games.
I mean, we've seen Salva, Tori, and Yasin being able to get a victory royale earlier on as well. And it was a bit poetic too. At one point, we saw Peterbot and Pollo there with the high ground. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, just a Shxrk that's been stalking them, Kelly.
I swear.
Aurora just flies through and says, it's our high ground now.
in the distance, I thought I heard the dun-dun, dun-dun, dun. And sure enough, Shxrk just flies through the air and it was absolutely incredible. A shame that it was onto Peterman and Pollo, who I do seem a little bit, you know, hoping that they kind of step up, bring themselves into the top 5, into the conversation. But Vivid, you know, there's 5 teams up there to go in and to possibly qualify. Is this it? Is it going to go to game 11 and be done?
Listen, my initial prediction was game 10, so we're kind of already past that point. I have no idea. We are in uncharted territories, even with this format alone. But yeah, going past game number 10 here, I feel like we have to talk about it. Shxrk and Teeny, the team that obviously hit match point first, right? Hit that 350-point threshold. Honestly, we were all kind of watching this game backstage, and we were like, oh yeah, it's done. Like Shxrk and Teeny, they just won the game. They looked like they were in such a good position. And honestly, you might be able to argue that for both of those last 2 games. Just in a blink of an eye, though, it just something happens to them. An unsuspecting play. I mean, this time around it was Swizzy and Pixie. What's happening to Shxrk and Teeny?
This is now where we get into very scary territory for them. Because even in that last game, we all felt good about it. We're like, okay, this is it. It's got to be the game now. I think you can feel it here in the building. When these guys are on height, there's a bit of an edge, a bit of a nervousness of like, okay, like, this could be it. Yeah. But at any given moment, like you say, Vivid, someone might just go up and it just feels like it's just slowly slipping through their fingers. There's factors that are just quickly becoming out of their control.
It's funny. We often talk about like that home crowd advantage. And right now the home crowd is, of course, rooting for the French teams. So anytime that they see anything negative happen to Sky and Scroll, or not Sky and Scroll, Shxrk and Team, they of course don't want them to win. So it's like they cheer. And that's got to be playing into it, right?
That's got to start affecting them at some point. I'm with you. I'm actually thinking about that too, because every single time they get eliminated, this crowd goes absolutely nuts. I know they want to see more Fortnite, as I do as well, but it's got to start getting to them at some point, right, Kelly?
Listen, I mean, you're talking about what's going on with the end of Shxrk and Teeny, and I don't think it's necessarily what they're doing wrong. I think everyone else is just kind of stepping up their game. That desperation's loading in. No one's trying to play this passively. Everyone is just going absolutely wild in these end games, and regardless of if you're regarded as the best fragger in the world, that doesn't really matter when you have 10, 12, 14, a bunch of people in the end of the lobby, all targeting you, all going crazy. But for Shxrk and Teeny, they've kept their cool. They've already gotten multiple wins, and I think they can do it again.
And I think we're going to talk about what you were just being asked, which is it going to finish here? We've been doing a lot of pick'ems. We've been doing all the predictions. And if you haven't yet, make sure you go ahead and do some on the EWC Play app. Do your pick'ems. Let us know also on social media. Use the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. And it's time for us to do a little bit of pick'ems, a little bit of predictions. Is it gonna end in this next match, Levin?
Ooh, that's a tough question. I'm gonna say it is. I think this is our last match.
We actually made some predictions earlier, and we did think it was going to be this match. So yeah, that's my prediction as well.
I am way too big of an NA connoisseur to ever agree with these two in that regard, because I need an NA team to at least kind of like enter the top 10 here. I mean, what are we doing, boys? I need Peterbot and Pollo to kind of pick it up. They are the ones that were supposed to be going head-to-head with Shxrk and Teeny. They can do it. If they win the next like 2-3 games, they could win the competition. They can prevent them from winning. I'm calling on the boys.
We have 2 more duos that could actually end up within range, too. Easier range, some people would say. 5 points and 9 points, especially for T1. A duo that's currently in contention as well for that club championship. There is a lot of money at stake, not just here for Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. It is $1 million prize pool, but with everything going on there for the club championship, that is something that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on, because for T1, for Diamond Demons, I mean, they were doing absolutely awful at the beginning of the day, but it has been a wonderful turnaround.
I mean, so back and forth throughout the entire tournament, not just today, but it's Darman Demish. I think they're easily going to get points, even if they don't get any placement points, they're going to get some.
Sunteți pregătiți pentru următoarea voastră?
Da, aș fă.
Again, they're going to be one of those teams that pushes in. But look, Seven, we're at the point now where there's so many teams on match point. There's going to be so many different teams we're having to track in this final endgame. You know, you might be a Diamond Demish thinking, okay, let's do enough in this game to really solidify ourselves and get into match point and get into the fight. And the competition's passed you by, and it's already done.
And there we have it right there. I mean, the top 5 teams that are currently in that match point, Vico and Malibuca. We've been seeing Vico being...
Am mâncat pește mort de 4 luni.
Să moră sărat, nu? Mă duc să aduc apă din casă, că altfel leșim.
Ce rele să mâncava gura voastră. Bă, eu vreau să știu oamenii ăștia care chiar le mănâncă. Oamenii ăștia de acolo, cum ar veni, când se duc ei la magazin, cum mă duc eu aici și îmi cumpăr un corn, ei așa să gândesc, mă mâncava gura voastră, zice, hai să mănânc niște algi din astea, așa, băi, sărate, rău și urâte. Deci că mănânci, v-am zis că mănânc pește stricat, exact ăla e gustul.
Ia că nu se mai poate.
Incredibil.
Aici, eu pe asta vreau să știu ce aici. Dacă ce cred eu cred că seminții chinezești.
Zici?
Așa cred. Uite, cam așa e.
Ăstea sunt la fel, Badane, e aceeași.
Doar că picante.
Doar că picante.
Da, mă, seminții chinezești.
Zi-mi, ia să vedem, ia să stăm la o sămânță chinezească cum ar veni.
Dacă mănânci 2-3 vorbești direct.
Ping, 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 ping.
Da, sunt aromate, parfumate, nu?
Da, stai că am după jos. Au... E făcut într-un condiment.
Mamă, ce aș băga niște semințe.
Parcă nu intru cu șmecheria din România.
Nu merge stai la colțul blocului și
să scui prin colțul gurii așa, le scui doar pe ăstea românești. Nu merg astea.
Nu, ăștia sunt și dulci, așa, nu știu.
Bă, eu unul, când mănânc semințe, îmi place să aibă sare pe ele, tată.
Nu, ăstea sunt dulci,
ăstea-s dulci, așa, îți dulci de mori. Dar și dulci.
Cum naiba le facem așa dulci?
Bagă ei în alea ale lor.
În fine. Aici, nu știu, mă, roasted sunflower seeds. Uite-mă și astea. Seminții. Nu, uite, astea sunt tot seminții. Stați așa să vă arăt.
Aileu.
Uite, și scrie aici pe etichetă, roasted sunflower. Deci tot seminții. De floarea sourelui. Poate astea sunt altfel, ia.
La fel, dar mari.
Astea sunt dulci, dar în alt fel, sau nu știu, au altă...
Au gust de oreo.
Which team will be lifting that trophy at the end of the day? Which team will be crushing everyone else's key? And for which teams will be looking to break into that top 5? And that 350 point threshold, remember. One of those is, of course, Hari and Cami. Not the greatest start for them, though.
I feel like reality has set in. When you look at the drop now, no more of that hot drop stuff we saw before from the teams inside the top 5. They've done what they needed to. Instead, it's Kami and Hari here. You see them trying to go ahead and send Shxrk to go ahead and find some eliminations as Khan and Fader are going to get the first little sample of that here onto Mini Pio, but already adjustments being made. Even in that last game was just Pixie and Swizzy. Had they been 8 points more going into that round, they would have ended the tournament there with the surprise retake on the high ground, all thanks to Malabuka's setup. But now that gives Vico and Malabuka the opportunity here in this game, so it really is exciting to see how this one's going to play out. We have never had a format like this, and surely it's been entertaining.
Mă să câștige Shxrk.
Anyone can take it. Anyone can take it. You have to say, from the perspective of Shxrk and Tini, 2 massively wasted opportunities in those last 2 games because they had it right there for the taking. They were over 350 points. Both times they tried to play high. Malabuka played spoiler in that last game. And Shxrk and Tini let that opportunity slide, not once, but twice. Will they do it again, or will they live to rue the mistakes of those last 2 games? We're about to find out.
Let's be honest, Skyjump and Mumsy had it in the bag as well. They were right there. Skyjump falls early. It was all up to Mumsy, and I mean, what more can you do, right? Falling early in an end game when you are a match point is unacceptable. You cannot afford to be playing mid to low ground and then get caught off guard like that.
They haven't won today, Skyjump and Mumsy.
I've been saying they're due, because they really are.
Yeah. They've been putting themselves in positions too.
Yes.
You know, they've been fragging out in endgame, a couple of solo clutches here and there. The crowd are absolutely loving every single moment that we get to see of this duo. And for them, what a moment this would be. Remember, this is a team that don't play together typically here on EU. They sort of stay together for this event, of course, they qualify through, but what a story this would be. EWC in Paris, in front of the home fans that have been cheering you on this whole time. And for Vico and Malabuka, they've had a very up and down day so far today. Look at this though, Izzy putting the team on his back yet again. Nosif down, gets a huge amount of damage onto one of the other players involved, but Scroll's looking to try and close on the fight. Izzy on high, but unfortunately down and out. That duo, the other French duo, are eliminated. Could that be the last we see of our fan favourites, Izzy and Nosif? They've captured the hearts of Paris here this week it would be a real shame. So for them, they'll be cheering on any of those teams outside of that top 5 to go out and win this game.
They slipped down so far below as well. They were off to such a hot start. How much of an upset would it be if somehow AGAL overtakes Falcons, by the way, for the club championship points? For some reason, somehow, there's a narrative brewing there outside of the championship. Of course, performance for the top 5. So millions of dollars are going to be swinging in one way or the other.
Yeah.
The pendulum has a lot at stake. Muzz and Sphinx already off to quite the start. They're finding themselves a nice little elim. Remember, this is Shxrk and Teeny, who tend to land also at the Dirty Docks right now. They're in the vicinity.
Remember Muzz and Sphinx earlier on, they played spoiler for Vico Malabuka, taking them out. No strangers
Bă,
to
ce fac
an
ăștia? De ce
upsetting
vin aici?
situation for their opponents, so they'll be hoping that they can do the same for Shxrk and Teeny. They want to take them out.
This is so interesting that Shxrk and Teeny, because they don't need points, they're not farming Muzz the way they did games and games before, right? All of a sudden, they're playing this like some kind of grand finals, like some kind of normal lobby. Muzz and Sphinx must be kind of thinking to themselves, hey, it's pretty quiet. Why so chill? But they're okay with it. If I'm them, I'm probably pushing them.
Yeah, especially where Muzz and Sphinx are on the leaderboard. Dirty Docks.
Why not?
It's worth a
Do
go.
it for NA.
Do it for NA. Win the game for NA. Keep it interesting. Malabuka and Vico. Just spoke to Vico's mum. Always very jolly, always very joyful, but an air of nervousness
She seemed
from
pretty
her there.
serious.
She seemed very serious. So she knows how much it means. I think I saw Vico just sort of staring over towards his mum as well, who is in the crowd, sort of directly opposite where he's sat.
Yeah.
Just channeling that relationship that they have, just being able to use everything and anything in his power and hopefully allow some of that energy to transmit by the radio waves of the air here in the arena, just to use anything and everything to get over the line here, because for them to go back-to-back LAN winners here in Fortnite would mean so much. Such an energetic character in Vico. We've seen him dancing throughout the day.
Look at the loadout difference. 10 shockwaves.
Wow.
This is just, we're not playing the med kit, we're not playing the storm, we're not playing the fight. 10 shockwaves.
They're playing spoiler. They want to try and cause absolute havoc in this endgame. Romero right there, though, going down early on. A little bit of action here at Stilt Town. Deemish and Dom just in the area. Sky and Scroll decide to retreat as well. Not without a little pop shot there from Deemish, not connecting, unfortunately. Big game for these guys as well. They need to break into that 350-point mark. Only 4 or 6 points away from it right now. Huge shot, though, from Romero onto Z-Dog. Hoyo is in the vicinity, too. Liwa, of course, had to solo clutch after Romero went down. What a story this would be as well for the Argentinians. Surprising so many on LAN.
Listen, if you don't have 10 shockwaves in your inventory right now, I don't want to hear it. Lua and Romero are not prepared. Sky and Skro are here to fight. Let's see how they can do. Sky's in the box.
Oh.
Ooh, wait a second. Might be eating my words here. Okay, little exchange going back and forth. No Romero in sight to back him up, but Sky and Skro are fired up. 4 eliminations now. They're trying to fight their way back into the tournament. Stepping one step closer now to our 11th place of Peterbot and Poyo, who are at 284 points. Teams that can obviously still win games.
And you can see that from Sky and Scroll. They're playing completely differently to what we saw from teams like Shxrk and Teeny, because they need those points, they need those eliminations. If they want any sort of chance at winning this tournament, they need a huge amount of eliminations right here. I think you can see that in the way they're playing. They're not expecting this to go the entire distance here. They're expecting, if we're lucky for them, this game not to go to one of our top 5 teams. They're expecting it to go to one of the teams in the next game. So they need to get the pedal to the metal right now, and that's exactly why they're getting very aggressive. Complete other end of the stick, though. Shxrk and Teeny. They have been very good.
They're hiding behind the wall in Dirty Docks. They really are not taking any risk right now. This is such a telling format to see how teams are all of a sudden shifting strategy, changing gears, attempting different things as we get closer and closer towards the end game. And they don't have to worry about Storm Surge. It's just a much different dynamic. Sky is still hunting things down though here. Finds Lua fresh off the reboot. This is what they should be doing. But then this is what happens. You start easing up. Sky and Scroll all of a sudden start turning online. going into endgame basically frictionless with max material. You're just giving them all the reason in the world to go say, why not win a game? We have everything we need. So it's like a double-edged sword.
Well, this is the danger, right? Shxrk and Teeny, they're playing anti-Shxrk and Teeny right now. Remember all the success that they found, both this week and in the qualifiers, was when they were on the front foot, was when they're scaring the lobby, was when they're getting huge elimination games. They've decided to throw that out the window, at least for the early to mid-game here.
They all are. Vico, Malibuca, Zero Elims hiding out right now, waiting for endgame. What does that mean? They're not putting pressure on other teams because they don't want to take the risk. So when your 5 best teams on the day at the moment with the highest point average is not putting pressure on the rest of the lobby, when already you're just allowing them to come in with max material, it's like queuing up for a zone war at that point.
Yeah.
It can go any which way. Yeah, we're going to another game. Strap in. We're going to another game.
Sky and Scroll win this one, you reckon? Absolutely popping off there. Early game here. Dartmouth Deemish as well, another team. Need to break into that 350-point mark. 3-3-4-7 right now, so what's that, one more elim?
Oh, they'll
get there. They're chilling.
Yeah. There's no problems there.
And you can see the leaderboard. You can see them in 6th right there.
I'm anticipating a game 12. Demis, Darm, Kami, Hari, Victor V, Kanata, all inside the point threshold, and then the tournament ends. It has to at this point. You're letting Sky and Scroll fire up right now and play endgame, basically maxed out. I don't know. It ain't looking too good.
Sky and Scroll have remembered who they are here. They've remembered. They've been able to pick up high elimination games previously. That last one was an absolute bomb. And they need to continue that in this game. They're looking for it. They're looking for all those points. Here we go, though. Shxrk and Teeny, we've seen them tumble at this stage where they're trying to play inside of the storm, trying to glide into the dead side. Nice opportunity there to get into that storm, refarm some of that gas station there as well. They're going to be able to build up. Kami and Hari just next door. Hopefully for Shxrk and Teeny, they won't cause them any trouble. From Kari and Hari need another 5 points, so they are not home and dry yet in terms of that 350-point mark. But even if one of the teams do end up taking it here in this game, the rest of the leaderboard still freezes, right? So you still want to try and, even if you're not winning, get as many points as possible. So even if you're not first, you can get as close to 2nd, 3rd, or higher up the leaderboard as possible.
Very intentional positioning now for Kami and Hari to have that high ground here in the half in, half out. Shxrk and Teeny put themselves on the bridge so that they can have a metal structure and also that natural elevation as well. Again, the little pieces are starting to come together as teams are positioning up here. Meanwhile, Lua, no breaks from Sky and Scroll as they continue to pressure here. Pressure, Lua is going to be downed once again. Still has just enough time, though, to reboot in. This time he should be able to get alongside his teammate Romero. It's going to be close, though, as Romero's still in the storm trying to hustle his way. He's pretty much out of time at this point. He's going to go towards him. All right.
Ooh.
They have a shot.
Shxrk and Teeny got to make a big rotate here as well. You can see them making it. Very, very careful about how they approach it. Sky down. Scroll left as a solo. They've tried to go for the risky plays. They've tried to go for loads and loads of frags as early as they possibly can. And that's the risk that you take. One of you going down, Romero and Liwa, these guys need to try and turn this game around. It's been an absolute disaster for them. The last team you want to be coming up against and butting heads with at the beginning of the game is Sky and Scroll. They have a point to prove. They have points to try and get. Liwa, Romero just need to get the win. So it's an absolute disaster for them.
Love to see a little min-max right there. Not taking any storm damage. Farming as much as possible here.
Yeah.
Just that extra 10, 20 mats. Malibuca, Vico recognizing they need every inch they can take so they can turn it into a mile. Shxrk, Teeny now setting up the big shockwave once again here. The rotates around the outskirts. Little bit of a bag split here is going to cost him the extra one. Foyo's right underneath.
Oh.
Peter is hurt. Forced to medkit in the storm. This might be it for Falcons, Peterbot, and Foyo. Scroll is still alive as well. He can overtake them on the overall positioning there. We'll see what that can do to the club championship points. Either way, though, this is not looking good for our story of the tournament going any further.
Scroll takes out Chino there as well. He's on a bit of a roll right now. As Peterbot versus Scroll, it's Falcons versus AGAL. They've got the entire team, they've got the entire org on their back, but Peterbot has got another player on his back right now, looking to try and cover as many angles as possible. He's only got 11 builds, made that 9. So much chaos and so much at stake, but Peterbot goes down. 284 points is the total to beat here for Shxrk, who's still a solo, still alive, and going well.
Looks like NA's hope is now down and out. It's going to be up to Victor V. Kanata, who's at 322, to jump up and rep for the region, but Shxrk and Teeny have to be stopped first. Romero and Lua have to be stopped. It's not looking good for them right now. Pressure coming in. Backside of Storm. It's Bolts and Acorn who are there to play spoiler. One goes down, and that is one team out of the equation. Falling to the hands of Acorn and Bolts there. Romero, Lua will have to watch from the sideline.
What's Shxrk and Teeny gonna do? They're going to play high, and they're going to look for a lower ground layer. Hari and Cammy down below as well. Demus has gone down. Luckily for them, they are inside of that 350-point threshold, if it even matters. Dom needs to try and solo clutch. Shxrk and Teeny are looking for high. It's Momsy and Skyjump. They're looking for it. But they just pause for a moment. They understand that it is not worth the risk right now. Momsy and Skyjump back off as well. Popping the med kit. They need to make it towards the front side unscathed, which they do. Looking good for the French duo right now, but Josh and Omzo are knocking on the door. They've got to be super careful there as Pixie and Swizzy, they could win the entire tour with a great game here as well.
Anyone can still do it. We still have 4 teams in the race right now. Vico, Malabuka, Swizzy, Pixie, Skyjump, Momsy, Shxrk and Teeny are all in the game. Shxrk and Teeny actually have a bit of the high ground, but up goes Skyjump and Momsy with the super pad to try to buy some time here. Meanwhile, Shxrk and Teeny now trying to hustle across the map here. Just got themselves positioned. Still looking up. It's Muzz and Sphinx who are trying to just keep the tournament going.
Yeah, they're more than happy to play second height right now. Pixie, Swizzy have elevated a few layers as well. They're trying to get up from that low ground chaos. Zone's pulling back over towards this POI, just below as well in that sort of river. Muzz and Sphinx up on height, looking down, taking down Dom as well. That's Muzz with his second elimination of the game. They're not going to get that refresh. Monty and Skyjump so high in the sky. France erupts. They're looking to see if these guys can take the entire event. Vico, Malabuka, so passive so far today. They're playing through these mid-ground layers so well as well. So effective in these positions, and Shxrk and Teeny, they do not want height here, Monster. They're trying to learn from their mistakes.
They don't want to go too early. They're waiting to see if one of the other teams are going to go for it. Momsy is down. Skyjump's by himself here. Where's his duo, though? The Mom's still in the game to know. He's going to abandon the strategy and just try to stay in. Meanwhile, little fight breaking out here. This is Shxrk and Teeny targeting Havoc Pixie right below him. They're still looking up. It still doesn't feel right. It's still too early.
Every single rotate they make, though, they're looking up. They got the context of height. They want to know exactly what's going on down there. They're going to take it at a moment's notice. Skyjump down. Shxrk goes up and gets taken down. That's huge for Muzz. And Teeny now has to solo clutch. So much has been spoken about Shxrk. Now, Teeny, it is your time to shine.
Muzz and Sphinx know what's going on too. The shots come in. He's going to be able to get the pickup. Pixie and Swizzy are too dominant. They are holding it down. The defense. Top Swizzy is down and out, and that is it. Teeny picks up Shxrk. They have another chance. Muzz and Sphinx will be the reason we extend the evening. What a tournament so far it has been. The story here, Mini, is just getting started. Muzz and Sphinx are like, let's get a game 12 going.
We go again. We go again. Cammy is proving that he's not done with LAN performances yet. He's put himself in the mix, throw his name in the hat as well. I don't even know how many teams are in the hat right now. The hat must be unbelievably huge.
It's filling up.
It's filling up.
Darm and Demis are surely going to be in that conversation. Hari and Cammy for sure are in that conversation. I believe maybe even Yasin. Like, they came up out of nowhere, and Salvatore at the end there for picking up so many points. Middle East could have a chance. One more game. One more game. It looks like Sphinx was pointing to the camera. Oh my gosh. 25% chance, huh?
Well, we said one more game in the last game. To be fair, you called it. You said we go to another. Surely this next one is the last one, but I always hope it isn't. We've got so much drama here. Muzz and Sphinx, they started the game really well. I think the fact that Shxrk and Tini just let them be off spawn was definitely helpful in their push up the standings. That's going to earn them potentially more dollars, more earnings from this event. So happy for the NA lads as well. It's always nice to get a win on LAN, but now it all comes down to this. We're going to find out on the leaderboards very shortly about which teams are actually in. We'll get confirmation on that, but you have to imagine it's going to be one of these guys that are going to take this next game. I surely cannot see us go to game 13.
Oh, no.
Right?
It could go. Listen, it can go either way. Peter Bond Warriors still haven't made it there.
Yeah.
They're due for a win. Let's just be honest. Law of averages, they usually win by now, right? A couple games. They're due. You have other teams that are just like, again, coming up out of nowhere. Muzz and Sphinx, clearly capable. Don't let Z-Dog and Goofy get to in-game. You know they're extending the tournament. You know OC is going to be like, yup, one more. They'll just keep pushing the finish line. That's what makes this really fun. For those of you guys at home, let us know your thoughts. This is definitely heating up here. The first ever match point format for a Fortnite tournament has our players, like, look at Malibu, head in hands. This is just incredible. You know what? With that being said, I think we need a little beat here. We need a little second. Let's get back to some scoring after this. We're going to do some math and then more Fortnite.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Castiga City, powered by Play.
Kelly, I mean, breathless right now, speechless, some would say.
I cannot believe what we just witnessed. Everyone, Muzz and Sphinx from NA grab a victory royale finally. And listen, we saw the social media. Muzz, I saw that you were doubting yourself, and maybe you should have been doubting yourself all along, because that is what he needed to get the win.
Look, Kelly, let's keep it a buck. Everyone in this building wanted to see a conclusion, but none of us could have ever anticipated that it would take this long to reach it. Shxrk and Tini have been on match point for over 3 games now. This is where that mental fortitude is really going to be the most critical part.
And I feel like our mental fortitude's being tested right now as well. I mean, Shxrk and Tini looked like Shxrk was going to go down a little early in that endgame, actually gets the res off, but then once again falling down, and we thought maybe it was going to be a Tini solo clutch, but no, he goes down. But there's still other teams possibly going to get in there, but now we have, what, 7, 8 teams possibly up for match point. Taco, anyone can win.
And what it really felt like in those final moments, too, from Vico, it was just like, hey, if it's not going to be me, it won't be you either. It's just constant spoilers being played across the board from all of these duos, and I don't even want to factor in how many teams that we're going to have on match point, knowing that there's 7 that are going to be sitting on that threshold. And it's just ridiculous to think about the fact that so many orgs have had the opportunity now to potentially play catch-up on that championship club feature, because T1, even in the mix now with Darman Deemish.
So many big names that are trying to prove themselves, trying to get those points for the CC. But of course, we're all looking to Falcons, we're all looking to AGAL, and I don't know necessarily how they're going to be performing compared to the likes of Aurora Gaming, because they really are just the standout team right now. But like you said, 7 teams at match point. It doesn't matter how well you've done, it doesn't matter how many eliminations you've gone throughout the day. All that wins right now is the win.
But even still, with 7 teams potentially able to take it home, Kelly, I'm waiting for some evil Fortnite. We've already been witnessing a lot of evil Fortnite ever since, and all those teams that were outside of that match point threshold, hey, they're ready for their dubs.
You know what? I'm ready for the dubs as well, and I think our audience members, you guys at home, are you ready? I know you are, so let's go to the casters.
Here we go. Is this the last game? We said it going into the last one. Game 11. Could this be it? Now, that scope, that range of teams that could take the win and take the entire LAN via this match point format has expanded. 7 teams now, Monster D face, that could take this tournament.
Give us 2 more, give us 3 more. I mean, at this point, anything can happen. But ultimately, the odds now are looking staggering in favor of those at the point range, right?
Yep.
We saw from the last game what a drastic shift in playstyle occurred the moment, right? The moment you have 5 teams in contention, everyone else started slowing down. And then that gave runway for the Skies, the Scrolls, Yasin, Salvatore to start turning up, having these massive games, and all of a sudden putting themselves in the conversation. And it played its part in the end. It sounds like the battle bus once again is gearing up here. We're going in for match number 12 here shortly. I mean, what are your predictions? Are we gonna have a close game? Will a new team arrive at the top? Or will someone in point format range take it all?
My prediction is we'll end here. My prediction is that Shxrk and Teeny will play a lot more aggressive going into this endgame. My prediction is they'll try and take height, in other words, right? We saw them looking for it. But I think they now know more than ever that this truly has to be now or never for them. The longer we go on, there's still teams that are within 10 points from the threshold, so lots on the line.
I was just as curious as to why Vico and Malabuka didn't go up sooner either, because you saw Pixie positioning with it, with Swizzy. You saw Shxrk and Teeny positioning for high ground, but for some reason Vico and Malabuka were not positioning to go for height. So I am curious if things are going to change here into this last game. It's all about timing at the end of the day, but Slurp Rush, of course, is the map that players tend to love and favor. Mumsy, Skyjump just have to survive the Fort Crumpet here at this given time. Shxrk and Teeny still over at the Dirty Docks. New teams are here. New players kind of rumbling around the area. Looking at the map here. Actually, sure, we knew Muzz and Sphinx were here, but someone else has decided they want to be in this area.
Yeah, 3 teams in that vicinity. Nice from Swizzy. Getting one out of the air. That was cold. The player. And for Momsy and Skyjump, not the greatest start right here. Momsy down early. Deemish and Dom are the team that are now in that top 7. They're in that threshold, 356 points. You can see on the screen they have right now. And Sven, their coach, he'll be licking his lips at this opportunity. I don't think he would have thought going into this second half of competition that they would be close to it, because they just didn't have the level of performance that we typically would see from them. But could this be their time? We've seen them have big wins in the past. Shxrk down. Teeny there as well. Izzy is closing on in. Teeny has to try and retreat. Shxrk's body down there, all the loot being captured by Izzy and Nosif together. Oh, they're closing in. They don't want to let this one slide. Teeny's inside of the porta potty. Are they going to spot him out? They are. Teeny escapes. Nosif in the box takes him down. Shxrk is still able to get rebooted, but that's going to set them back.
That was an insane play by Teeny, by the way. Such a huge risk for him to know he could get flushed out of there, but opt to hide there as opposed to playing defense. That could have gone south for them. Skyjump Mumsy on the offense here. J-Dog. Z-Dog's gonna get taken out there. Well played. Shxrk is now getting hunted down. No, Teeny getting hunted down. I'm looking at the bigger picture, the wider map that we have visuals on. There's a team circling Teeny's location currently. It remains to be determined if whether or not they know he's in there. It's actually Sky and Skrull. Nosif and Izzy have shown up. Muzz and Sphinx are now looking around saying, hold up, we see the feed. They want to get in the action. They might be the reason this goes even further.
Goodness though, Teeny no shield, just back in the game. A very unwanted welcome from the perspective of Teeny. He does have that purple pump. And Sky and Skrull, thankfully for him, do retreat. Shxrk is still alive and in this game as well. But they are so shambles, and this is really the worst possible situation they could have found themselves in. They've had a few games now to clutch up, get the win, seal the deal, celebrate at the end. But now, in the moment where it matters, they have not been able to have a solid and clean off spawn. There's so many more teams in the mix right now. And Shxrk there takes down Sphinx at Dirty Docks. So that's going to be huge to get their loot back as well. Honestly, Mobsy Skyjump looking really solid right now.
Yeah, Izzy and Nosif have almost like overwhelmed their drop.
Yeah.
They've just kind of parked themselves inside of the Dirty Docks. You still have Muzz and Sphinx there clearly, so they haven't really had the room to kind of branch out. And then you have Darman Demish here on the other side, just pushing the pace here. They don't even need to be this active, but they're doing it for the love of the game. Why not at this point? Demish, Darn both hurt though. Have to be careful. This could be their tournament run on the line here. If any one of them falls, the timer will begin. Chino with front angle, doesn't quite find it. Darn's still very hurt as well. Scrambling about. There goes a disengage. Smart move by Demish there.
You know, Pablo, fantastic fighters. We don't get to see it as often as we probably should. These guys are way down on the leaderboard right now. But they're fighting for placements. They're fighting for extra earnings. There goes Shxrk. Flying away into the distance. Sphinx looking to try and give chase, actually just disengaging. No, Teeny down to Sky. We can't call them Shxrk and Teeny anymore. It's just Shxrk and then Teeny in another postcode. They're just not together. They're not on the same wavelength. They're not in each other's vicinity. This is horrible to watch if you're an Aurora Gaming fan. And for Shxrk and Teeny, they need a comeback of all time in this particular game. I don't think they could have had a worse start. Teeny down again.
Yeah, getting farmed up the Sky now. Whatever team was down by the lockdown lighthouse just caught him in the Sky. This is pretty tough, you know. You would think with the reload format that your game couldn't be as affected with another team contesting you, given the, you know, the way the reboot kind of works, that mechanic, but it definitely does make a difference, and it really is playing its kind of part at the moment. Take a look, it was Cammy who takes down Teeny there, and they're going to be just looking now. I'm assuming they're going to be hunting for the solo over and over.
Again, Teeny down again.
Yeah.
Stop right now, he can't catch a break. I think Shxrk's going to have to stay way far back in the storm. He's over there at Dirty Docks, having to solo clutch as much as he possibly can. Momsy and Skyjump, they've been in and around a few of these fights as well. They've been sniffing about, trying to look for some third parties in a much nicer position than the team directly above them in Shxrk and Teeny. They've been able to farm up. They haven't got into any difficult situations. This is a big fight though. There's Vico Malabuka, Khan and Faded on the other side. Big shot from Malabuka. Reloads that Mammoth, doesn't connect with Faded. Vico getting inside as well, but unfortunately not able to find anything in that exchange. Khan retreating, Faded back together. Malabuka saying, yeah, you know what? Let's disengage. We can't take the risk here.
Definitely a smart move here to kind of ease up. Again, as we do our updates with all of our teams kind of in the conversation right now, you're noticing the ones that are not kind of in the storm, not being held out, much better overall situation. Shxrk and Teeny by far, although they are leading in total points here, the best overall team on the day. That doesn't matter. This game can end with 7 different potential champions.
And that's the way this format goes. You have to win when it matters. You have to be able to stand up to the pressure. And honestly, for Shxrk and Teeny, they've been given opportunities. They've had opportunities to win the game. They've been on height when all they needed to do was win, and they'd walk home with the title. And for Romero and Lua, they would have been so happy that that last game went to a team that weren't in that top 5, because they didn't have a great game at all. They were getting chased on throughout that entire mid-game. So they'll be really ecstatic that they get to be in this lobby as well.
It's an insane fight. Peter Boyo intentionally saw this team parked up out there, and they came flying over. Teeny finally takes down Sky, by the way, in the feed. Peter Boyo v Mumsy for the airdrop right now. This is a battle to try to upgrade. And do keep in mind, they have the top of the Slurpy Swamp there. You see that mega base with all eyes. I'm thinking they're trying to position themselves as the gatekeepers right now, very much intentionally.
Yeah, for Peter Boyo, they need to make sure this game goes to a team that isn't in that top 7, preferably them, from their perspective. When we look at the zone as well here, very, very central. So no team's going to be too upset with how this one polls. Skyjump, Momsy, looking to make that way dead side rotation all the way back in towards that storm. You see Shxrk and Teeny now officially back together at Dirty Docks. Game set back a little bit though, so hopefully they'll be able to recoup a lot of those materials, a lot of those heals, a lot of those guns and weapons that we've seen them have previously.
Peter Boyo just need 3 more eliminations and a win, and they can take this to a game 13, so do keep that in mind. Meanwhile, Darman Demish, though, hunting down Salvatore here, a big elimination. That's the refresh that they've been looking for. They're already in contention now, as they came into this game, started this at the 350-point area.
Gotta be careful here, though. Darman Demon's rotating towards Logjam, way away from the zone. Zone pulls back down towards the south right there as well. Right in towards Slurpy Swamp. You can see Shxrk and Teeny, those pink arrows just to the right in Dirty Docks, to the east of the map. They're back together. They're looking okay, at least from this perspective. Look at all those teams with that gold number next to them. There's so many that could end up taking this one home. So much pressure on every aspect of this leaderboard. And it's so exciting because you just never know who's going to walk home with it at the end of the day.
A little fight at the Logjam with Mini Pio and his duo there. Darman Demish almost getting themselves caught off with the ambush play there, but it all works out in the end. Meanwhile, jump back to Comp. Cammy, Hari, they fight Sky and Skrull. That's a full elimination, mind you, putting them out of the competition at 317, so they will not be touching that threshold, and that just might be the championship opportunity out of reach now, as, again, statistically, it is becoming more and more difficult. We dare say impossible. It's going to be very, very unlikely for anyone outside the top 7 after this. Shxrk Teeny back to them. Very slow start to their early game. Finally, after getting their bearings, after taking down Sky there in the storm, everything seemed to have turned around at that point. Found themselves some mats. They're now in the kind of safety of this zone here. Reboots are still active. We have 30 seconds now to zone 7 pops. Peterbot and Boyo, this is their drop spot. You can see that massive, you know, set up base they have there.
Another victory, 10 points away from that 350-point threshold. They'll be thinking, why not us? Why not us? We've had moments during this week. We've had upsets, we've had ups, we've had downs. Why not us? And as reboots are now disabled, we've got 18 of our teams still alive fully.
With King. I mean, it's been quite some time since then, Kenny, but if anyone's going to do it, you got to think it's these two.
And
Muzz and Sphinx are on the leaderboard. Dirty Dog. That one more elim.
Oh, they'll
get there. They're chilling.
Yeah. There's no problems there.
And you can see the leaderboard. You can see them in 6.
Turn it into a mile. Keep the tournament going.
For over 3 games now. This is where that mental fortitude is.
Another chance. Vico and Malabuka are still in this game.
They're back to being
such an exceptional. The stories are crumbling. Vico, Malabuka are out. They're on the heels of Darman Demis. You have Lua, Romero, Shxrk and Teeny, all of these.
Și acum pun pe mulți sunt aici, dar mănânc chiar, ok?
to take a fight here with the team next door. As opposed to rotating early, it's Shxrk and Tini who's kind of listening in here. They might actually catch a huge ambush, but no, end up backing off. Seen some cheeky plays from them in the past. Mumsy takes some punishing shots here while they move across, but they do manage to get a little bit closer, but the Storm's now going to be forcing them out. They got to go now. No shockwaves, though, just on foot, so not looking too good right now for Mumsy and Skyjump. Meanwhile, Dharma Demis are the first to take a little bit of height. Peter Bot Pollo still have full control of the situation right now. They go launch padding across.
Oh.
Crash padding. Tini, Shxrk are getting pushed now by Cammy and Hari. And after seeing that elimination feed, you know they're going to be more and more aggressive right now. Tini has to distance himself from the rest of the competition. He's getting chase shots from the side. 6 HP. What more can you do? And down and out they go. Pollo will land the finishing blow. And that's going to be a surge of confidence for Peterbot and Pollo. One of our 7 teams is now down and out.
Over to you, Mumsy, Skyjump, Cammy, Hari, Swizzy, Pixie, etc. This is your time. Can you take it upon yourselves to win this entire LAN at the very last minute? And we can see just how that went down. Shxrk got taken out really early on. Tini had to drop on down, had no bills in order to protect himself. But look at the team on high. It's Peterbot and Pollo. We have not seen the best from Peterbot and Pollo today. We've not seen the best from Peterbot and Pollo this week. But what a comeback, what a story it would be for them to push themselves into that 350-point threshold and then take us to game 13. Who would have thought?
That's the crazy part, is that you don't have to be the best team on the day. You just have to be the best team when it matters. Darm is down. Demis tries to save his duo, puts him on his back, throws him across the box, but he does not have enough strength to keep him in the game. Neither does Vico for Malabuka. We have 2 teams now effectively shattered, broken, dismantled, if you will. Swizzy and Pixie could be the next, but they're fighting for their lives. Swizzy getting literally lobby focused, and now it's all up to Pixie. That is 3 teams now out of potential contestation. Mumsy and Skyjump are having the runway open up.
Much needed refresh there from Mumsy and Skyjump. This is huge for them. They still have to make this rotation, though it's really, really difficult through this building. Just ensuring that nobody's going to try and look at them from other angles. They need to do it for themselves here. They need to do it for France. They're in these layers, looking for an opportunity to maybe find another refresh. The mats are going to dwindle as this game keeps on going through, holding off all of those walls, all of that pressure from the NA team of Peterbot and Pollo all the way up on high. Liwa and Romero still in this game as well. They have a part to play too.
Out of the 7 teams that started, only 3 full duos remain. This could still go to a match 13 as Peterbot and Pollo have the high ground. Remember, all they needed was 3 elims and a win, and they will be in contention for a tournament steal, if you will, at the very end. But Kami, Hari are still alive. Skyjump, Mumsy are still here. Romero's still in the game. Then you have your solos kind of lurking about. Skyjump taking some damage here. You have Faden and Khan upstairs. Kami, Hari kind of playing this mid to low ground area. They have the recipe. They have the formula.
Yeah, Cammy just using every ounce of experience right now just to stay calm. Dharma Demis fully eliminated now as well. We've seen you do it on this sort of stage before, Cammy. Can you do it again? Cement your spot as the LAN goes. Side jump is down. Mumsy needs to solo clutch here as well. Not too many points gained from those guys, but all they'll be thinking about is that win. Vico down there as well. So many of our top 7 teams are either out or wounded. One of the only teams that are still alive as a duo, it's Cammy and Hari.
And Lua and Romero as well. You cannot forget about them. They have won multiple games here all week long. Cammy, Hari having the crowd turn against them. Hari goes down. The crowd erupts for his downfall here. You can really see this sentiment starting to play in, but now it's all on the backs of Blue. And remember, how badly do they want it? Down goes Chino. A monster shot there, but not quite securing, of course, the loot there. Meanwhile, a battle for high ground. Victor V takes one. Iamso goes up for height. They're contesting Peterbot and Pollo. This might go to 13.
Cammy looking to try and heal. No whites, though. He's going to be careful of that storm as well. Liwa Romero, of course, taking out Chino right there as well. Josh gets Pablo Wingu, so that's duo completely down and out. Liwa still playing these layers, looking to try and get some control on Josh and Iamso. Plowing on through that box, but not finding any connections through the wall. There's Liwa using the shockwave, the overdrive grenade to try and make their way towards the front side. The issue now is they don't have builds. Liwa gets stuck. He's awkward. He doesn't know where to go. He just has to shoot his gun and hope for the best. There's still so much pressure from elsewhere, and Cammy gets taken out by Liwa. Can they do it?
They had a little bit of mats, but not enough to go the distance. They're going to have to force the fight here. Peter Boy will come down for the refresh as well. Victor V still alive, but there's a whole different team on high ground. Lua, Romero scrambling right now. Muzz and Sphinx are here to play spoiler. Once again, Muzz and Sphinx are shutting down narratives here. But Lua is still in the game, takes another one. Can he clutch up? He is the only remaining player that can actually end the tournament right now. But Muzz and Sphinx stand between him, as does Faded up top. Faded puts some pressure here onto Lua. Mini, it's all up to Faded depending on who he decides to focus here. Lua can still clutch. Lua hits a shot. Lua is gonna fall. We are going to match 13 because Muzz and Sphinx have said so.
Muzz and Sphinx looking for the back-to-back. Potentially another LAN win on the cards. They might not win the tournament here with this win, of course, but they do win the game.
Gosh.
And Muzz and Sphinx have done it again.
One more game. One more game comes out of Sphinx once again. How badly do you want it? They're keeping it exciting for us.
Oh, I really thought that was going to be the moment. Muzz and Sphinx out of nowhere. The bottom half of the leaderboard,
He's loving it.
their way up as well. Sphinx is just saying one more game.
He's loving it.
The crowd are loving it as well. The cheers that erupted as soon as we saw all of our top 7 teams get down and out. Of course, what that does mean is there may be even more teams now.
Now maybe, definitely.
Right.
Faded is up there.
Yeah.
Pewterbot and Boyo, Victor
Yeah.
V Kanata. They have just allowed so many more teams to have an opportunity to be your EWC 26 champions here on the Fortnite stage. I mean, we're gonna jump on. Jacob and Tago are definitely closing the show at this point. Like,
yeah.
There's
right?
They have to.
That's what we said when we sat down here.
You know, if it goes to 15, it's you and I somehow at the very end. There's 1% chance that happens. Did you know that coming into this?
Is that what it was?
Statistically, it was a 1% chance that we would get to game 15.
And
It's probably a 5%. Probably a 3% chance we're even this far. Who knows?
Just the resilience from some of our teams that are lower down on the leaderboard. We saw it in the survival stage yesterday. A lot of the lower teams going down. They needed a big game to actually qualify them through or give themselves a chance. But that's not happening right now. All of those lower teams on the leaderboard have really come out to play. And for the top teams, shambles, shambles, shambles every single time we switch to one of their POVs.
Nu, cred că doar tine.
Să mor dacă n-auzi de oreu. De biscuiți oreu auzi.
Îți cu nuci, văd că au ceva nucă pe ele, vezi? Nu știu.
Cacao?
Vezi, au
Cacao
niște
ai,
nuci.
nu?
Habar n-am. Dar
Nu știu, dar nu-mi plac.
Nici mie nu-mi plac. Nici alea, nici astea nu-mi plac. Ia...
E Samari sau era stricata mea?
Cred că era stricată, nu Samari, dar au un gust ciudător. Așa.
Bă, nu-i prea din mini China, Japonia,
Deci-
nu prea mă sparg dulciurile de la ăștia.
Fiți atenți. Am avut jeleuri cu banane, am avut jeleuri cu căpșuni și acum avem și cu mere. Vrei sărat? Vrei să desfacem sărat?
Dă-i cu mere, hai. Deci
să
eu o
dăm
plăcinta cu mere, știți, desertul meu preferat, nu există așa ceva.
Ia. Pe miros, n-am ce să zic, toate au mirosit bine. Ia.
Dar ce verzi sunt, nu?
Dar toate au fost colorate așa.
Identic 1 la 1 cu timbark de măr.
Da, nu e nicio diferență, adică și ok și la gust. Adică chiar e ok, nu pot să...
Jeleurile în general, cam greu să dai greș cu ele.
Aici, nu știu ce să astea, soia, condiment iute, dar cred că e snacks, nu știu, deci merge mâncat sau... N-am idee, ia.
Doamne, eu aici vreau să știu ce e aici.
Du-te acolo și fel pute asta, mi-a venit de aici, de la...
Mie nu-mi place soia deloc. Îți place?
Nu, dracu, dacă...
Dai o bucată să luăm amândoi. Pune pasta aici.
Nu, mă lasă așa. Dar stai așa să vă arăt. Puh. Am pus pe limbă. Un stix așa mic, doar că e moale.
Un cartof mic
și e imbibat în ceva, mă, frate.
În soia.
Se scurge pe ăsta.
Și ulei plin. E rău. Nu-i bun, mă?
Du-te, bă.
Nu, nici nu mai vreau să văd.
Du-te, mă, frate, că n-ai cum. N-ai, mă, cum așa ceva.
Păi, dar nu-i condiment, nu se pune să mănâncă dacă spune la mâncare.
Să facă cu ceva, dar să fim noi proști.
Scrie soia condiment iute. Poate soia un condiment iute care...
Da, așa din poză să moră, pare un snack pe care îl pui în farfurie și îl mănânci. Nu? Să mor tu.
Păi dacă îl pui, de exemplu, așa și îl prăjești.
Prăjit?
Aia zic, de-aia zic, noi suntem și proști oricum. Stai partea așa.
Băi, dar stai așa o leacă.
Întreabă leacă, ală ce LGBT cum se mănâncă ăsta, fratele.
Da, chiar, e bravo. Se mănâncă direct din pungă, fără să-l gătești.
Atunci îl punem aici la gătit.
Și se mănâncă direct, nu se mai mănâncă, ce să mai... Ia zic că ăstea sunt moartea ta, că tot te fofilești pe lângă
ele. Eu cred că e ceva rău, tare rău de tot. N-avem nicio șansă. Nu, dacă îmi dai bani, eu nu mănânc. Dacă îmi dai bani, eu nu mănânc.
Dar nu miroase așa rău.
Ceva e în neregulă cu tine.
Cu mine?
Da. N-are cum. Băi, șosete de fotbal stătute.
Nu, frate.
Acreală de la șosete.
Tapioca. Nu știu ce asta.
Bine, o să gust unul, că curiozitatea e mare.
E genul ăla de snack cu textură elastică și gust intens, picant, sărat, ușor dulceag și uleios. Obișnuit cu mâncarea foarte iute.
Dacă intru în relație cu el, vorbește mult. Și să faceți. Arătă-mă la oameni.
Stați așa o leacă, că m-a luat valul puternic.
Bă, dar ce fel putea?
Zici că scărbuni înăuntru. Zici că scărbuni.
Aruncă-le mai repede, că putea.
Și cam așa arată.
Da, n-are rost.
Ia încă e.
E bun? Hai că iau unul să mură, dar n-ai luat unul.
Nu, mă, ia că n-are niciun gust, jur. N-are niciun gust, zici că mesteci cauciuc. N-are niciun gust. E doar textura e așa foarte urâtă la mestecat. Aș pașcoloi. Da, mă, n-ai ceva.
Aprobă direct. Da, bine, pământul ăsta e mai bun.
Cred că e mai bun să moară, cred că. Ia, aruncă-l cu totul. Bagă-le așa, cu totul acolo, aruncă-l. Mamă, sper să nu fie rău după videoclipul ăsta. Direct la McDonald's, mă duc ca să-mi spăl mațile cu ceva de-a nostru, cum ar veni.
Direct mare mușdei cu usturoi, bag la 3 zile.
Bă, dar de ce am luat din astea badane seafood snack? Deci astea sunt alge. Am mai luat 2 pungi, dar sincer, real vă spun.
End of season.
Oh. Chiar dăm și un subscribe. Hai că dăm dacă o pulă. Ce zici, Kiki? Uite, mă uit la finala. Să văd cine câștigă.
Mai scârboasă dintre toate, așa că o să le mai las aici, mă mai gândesc dacă le desfac sau nu.
Tu ce zici? Ce faci?
A, tot moci din alea.
Cam așa ceva. Și vin în ăstea micuți așa, stați așa. Și vin așa în pungulița asta.
E aceeași textură ca la prima, știi că le-am arătat eu acolo la cameră. Tot așa ceva moale. Și cu ciocolată. Miroase bine?
Ciocolată.
Ciocolată. Gata, știu cu ce să-l compar.
Nu mai e pe live, vă zic eu.
Cu coca aia nefăcută, știi? Ai mâncat vreodată cocă din aia de la Gugu și a luat? Exact așa este textura. Nu e
slab, nu-mi place.
Nu-mi place, dar... Și mai avem un fel. Mai avem un fel de moce din ăștia, dacă toți suntem la categoria asta, moce cu portocală.
Bă, ăsta dacă e ce trebuie, ar putea fi preferatul meu.
Ia să vedem.
Dar nu m-a dat așa ceva.
Dați like,
nu,
chat.
până acum nimica. Ăla,
Facem ăla, pe primul loc.
Iar s-au resetat like.
Doamne. Deci ce diferit e, mă? Zici că sunt tot dulciuri așa, dar vezi? De la țară la țară, așa, de la asta, de la...
Felul în care sunt făcute, ingredientele pe care le folosesc, aromele pe care le are fiecare țară în parte.
Ce faci, băi, Alexe? Băi.
Da, e rău.
Nu există, am mușcat direct în mijloc eu.
E rău. Nu înțeleg de ce e rău, că
e amară.
Nu, dar ce amară e. Amară, dar e rău. Nu înțeleg de ce.
Că așa mănâncă oamenii ăștia, ce ăsta, poate pe pâine,
nu știu,
da, din asta vreau. Na, stai la rând.
Nu știu ce
stai la rând. 3, 2, 1, hai să ne fie rău.
Ce e?
Nu știu, dar nu mă interesează.
Dar nu scrie pe el, ia.
Lasă-mă că e ceva vegan.
Pastă de soia. Da, cred că nu mai vreau omul meu nimica. Dar ce fel arată. Stați așa să vă dau un cadru de aici că mi-e rău.
Da, ce fel putem?
Să mor tu. Bă, ieși mă de aici. Na, eu nu pot să mănânc așa ceva, ba da, ne jur. Nu există, nu există, mă, frate, ia. Bă, nu miroase așa, miroase a vinete din aia, salată de vinete. Bine că n-am apucat să iau mâncava și gura voastră. Auziți-l ce vă-l face, nu știu dacă s-aude. Care-i treaba, frate?
Dați like, chat.
Să-i vedeți fața, mâncava și gura voastră.
Bă, ce și picante-i?
Serios?
Vai.
Păi așa aruncă de aici, că nu vreau să gust.
Ia mă, leac.
Ieși mă, dacă ai făcut-o așa, ești prost.
Aleu, Doamne, mă gândesc că mănânc 3-4 torturi clătite, tiramisu, plăcintul cu mere, toate să fii la gura mea ca și un banani.
Bă, aici scrie în felul următor: salată kimchi roasted jonga.
Hai la mamă.
Nu știu cum ar trebui să fie.
Pe primul loc nu există nimic mai rău pe lume. Nu de aici. Pe lume nu există.
Vorba lui Badan mai înainte, cum sunt făcute așa, la cultură, imaginați-vă că sunt oameni care le place de mor lucrurile astea.
Băi, am gândat și în Thailanda n-are nicio treabă, mâncați așa.
Da, mă, noi las că diferite, n-ai treabă, dar arată rău.
Bucăți de mâncare de câini vomitate,
arată rău să moră dacă vă mint, uitați așa alea, că nu vreau să vărs nici pe jos.
Yeah.
Ia vedeți-l un pic ce fel arată. Deci, nu știu, nu am băgat mâna. Da. Nu știu ce să zic.
Nu mânca, Doamne, că vine rău.
Nu mai e nimeni pe live, gata. Ați ieșit toți.
Dacă nu-ți foi de ceapă,
ce zici, Kiki, și a ieșit.
Instant pe masă. E foi de ceapă.
E
foaie de ceapă.
Cur de babuin.
Foaie de ceapă care ți-o punea la gât când ți era rău. Ce e?
Nu știu, nu pot să mă bată tot.
Eu n-am gustat din aia. Și n-ai mai vrut gustul și tu să-ți fii ții rău. Mergem amândoi la spital.
Nu.
Dar nici n-ai gustat, mă, să mor eu.
Nu.
Bă, n-ai gustat.
Nu.
Să mor dacă a gustat.
Bă, ce picant e futu-ți rasa, mătii.
Bă,
mi-a luat foc limba.
Miroase a gaz metan. A gaz miroasă.
Bă, mi-a amorțit toată gura, ești prost? Ăsta, să stea aici până la locomanda, până
Trebuie să-l ducem la laborator pe ăla.
Hai să dau aleacă cu sucul de jeleu. Ăsta e un suc de portocalii, Kiki, nu știu.
Na, Kiki.
Și acolo ai mochi cu caramel, nu? Mochi cu alune.
6 de lei ăsta?
Da, e pungă
4
mare.
jile? Și ce dacă e pungă mare? Doamne, dar mai îmi trece gustul de la ăla.
Asta e nașpa. Dacă vrei să guști.
Ce-mi bagă, bă, reclame?
Pastilos, așa, nu știu.
E exact din ăla care spune pastilă din aia efervescentă în pahar. Știi?
Da.
Vitamină din aia?
Da, urât.
Hai să vedem și al 100-lea meci. Poate câștigă ceva. Să se termine odată.
Alone, and already Sky and Skrull going to start off with that first elimination onto Malabuka.
And at this point, it's almost like, who isn't on match point yet? Because we were initially thinking, yeah, it's got to be over by the time 5 teams were able to factor in on that match point threshold. But Sky and Skrull, Peterbot and Pollo, it's not unrealistic to think that they might genuinely be able to meet that 350 points threshold without one of our teams already inside of that top 9 forest bringing the game home.
This just goes to show how close this tournament is. Hopefully everybody at home is as entertained as we are. And let me know what you guys think on social media. Is this one of the best Fortnite tournaments you guys have seen in quite a long time? Interested to hear everybody's thoughts, but 9 teams on match point. 365 for Darm and Demas. No eliminations here. And Seven said something kind of I agree with. As we see more and more teams getting on that match point status, you're seeing those same teams kind of change up just a little bit how they've been playing.
Oh, it's been so apparent since the get-go. The moment that Shxrk and Teeny accomplished that 350 points threshold, everyone would have expected that this should have been done by 10. And yet, that one victory royale, the only one that they would need on the weekend after they've already secured so many, just continues to evade them, and they're not the only ones. That's the most wild factor to actually contemplate, because Monzi, Skyjump, Hari, Cami, all of these teams, Swizzy and Pixie too, Lewa Romero, they've all had opportunities. They've all made it in deep endgame placements, but they're just not healthy enough to cross the finish line. They're all limping through in tatters and then just getting doused at the very end.
15 meciuri sunt cel.
9 of our teams, 7 of them on match point, are from EU. We got Kanada and Victor V representing NA, NA West, NA Central, depending on where you categorize these guys, but they did qualify out of NA West. And then Lewa and Romero from the Brazilian region. And I honestly want to see another game, to be honest. Yamzo, Josh, Peterbot, Pollo, Sky, Skrull, they're still playing for the club championship. And they're not too far away from being on match point themselves, so they don't even need a fantastic game. They just need about 24 points.
And the thing is, you can't even blame the players for not being able to break through with that last victory royale, despite being in contention for multiple lobbies now, because it is really difficult to hold your nerve. It's one thing when you're able to just focus exclusively on achieving that match point threshold, but knowing that everything is just stuck in motion until you actually get across with the victory royale, it is reasonable for panic to start to set in.
Yeah, throughout most of this tournament, Shxrk, Teeny, even though they have marked Dirty Docks, they do a little bit of a split drop. This game, they're landing close together at the actual POI, trying to have a strength in numbers throughout the course of that last game, especially the early portion. Teeny was taken down, put through the blender just a little bit until they were able to catch their footing as an entire team. This time around, they don't want to fall far behind. Eliminations for everybody inside of the top 9 isn't a necessity at all. Simply put, as long as they win 0 eliminations or not, they will win the entire thing, as Momsy Skyjump find their 5th elimination of this game onto Izzy. And Izzy so far in this early game has not been having the greatest time.
But the eliminations don't really amount to much of anything aside from maybe some additional space clearage, because for a team like Momsy and Skyjump, they've been sitting on that match point threshold for numerous lobbies already, Jacob. All they're fixated on now is just trying to make it towards that Victory Royale finish. But obviously, knowing that they're not the only ones, the levels of sabotage that we have been witnessing over and over again in these final endgame moments, I just can't even fathom what it would be like. It's got to just be sickening at this point for these pros to just have to wait and know one more game despite sitting at the top for so long.
Vico Malabuka, one of those teams. Even though we know Sky and Skrull for EU for their own back-to-back in terms of online FNCS majors, if Vico and Malabuka win this one, they have won the Major 2 Summit and the Reload Championship at the Esports World Cup. That would make back-to-back lands for them as well. I'm not sure how many times in the history of Fortnite a team can say they won 2 of the biggest majors in the history of the game back-to-back.
Rough stuff there, though, for Bolt and Acorn. And kind of just to elaborate on your point, Jacob, it would be a tremendous effort out of Vico and Malabuka, especially when you factor in how that Major 2 Finals actually panned out for them. A 20th place position from after they left off winning Summit LAN. So for them to be able to potentially bounce back here with another LAN win on the year, I mean, full sail ahead onto Globals after that, but it would definitely be an incredible feat.
Yeah,
Doamne,
especially
ce,
since
ce
they do have a
puncte văd
history
ochii
of
mei.
winning games
500 ești.
in these in-person events, but Bolt's going down. He's going to be put on the revive, kind of having to hunt his way back onto the map. Goofy, Z-Dog, our first team fully eliminated out of this game as we continue to look around the map. Kind of see what some of our match point teams are doing. Darm and Demas, Fort Crumpet, just kind of based up, ready to go, making sure to maximize their resources, their material, and you can kind of see what their strategy is with that launch pad. They want to dodge a good portion of this endgame when it comes to it.
Ooh, but Skyjump and Momsy, they're not trying to allow any other contenders to throw their names into the hat. 9 is already too much company on this leaderboard. Josh, Andy, Yamzo are on their last legs here. Skyjump and Momsy quickly closing in. Yamzo doing everything in his power, but he just can't escape it. There won't be any 6 points for them. Match point is still going to be on the line.
Unfortunate for Josh and Yamzo, 2 eliminations away. Staying alive long enough to top 14, that's all it would have taken for them to be on match point. But coincidentally enough, that's now another team out of this lobby that cannot bring us to another game. So again, we're probably looking at Muzz and Sphinx one more to back. If you guys want another game of Fortnite, but Kamihari also rotating in from the lockdown lighthouse. There's not too many teams in their path as of now.
Hey, knowing that this might be 11's ringers on the weekend, it would certainly
Only
be
Shxrk.
an interesting outcome, but it's not going to be
Mai trăiește, Dani.
one that'll find Cami and Hari too easily. Spaded Khan, Kanata and Victor B. Just a couple of other members in this lobby who are also seeking out that Victory Royale. Every single duo that's inside of that top 9 right now, Jacob, all still running around the map. I'm really impressed, though, by what Skyjump and Momsy are doing so early on. I know that Kanata, nice little review of how he's getting active up against the likes of Khan, taking down some direct opposition, but for Skyjump and Momsy to have been sat on this match point for an almost identical period to Shxrk and Teeny, and they're still willing to be as aggressive as they have been in this lobby. It's almost like they're playing with reckless abandonment, but at the same time, they're still being calculated.
Yeah, it just goes to show that on some teams, changing up their strategy, playing a little bit more passive. Skyjump, Momsy, not fixing what isn't broken, or at least not just yet. Shxrk and Teeny, a little early to rotate out of Dirty Docks, or at least earlier than we've seen him in some of these games so far. In the 5th zone, trying to probably be proactive, position themselves accordingly, because they don't want to go down here where it's just so hard to get back into the game, let alone back to your teammate.
And the club championship points, Jacob. This is the difference potentially for Aurora to potentially be staring down the barrel of not just several hundred thousands of dollars, but a couple couple million if they are able to win this tournament. Shxrk and Tini would secure those 1,000 points and catapult them ahead of Virtus.pro on the EWC leaderboard.
That's huge implications all across not just the leaderboard, but the club championship leaderboard as well. Onto Skyjump. They get their 6th, or I should say the 10th elimination. I was looking at Skyjump alone, 10 eliminations here while on match point. Just going to show that they're really feeling themselves in this competition, or at least in the later portions. Game 13, they just need to pull off that victory royale, though, on the side. It does look like Shxrk and Tini find another elimination onto Izzy, and that's something just very drastic for Izzy right now. No Sif. Really hasn't been able to play with his teammate. Izzy's just been putting on respawn after respawn after respawn so far.
But we're just seeing so many uncharacteristic stumbles from so many top competitors. Even drawing back to Pixie and Swizzy in that last lobby. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Swizzy accidentally edited himself into fall damage. Could have been a chop out. Was a quick overview, but the fact of the matter is, you don't typically see pros at such a high status suffering those kinds of detrimental issues. So it's very obvious that the level of pressure that is riding on the shoulders of so many of our competitors, it's hard to ignore.
And you can see down below, back-to-back game winners. Muzz and Sphinx being the nuisance here on both Shxrk and Tini. Third-party shot's going to come in. We can Shxrk just a little bit more. Just the bare minimum here. Slap splashes. They want to save that fizz for as long as possible. It's been the huge catalyst, not only for them to kind of rotate from one point to the next, but steal away high ground and also maintain it.
And I know much of the spotlight has shifted away from that secondary page of the leaderboard, but AGAL, Sky and Scroll, Falcon, Peter, and Pollo. Only thing separating these two teams right now in standing is one singular point. Both of them can realistically achieve that match point threshold in this match. And if there was ever a time for either of these teams to come alive, pause a delay, and potentially put their orgs back into the conversation for that club championship security, well, Game 13 might just be it.
Yeah, as it stands mathematically, all they have to do is get into the top 10. They ease up that pressure just a little bit with every single elimination they get, and 16 teams are still up, so no placement points just yet. Just set the goal on the path for them. Shxrk and Tini, they go ahead and rotate to the front side of the zone, bypassing a lot of the teams that are not yet ready to make their move. Pete, Pollo, they're going to the side of the mountain. Darm, Demas up in front. Skyjump, Momsy underneath. And this is now where teams are getting smushed closer and closer together like a can of sardines.
Look, if everybody's got the same idea, and someone's going to also have to be the first to get crunched in the middle of it. Shxrk, Tini trying to avoid that at all costs. They've been fighting a separate battle entirely for the rest of this lobby because they were the first ones to even achieve that match point threshold and to still be stuck all the way down to game 13. 4 additional lobbies. Cammy has been taken out. No reboot available. Vico and Malabuka putting themselves one step closer to potentially achieving that match point finish.
Already thought things were going to be okay. Now that the dust has settled, they found his teammate, but Muzz and Sphinx get found out as well. A combination of Gino, Pablo, Darm, Demas from 2 different angles. He's going to angle him out of the lobby. They've had enough of his back-to-back wins. They had enough of the disruption. Now, Taco, there's about only 6 teams that can prolong this entire tournament. There's more teams on match point still in this game than there are hopefuls to bring us to match 14.
And no matter how stacked the odds might be against it, Jacob, it's just knowing that 1% existing is going to be sitting in the back of every single one of our match point threshold teams, and it's just going to cause so many complications. If not now, then when? But Shxrk, Tini, sending it one more time. They're on the high ground. Lewan Romero under a lot of duress. Minipio and Fukun just trying to evade the line of sight here from Shxrk and Tini. They won't be able to get what they're looking for just yet. But Khan, finally, he's going to receive the most damage. He'll be forced to try and sift to a lower layer. Front's position going to be very difficult to maintain.
Shxrk is literally just destroying everybody, rotating through the sky. Victor V. Canada also feeling a little bit of that pain. Nobody has a chance to look up just yet, other than Dara and Demas, but they're more than just looking up. They're trying to smoothly fly from one zone to the next. Wait to see where it goes before they drop down. You have to be very, very careful, Taco. We're starting to enter into different elevation changes throughout this next zone.
Respect the hustle out of Hari, though. The fact that he's still up and running. Canada and Victor V. Could this be the heist of the century if they'd be able to steal this one away from one of these European or international teams that have been leading for so long on the leaderboard? But Salva, Yasin, they managed to escape Shxrk and Teeny, but now Shxrk, Teeny, maybe a little bit pressed. They'll opt to heal. Flowberry Fizz waiting for that moment to drop. Vico Malabuka, they're gonna keep looking down because Shxrk, Teeny, as long as they're airborne, is going to be very difficult for Yasin and Salvatore to actually escape. But Dimash and Darm, no worries whatsoever. Just staring down the competition in the sky.
That's something they planned up until here, carrying those extra launch pads in their inventory, mixing it with the Flowberry Fizz, just staying away from this part in the game, and you can see exactly why. Even Shxrk and Teeny, who are once on high ground, they have been overthrown. Cammy and Hari have been officially eliminated after this game. They're hoping that somebody else win the game, and that somebody else could be Falcon's very own Pete and Poyo.
Because it certainly doesn't look like Shxrk and Teeny are going to be able to get the job done. Victor V, though, taken out. Vico Malabuka starting to come on here. Teeny is down. Shxrk maybe still up in the running, but with Kanata as a solo left to fend for himself, all of these teams, 7 of them still trying to keep the hopes alive for that match point.
Relatively loosely, because a couple of those teams are going to be stuck to just solos here, but top 14 placement play starting to set in. Peterbot and Poyo have officially been chopped down. Darm and Demas are going to be positioned underneath, but they don't make a play for it. So for Pete and Poyo, they're going to be able to stand their ground, but how long can they hold those 10 toes down?
Malabuka, they're still holding down this mid layer. They haven't opted for the high ground just yet, but Shxrk is out of it. Shxrk and Teeny eliminated one more time. They'll be praying that this goes to a match 14, but with Darm, Dimash, Vico Malabuka, Swizzy, Pixie, and so many others still left in the running. Momsy's all by himself, though. Skyjump won't be able to participate. He can't breathe the revive either, so now Momsy trying to hide it out, but everyone's looking his way. He's running through materials so rapidly, he's going to be forced to drop here.
4 match point teams out of this game. Darm and Demas beginning to feel the struggle, but they are able to take down Poyo as well. Not sure if Peterbot is still alive, but no, he's going to fall. Rapids going to fall. Swizzy and Pixie at the perfect time have taken the high ground. There's not too many teams that have a chance to look up, but Momsy gets a crucial elimination on the mini PO to stay alive.
Momsy just needs that siphon to start kicking in, but the problem is, even with Swizzy being so high up above Jacob, they don't have that much material. They're going to be forced to drop eventually, but Sky and Scroll, they've been eliminated. They were able to do just enough, though. They're technically on that match point threshold. Should this go any further, Yasin, Pablo, Chino, the only ones that could possibly delay this one step further. But Lewa, Vico, Malabuka, Pablo, he's trying everything in his power to shut this one down, but Pixie and Swizzy, they're gearing up for the win.
They're just looking down. They're raining fire from above. Top 4 situation. Vico, Malabuka, they're still looking strong down below. There's only 2 players in this game that can force a match 14. That's Chino. And now he's by himself because Yasin has been dropped to the backside of the zone.
But Pixie and Swizzy, they don't have any more material. They've got to drop.
Acho que não é o material.
Damage is going to be so problematic. Vico and Mally, they've still got a little bit to work with. They're running on fumes, but it might just be enough. Vico goes up, he throws out the overdrive. Swizzy and Pixie are set back. The storm will do the damage. Vico just needs one more. It's right in his grasp, and he takes it. Back-to-back land winners.
They have done it. Vico and Malabuka, for one of the first times in the history of competitive Fortnite, have won back-to-back major lands with the complete sweep of the Fortnite Reload Championship at the Esports World Cup 2026.
We knew at the start of this game that there was just about a clean 50% chance for somebody in this lobby to take the title home. And for Big Plan witnessing this resurgence out of Vico and Malabuka, it's just gotta mean so much to them.
Emotions have to be at an all-time
high.
We saw what these guys were made of once. We saw what they're made of again. And coming into this event, people were looking at Shxrk and Tini, Peterbot and Pollo, but it was Vico and Malabuka that rounded out that big three, and you guys can see why.
I just love watching the excitement in Vico's face. I love every single bit of the emotional endeavor that has clearly swept across both of them. The relief that's got to be washing over them. It took so much to even get to this stage. And you also have to think about it, Jacob. 2 times they stopped Shxrk and Tini in their tracks from securing a victory royale earlier on in this tournament. So for them to pull through at the very end of it and steal away the competition, what an impeccable fashion.
They had over 50 eliminations throughout this 13-match final. And their only victory royale was the one that mattered. Vico, Malabuka, they go back to back. These guys are now the team to beat. They have to be looked at as one of the best teams in Fortnite history.
And the impact that this has had in terms of those club championship points for all the other orgs that are still looking to be participants for it. Falcons and AGAL are left in a very awkward position. Team Aurora nearly had the chance to take over, but at the same time, Vico, Malabuka, I want to hear their final words.
Shxrk's here. Two. I'm Shxrk up. Yeah. Shxrk him. Nice. And last one.
Such an insane moment from these guys, showing all of their emotions, all of their passion, leaving everything on the table. And I know Vico's mom has been here all week long, cheering him on, having that support. I know with Victor V, we talked about Pops, but that parental support means so much. It kind of fuels you. It takes you that one step further. And this isn't just Malabuka's second major LAN win. I believe this might be his third major LAN win, including Gamers 8.
We're going to have to start having some very interesting conversations after this one, Jacob. The impact of a match point format is going to be remembered for a very long time here in competitive Fortnite history. And not only that, but for Vico and Malabuka especially, the way that they were still able to keep their composure just long enough, it speaks dividends to the leadership behind Malabuka, because one thing that is always...
You've got a...
Păreri, chat?
Components. It was tough scenes though, because we saw page 1 of that leaderboard as well. Skyjump and Momsy have secured a second place finish, but it's all about the winners. Barney, let's hear from them themselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 days of Fortnite action,
the first ones to even achieve that match point threshold and to still be stuck running.
Înseamnă să ai 350 de punct. Te bă și Pollo, mamă. Wow.
Situation. Vico, Malabuka, they're still looking strong down below. There's only 2 players in this game that can force a match 14. That's Chino, and now he's by himself because Yassine has been dropped to the backside of the zone.
But Pixie and Swizzy, they don't have any more material. They've got to drop. The fall damage is going to be so problematic. Vico and Mali, they've still got a little bit to work with. They're running on fumes, but it might just be enough. Vico goes up.
Mamă, ce win! Pe Vico și pe Malabuka, e real. Am mai câștigat un LAN. Wow. Back to back, bro. Stai mă, s-a lovit cred.
Să mă iei de măsă.
Da, formatul nu l-a ajutat, bro, pe Shxrk.
To become champions of the Esports World Cup.
Live cu IWC CS2.
Reload Championship has been absolutely unreal. And the
Bro, i-a arătat lui Peterbot, bro.
Champions as well. What an
I-a arătat lui
incredible
Peterbot.
performance. And here we stand with 19 keys surrounding the Crusher. And once we secure this up here, your key will be the only one that is left intact. That will sit inside the trophy. And that's all she wrote. Right. So let's get on with it. Vico, I'm going to get you to press that button, and that's going to open up the iris and reveal the Crusher. Go for it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Revealing the teeth, the only Crusher in the building that can crush 19 keys at once. Malibuka, you've earned this, buddy. Okay, pull on that lever and send them all down. Did that feel good?
It feels good. It feels amazing.
Wow, ce mișto e.
Feels good, right?
Wow.
Now if we can get Jacob, who is our key master, to come out, present you guys with your key, the only key that is left intact from this competition. Congratulations, guys. Right. A little bit of housekeeping for you guys, okay? Boys, I'm going to need you to listen. Hold on, I need you to listen. I'm going to get you to walk down the Castiga City grid. When you get to the trophy, place your key into the trophy and seal it, and then I want you to lift the trophy for everyone to see and cement your legacy as champions. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Vico and Malibuka. They are big.
Oh. Wow, ce-a...
Bă, ce meciuri bune a avut Shxrk.
Ăla e trofeul, cea, da.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Fortnite Reload champions at the 2026 Esports World Cup, Vico and Malibuka. They are big.
Frumos, bro. Frumos, bro. Mamă, dar oricum a jucat bine, bro. Asta e măsa lui Vico, cred. Nu e românul, bro.
Uitați-vă și ce l-a murdărit, ești prost? N-am poftit.
Bă, mișto. Datist. Nu-mi pare de noștri, bro. Aici!
Next time, bro.
Aia, bro.
Gentlemen, you haven't got rid of me yet. Right, obviously you have the team behind you, the organization, obviously you guys are with Big, all the guys here that are with you, and of course all of the fans supporting you both here and at home. Is there anything that you would like to say to the fans who have been supporting you on this journey?
I want to say thanks to all the fans who are supporting us, who are believing us, because we're kind of under the radar. Somehow we won Summit Land, but still no one expects us to win this land, but I guess like keep noticing us, and big thanks to Big, to my family, especially to my brother. He's doing so many great things. He's helping me so much throughout so many years, and thanks to everyone who just helped us.
Vico, I'm going to come over to you. Actually, before we talk, we have another surprise for you guys up here on the main stage. Yeah, of course, man, of course. Because
Chat, vrei să dăm niște 1v1 cu chat-ul?
Our Sony Tournament MVP Award. We have another surprise for you guys up here on the main stage. Yeah, of course, man, of course. Because not only have you guys secured the trophy, but we also have our Sony Tournament MVP Award. And your MVP of the Fortnite Reload Championship here at the 2026 Esports World Cup is Vico. Congratulations, make some noise!
Dacă e MVP de ăla, cred.
Vico, my man. Now, how does it feel to not only obviously compete alongside Malabuka on this stage at the Esports World Cup and win, but also be the MVP of the tournament?
I just love it. I could do this all day, every day. It's the greatest feeling every time, you know. I just love being on LAN, especially because of my mom, you know. It's always fun seeing her reactions, looking back at it, because I know she's going to be crying all night today, you know. I love my org as well, you know. Wouldn't be possible without them. If we didn't sign this guy, you know, I wouldn't be playing with him. I would be probably queuing with, I don't know, my IRL friends or something, so yeah.
Ce faci,
No, it
Kiki?
feels great,
Te
you know,
pup, te
MVP
pup,
of the
salut.
tournament.
Uite, am uitat și eu la final.
Congratulations, guys, once again. And so, for one final time, I'm going to get you both to lift your trophies
Tu ce
at
faci?
the same time so that we can solidify your legacy at the Esports World Cup. So come over here, stand over here, and we'll do this one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, your Fortnite Reload champions at the 2026 Esports World Cup, Vico and Malabuka. They are big!
Tu ce faci? Bine sănătos? Doamne, ce-au murătărit trofeul.
The duo that was able to hit the match point threshold in game 11 comes out as champions, and Vico gets that MVP.
The trophy case for both of these boys is going to be filling up this year. How symbolic of not only the Fortnite Reload Championship win here, but also we asked them before we kicked off the competition, what are 3 teams, keys you want to crush? They chose Aurora Gaming, Team Falcons, and AGAL. How symbolic of Vico and Malabuka to have the keys crushed of the 3 favorites to win the tournament.
But now it's time for them to cement their name in
Bă, dar mai
EWC
ești,
history.
Alex? Eu nu mă aud, ce n-ai?
Please welcome to the totem, your winners of the Fortnite Reload Championship. It's big!
Congratulations, guys. What a huge, huge win in Fortnite. Please, show some love to the fans on the way and head to the middle.
Autographs to be signed, there'll be a few more of them. What an incredible performance. How many times did we go to match point? How many stressful situations that these boys had to go through. Congratulations, and what a performance. The Fortnite fans were extremely loud, but that was absolutely phenomenal. Guys, please take your frame, insert it in the totem, and write your name in eSports World Cup history.
Ce mă, ăsta e alt trofeu? Ce fac ăștia? Ah, trebuie să o pun acolo, nu? Bine, tu ce faci? Te-am întrebat de 10 ori, băi! Bro. Huge.
Came, they saw, they conquered. The best of the best battled it out. Vico Malabuka stood tall. And don't you ever forget, EU on top.
The Fortnite Reload Championship proved to be a testament to what these players can do up there on the stage. Survive through the group, survive through the survival stage. Try out a new format, conquer a new format. Match point featured for the first time. And even though many teams reached that threshold, there was only one at the end that stood atop and got the victory royale required to hoist that trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have had 7 weeks of relentless action. Hundreds of elite players from around the world. Tonight, right here, right now, at the Castiga City Great Arena, we have crowned our final champions. To the icons who claim glory, cementing their names on the totem, and to the millions watching worldwide. Thank you for joining us. The trophies are raised. Nothing was granted. Everything was earned. And with that, the 2026 EWC season comes to an end.
Da. Putem să facem un mic spam de W pentru live-ul ăsta insane, în care suntem încă aproape 200 de oameni pe YouTube, 200 pe TikTok și am făcut peste 1000 de like-uri, bro. Putem să avem un rând de aplauze pentru live-ul ăsta? Wow! Ca să nu mai zic de faptul că avem oficial 7 ore de live în 4 minute. Că a luat Shxrk, a luat locul 3, din păcate. Insane, bro. Nu mai zic nimic, bro. Insane, efectiv.
Am trecut și pe ăsta tot la alea. Ai luat mochi din ăsta? Nu vi-l mai arăt, că e aceeași treabă. Uite aici. Mochi cu flavor, creme, wrapped, sweet, rice, house, mouse, bouse.
Păi și
peanut butter
flavor. Așa, mă, în interior are,
Da.
Să mă risc.
Are peanut butter ăsta înăuntru, dar ăsta e bun pentru na, cine mănâncă peanut butter. Ia. Da, eu nu mă sparg. Nu mă sparg după ăsta, după peanut butter ăsta, nu mă dă pe spate.
Da, și nu mai mâncam cu din asta, așa e un corn se vândei. Ba nu, ăla are hazelnut, e altceva aia?
Da, mă, n-are treabă.
Da, n-are treabă.
Hazelnutul e salun
de pădure sau ce?
Da. Și ăsta...
A, nu, ăla îmi plăcea, am crezut că e tot aceeași.
Ăsta e un de arahidi.
Nu-mi place ăla.
Păi asta ai mâncat acum.
Păi nu, tocmai, nu sta așa, dar nu știam și, dar după ce mi-ai zis, parcă mai tare nu-mi place, pe bune, când știu că nu-mi place ceva și gust.
Copitele astea de cal?
Moartea, bă, ce e asta?
Felii picante din gluten de grâu, Devil Hot.
Înseamnă că e...
Că e bubuială la... Băi, și ne dăm seama după miros, îți dai seama, nu?
Ăsta e grătar chinezesc, mă?
Cred că da, da.
Fleica din chineză?
Cred că e gravid de situația. Numai miroase.
Nu e așa rău, știu cu ce mi-aduce, erau niște chipsuri, ceva erau care... Da, nu merge. Nu. Cred că trebuie să ții așa la măseamă, știi?
Dai picant de mor, băte.
Nu iau din asta că e picant și o duc pe stomac cu 7. Și așa am încercat o grămadă, nu mai bag și picant.
M-am dus și picat.
Bă, dar mă duci mirosul cu ceva. Avem noi ceva care miroase așa. Cu bete miroase așa.
Mi-a mărțit gura, jur.
Dați like, chat.
Ce mai mănâncă lumea, bă, băiatule, bă.
Da, seama dacă chiar...
Dar e ceva care avem noi, ceva care miroase așa.
Ia.
Pe bune, nu știu ce. O pungă de ceva.
Mai
știu mirosul ăsta de undeva.
Nu pot. Ia-m să vedem celălalt burete de vase și mai avem unul, arată-l și pe celălalt, că e aceeași treabă, mai e unul acolo.
Sunt ambele la fel?
La fel, doar că cred că au gusturi diferite.
Astea sunt.
Deci unul e cu...
Asta că e cu brânză, păi eu am mirou, vă spun de acum acasă.
Dar nu știu cu ce, că nu scrie.
Ăsta arată o bucată de brânză după asta.
Brânză de chinez?
Da, eu nu pot să mănânc așa ceva.
Dați follow, băieți. Subscribe. Like.
Băi, zici să moră dacă nu zici că mănânci burete.
Nu-mi place.
Ăsta e cu brânză, badane, să mă cânea.
Și ăsta cu ce, mă, atunci?
Ia miroase să mor tu, direct urde.
Din aia ținută în perdea, ținută în perdea și expirată, cum ar veni, mucegăită 6 zile, uitată în sobă. Da, se poate așa.
Bă, și eram cu Badan la magazin și zic, bă,
nu mai știam pe care să le mai pun.
Cum ar fi, nu, dar cum ar fi să zic, mamă, găsesc și eu ceva aici care îmi place pe bune și mâine când vin încolo la filmări zic, ia să trec pe acolo pe la magazinul chinezesc să-mi iau și eu din aia să mănânc, că e bună tare de tot, mi-a plăcut și mai vreau. De unde mă mâncați? Bine,
ce am zis
real, ca să nu mănânc căcat, stixurile și cu ăla.
Și ce am zis și eu, taci din gurcă dacă filmează asta. Acum, ce vrei, trebuie să, pentru video alea, că trebuie să gust și eu, numai bine să mai gust ceva dulce, cum ar veni. De unde, că n-am mâncat nimic, ca să zic că
jur.
Am stricat și eu ziua asta, dar am băgat ceva ca lumea.
Ăsta, sparkling mangostin, mango
eu zic că e mizerie total.
Deci, având în vedere că este transparent, eu cred că doar a văzut mango, sau ce este aici, a pus apă cu sifon în el aici, cu apă cu acid și a făcut așa cu mango. Ha, l-ai văzut?
După ce s-a spălat chinezul, a stors șoseta aici, ești prost și tu? Le vedeți, da? Un fel de Oreo cu matcha, nu știu ce ar putea fi asta.
Da, nu știu. Miroase ceva. E acidulat, e dulce. Dar e dulce sec,
care
așa
mult,
e.
da, mult din asta, dulcegării din asta.
Da, e dulce sec, așa, n-are niciun...
Deci dacă ăsta e cu matcha, mie nu-mi place, dar cred că matcha ca aia e verde așa.
Scrie aici, Oreo matcha, ești prost?
Da, e clar. Ce rost are?
Băi, toate căcaturile le-am băgat azi, să mă bată.
Nu, am mai mâncat matcha din asta, mai lua Andreea, nu mai știu, mai încerca, nu știu ce chestii din astea și nu, pe mine nu-mi place, acum n-am nimic cu nimeni, toată lumea.
Dar chiar nu miroase a pământ.
Gustul nu se discută.
Bă, dar și Oreo ăsta, miroase ciudat rău.
Eu vreau cu verdeață.
Nu, am capul tot, da.
Nu.
Pământiu, așa.
Nu?
Da.
Nu. N-am nimic cu nimeni care mănâncă matcha, puteți să mâncați, dacă vă place, dar
da, aici
mâncarea gusturile nu se discută, fraților.
Vorba de gusturi și nu avem cum
să nu-i place așa, lui.
Romi și ăsta e coconut.
Asta ar trebui să fie din nuca de cocos,
lapte de cocos. Și îl mâncăm pe ăsta, îl mâncăm, îl bem?
Păi da, cu ce îl bem și cum îl bem? N-are pai, nu, la chinezi nu se bea cu paiul. Stai cu cuțitul, cum se face? Așa se face,
nu știu, așa am făcut eu.
Nu ai fost plecat în țările astea? Stai așa că eu îi fac o gaură, eu nu fac ca tine.
Lapte de cocos. Băi, și atenție, 10 lei din asta mică, așa. 150 de ml, adică e o leacă, ești nebun? Vrei să te mint?
În Marbella.
Ai 1 la 1. Ca ăsta. Doar că are mai mult lapte. De obicei ăsta de la cocos, când mai mergeam pe vacanță așa, ca mai băut și eu măcar atâta, e foarte uleios ăla așa. E sec, dar ăsta are mai mult lapte, că se vede.
La îndoi mai mult oamenii ca să facă...
Dar nu e așa rău, nu e așa rău.
Dar mie nu-mi place cocosul.
Da, mă rog, dar nu e așa rău.
Aici e vorba iar de gust, mie nu-mi place.
Hai mă, mai iau ceva.
Aruncă-le acolo.
Ori dacă n-am...
Tururile astea care sunt... Vine asta. Mi-a plăcut videoclipul ce am mâncat noi.
Da. Da, mă, băieți. Cam atât cu acest live. 6 ore jumate. Bine. Hai. Top 3. Da. Hai că vă pup chat. Ne vedem mâine. Aveți live-ul programat. Cred că de la... Nu știu. La 2 l-am pus. Merge, dați și un like. Da. Stați că vă dau link-ul pe chat. Aveți link-ul aici. Așa, apăsați pe el și dați și un like și ne vedem mâine. Da? Vă pup chat. Mersi că asta cu mine, mersi de donații. Cum îl chema pe băiat? Denis. Te pup, Denis. Mersi de donație. Să trăiești. Și da, ne vedem mâine. Vă pup chat, să aveți o seară frumoasă. Vă pup și vă iubesc. Pa, pa.